is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
Uostarosta.
Huh.
Uostarosta.
What's he doing? That's odd.
Busta.
I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know I'm friends with all those women out there. Woo! All the ladies in the house, throw your hands in the air. Woo! Yo, this smack I'm flipping could send me back to prison, but my cash is tapped and I owe that back rent again. So I'm selling crack, even though it isn't legitimate. Lord forgive me, even though I know I'm a sin again. My rap's so cold, my flow is frozen again. When I get to spitting, it snows in Michigan. Overdosing off that Flint water. When I swim, my tongue explodes from those carcinogens, and then my lungs implode from no oxygen in them. Looking like I got toxic shock syndrome. Mockingjay when she plays the gunshot victim. I got sick when the liquor store sold me food. Drop the soap, girl, you know I'm broken your boo. Dripping sweat, getting wet, we eloping in nude. Better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. You better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a little Homo sapien. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling. Shit's going bad, just know that we will go back in a nanosecond. Hopefully you listen to this fast and be slow to speak. Only wish that I could grow some wings like Jenna and fly so far away. In my park car, my radio starts to play. In a bar, spitting bar, sipping Chardonnay till the wheels fall off. Yo, we just lost the brake. Stop for a DUI and got locked away. We're drunk from alcohol and you got the shake. I had a lawyer, oh boy, he just lost the case. Technology got destroyed and they lost the case. But you still believe in moon rock they brought from space? Yeah, that they brought from space. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Lies. I don't trust no masons who've been placed in these Cause I know these Masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling, homo sapien, homo sapien, homo sapien, doping, inhaling. You're just a homo sapien. It's so hard to win when it's so hard to lose. Yo, it's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. It's so hard to win when it's so easy to lose. It's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. Yo, I don't trust these Masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these Masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a homo sapien, baby, just a lonely homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. Dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a date. Space is fake.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the mud zone.
Spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Was that a party or?
Ho, ho, ho.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farm.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon!
Oh, not out there on the microphone.
beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Then God separated the water and the sky. He formed the seas and the land. Then he covered the land with trees and plants. Then he filled the world with all the creatures of the sea. Of the air. And all the creatures of the ground. And then he made us.
not a fucking globe. It's not a fucking globe. It's not a fucking globe. It's not a fucking globe. No, no, no. It's not a fucking globe. It's not a fucking globe. It's not a fucking globe. No, no.
Space, the boundary of human achievement, the new frontier.
It's just a coffin.
Yeah, right. And the Earth is flat.
Oh, a real country breakfast, the best you ever tried. Pick up some FlatEarth Farms breakfast bud bites. FlatEarth Farms breakfast bud bites. Made with the best cuts of bud. Just like at home. Packed full of fresh country flavor. From the skillet to your plate. Tasty breakfast bud bites. Tasty breakfast bud bites from FlatEarth Farms. Try some today.
Available at all purveyors of fine products near you.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
You slept.
Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
We are live. Enough of that. Enough of that. What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Hey, Warriors. This is Sparta.
Hey, Warriors.
I told you it was Sparta. You didn't believe me? No.
What happened to Andy?
Tasty breakfast bud bites. Try some today.
He's been glitching out, dude. Dude, he can't.
I will.
I couldn't mute him, dude. And now I can't
teach you how to fight, Ray. Teach you.
I think he's frozen. What's up, Rasta? How you doing tonight?
I'm groovy. Yeah, how are you?
Well, after you brought this new thing to my attention about the Bible, Rasta, I was thinking, like, where did you figure this out on your own, or did someone tell you this?
No, I figured.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I figured it out on my own. You know, just from actually like reasoning on it.
Dude,
you know, but I figure in this type of, you know, in where we're at now, it's like if I've thought about it, then other people probably have thought about it too.
All right. Well, I'm gonna put the link out right away. I'm gonna make the first mistake that you're not supposed to do, and just put the link out right from the jump.
Neat. What is that?
Yeah, we'll get.
I mean, this is my first time on here.
Because we have a lot of fans. People like to talk to us.
Yeah, what
Come
up,
on, but we're gonna be doing some Bible study a little bit. Not much. I'm not too religious, but when someone brings something like this to my attention, it woke me right the fuck up. So, Rasta, what do you think, man?
Yeah.
All right. What's the story? So, why were you studying Ezekiel? Ezekiel, is that what it is? Is that we're gonna get right into it? Coming in hot.
Yeah, I just you know, sometimes I open up the Bible right to the, you know, the page where I'm led to open it up to, and that I think it was the morning time I opened it up, and yeah, it just happened to go to the book of Ezekiel.
All right,
and
I'm gonna put it on the screen and I'll read it, but we won't say nothing about it yet. We'll see what the chat.
One time at Bible camp, they were like, "Read this."
All right, so wait up. First of all, Ezekiel 3 is from the Old Testament, you saying?
Yeah.
Why didn't they teach us this Bible verse? Like, they teach us like all these, like, you know, we have these common Bible verses that we all know, but there's so much to the Bible that they're not even telling us, dude. And nobody even looks at. Here's Andy. Here's my Bible expert.
Or can look at, because
all right. So
somebody's hiding the.
See, I get expert testimony on the show. You know what I'm saying? I don't mess around. Like, I don't know. I don't want to look dumb. Like, all the Christians are gonna say, "Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about." But listen, and he said to me, "Son of man, eat what is before you. Eat this scroll. Then go and speak to the house of Israel." So I opened my mouth, and he gave me a scroll to eat. Then he said to me, "Son of man, eat this scroll I am giving you and fill your stomach with it." So I ate it, and it tasted sweet as honey in my mouth. He then said to me, "Son of man, go now to the house of Israel and speak my words to them. You are not being sent to a people of obscure speech and difficult language. But the house of Israel, not too many peoples of obscure speech and difficult language, whose words you cannot understand. Surely if I had sent you to them, they would have listened to you. But the house of Israel is not willing to listen to you because they are not willing to listen to me. For the whole house of Israel is hardened.
I suspect it took him about 8 hours for him to say that. 8 hours.
But I will make you as
after he ate the scroll,
unyielding and hardened as they are. I will make your forehead like the hardest stone, harder than flint. Do not be afraid of them or terrified of them, though they are a rebellious house. And he said to me, "Son of man, listen carefully and take to heart of all the words I speak to you. Go now to your countrymen in exile and speak to them. Say to them, this is what the sovereign Lord says. Whether they listen or fail to listen." Then the Spirit lifted me up, and I heard behind me a loud rumbling sound. May the glory of the Lord be praised in his dwelling place. The sound of the wings of the living creatures brushing against each other and the sound of the wheels beside them. A loud rumbling sound. All right. The Spirit then lifted me up and took me away.
And I went in bitterness in the anger of my spirit with the strong hand of the Lord upon me. I came into the X-Files, lived in the Kabar River, and there, where they were living, I sat among for 7 days, overwhelmed. Keyword, overwhelmed. So what do you think? What does the chat think about that? No.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, we got people. We got Mr. Super Sidewinder. We got John Kelly. You're echoing, Super.
I'm echoing?
You made it echo as soon as I let you in.
I've never echoed in my life.
All right, watch this.
I don't hear an echo. I hear you echoing, Ray.
Yeah, but it's him.
Oh, I hear
What?
me echoing.
See, I muted him and the echo stopped. It's him.
That's a super
it's
echo.
Him. It's you. Right,
It's a super echo. Come on.
You've isolated it.
Rasta.
So a scroll.
Right.
Can I have one?
All right, let's give the chat a shout out real quick. Joe King, what do you think? Shawnee B, what up, man? We're gonna get that Mud Flood show done. All right, we're gonna get it done. I bounce around to topics a lot, and it hasn't been a good thing for me, but it's fun. I don't like to look at the same thing every week, every day. I just can't. Like these streams have to hold my interest too. You know what I mean? For me to sit here and actually do them. Like,
That's why he puts me on here, so I entertain him.
Yeah. Daryl Davis. Oh, Fourth Wiseman. Well, we got a lot of people here tonight. Dude, Friday nights is our jam. Holistic Media. We're going to start doing every Friday night, by the way.
I put on headphones. Am I better now?
Kimberly Ave.
Or am I still a problem?
I got too much going on in my life, guys, right now to be doing a stream every night. I wish I could, though. I wish I could. One day. Kim Ray. Echoing again. A little bit. A slight echo. But, it's like that game Telephone, Mr. Super. It's like, if we let one echo go, then, like, we might let a rumble go at the same time.
Oh, I get that, yeah.
No,
but I switched to headphones, dude.
Builds up.
He heard a rumble behind him.
It should not be me.
You know how the angels look like
Rasta
gears?
Bear breathing the whole stream, dude. I could hear it on the last one.
Ooh, I wonder if he's like
that
some
was
gear
a good
type.
Stream, though.
Some
that
gears or something moving, right? He heard a rumble behind him. It sounds like gears or a motor or an engine. A rumble behind them. Or earthquake, I guess, could be.
So,
if you're thinking high tech.
So what does it sound like, dude? Like, he put a scroll on his tongue and he opened his mouth to eat it, and it tasted as sweet as honey? It says here that, I'm just cherry picking words here, but like, because they call me the cherry picker in high school, that's why.
Andy.
And he said to me, son of man, and he said, like, they would have listened to you, and he said something about his forehead being hardened, and then at the end he says, like, he's overwhelmed. I don't know. There's more to it. I didn't read the whole thing. I mean, I didn't read the whole First Testament to really even know, but so.
Oh, like think? Not open-minded. Like you're hard-headed. Get it? You're hard-headed. You're not open-minded.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. Just in the sense of it being happening during that time, but then also at the similar time, it's exactly what's happening right now in in our civilization with that same nation right now is facing the I don't know if you saw recently that guy, he was like in like a congressional thing, and like he called for like harm to be gone against Israel, and like he like dropped over of a heart attack. Did you see that?
What happened? No, I haven't been paying attention to nothing. I've been super hyper focused on keep your eyes on the prize. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it just happened like this last week. This guy, like, he was saying like I forget exactly what he said, but yeah, but like some people are saying like God struck him down and just like killed him over right then and there. But yeah, it's just applicable.
Is he getting those free things they give you out at Rite Aid? Rite Aid's giving them free right now.
I want to ask Mr. Super Sidewinder what he thinks about the Old Testament, because he's a religious guy.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I'd love to hear what other people
Andy,
think. 'Cause
Andy, what do you know about the Old Testament before we get into it?
we can't hear you.
We can't hear him, dude. There
Hey,
you go.
I'll be like Beavis. It's old.
Oh, your shirt still looks mint.
And it's some type of
What's up?
testament.
Mine's
What
all
is-
fucked up.
What's up, Andy?
The Old Testament is
Old Testament. It's like, Testament. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Andy.
It's like just a shadow, a foreshadowing.
Hey, Andy, can you go out and come back in? You're breaking up, dude.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was some intense audio there.
Yeah, that was too much, dude.
It's like Old Testament, dude. Like New Testament's like.
We probably not only lost 5 people because of that, we probably killed like another 6.
Because the New Testament has like that new. You know what I mean? The New Testament has like that new drummer, and the Old Testament is like shredding, man. That's what I think it is.
Well, a lot of times the Old Testament doesn't get the credit that it deserves, and and there's a lot of stuff in there.
Totally, the new drummer sucks.
Was the Old Testament canonized? Because they don't teach it anywhere.
The Old Testament foretelled the New Testament.
Oh, you know about?
Do you know? Oh, you guys don't understand, I guess.
Well, it did foretell
Testament's
the New Testament.
Testament's a band.
But
That's what it is.
What you put to me is
Testament is a.
But at the end of the.
Yeah, go ahead. How many has God killed? Because like in the Old Testament, right? Like he kills everybody, but he's not like that in the New Testament. So it makes like me and Rasta were asking, like, is it the same God that they're talking about? Like, what's going on with that? What do you think?
Of course he is.
Well, maybe he changed his mind.
What is this? Is this a video about it?
You can hear me, right? No one's laughing.
What is it you're not sure about?
All right, let's see what this video does.
What do you need to know, Ray? What are you asking?
I don't really know, man. I'm just asking, like, why does the God in the First Testament murder everybody, and the God in the New Testament? Yeah, go ahead.
Because he had to get rid of the bad blood. There's a couple different theories. Either they're getting rid of the bad seed that might have impregnated Eve in the beginning, or they're just getting rid of the Nephilim, the
Nephilim?
The
giants. The giants.
Leftovers from mating with the women or whatever. I don't know how that happened.
We've gone over it.
Then that raises so many questions, though. To me, for instance, like it's just like how, then it's like, is there some intergalactic invasion going on there?
I guess.
Where it's like there's this otherworldly.
So this is the killing events, and this is the body count of God in the Old Testament, right? Okay, maybe some of the New Testament too. Okay, the flood of Noah, Genesis 7:23. Abraham's war to rescue Lot, Genesis 10. Look, an estimate 20,000 people were killed in the flood of 20,000 or 20 million? I don't really know. I can't read math. 1,000. Look, 1,000. 1,000 people killed in Abraham's war to rescue Lot. Sodom and Gomorrah, 2,000 people killed. Okay, Lot's wife, 1. That's Genesis 19:26. While they were swords, deny his brethren slew all males. That's 2. Bible's number 2, but estimate about 1,000. Oh, so this is the Bible's number, how many they're saying, but their estimate is about 1,000. For being wicked in the sight of the Lord. Genesis 8, Bible's number 1, their estimate is 1. Onan for spilling his seed. Genesis 38:10. 1. A 7-year worldwide famine. Genesis 41:25. About 70,000. 70,000. There will be flood. The first plague of Egypt. Exodus 7:15-27 in Wiz 11:7-8. 10,000 people. The seventh plague, hail, 300,000 people. First Egyptian children, 500,000. The Lord took off their chariot wheels. They say 600, we say 5,000. The Lord, Amalekites, Exodus 17:13, about 1,000 people dead. Amalekites, Exodus 7, no. Who is the Lord's side, forcing friends and family to kill each other? Exodus 32 to 27, 28. 3,000 people gone. Aaron's golden calf, Exodus 32, 35. Another 1,000. See you later. God burns Aaron's sons to death for offering strange.
Then you can read about the ways that some of these were taken out too, and it wasn't just like they're eliminated. Like they were pretty grotesque in the ways that they were.
Yeah,
eliminated.
we will. We'll look at some of them, Rasta. But I'll just read them all off. How many are there, dude? A lot, huh? Oh, go ahead. We can talk a little bit. I'll start reading them again. Whatever. You know.
Oh yeah. No, there's a mass that you can keep reading.
All right. Where was I at? Yeah. Where was I at?
Oh, fuck. I don't even know now.
Rug burns. Burn holes in the potholes in the rug. The Lord took off their chariot wheels. 5,000 people. Amalekites, another 1,000. Who is the Lord's side, forcing friends and family to kill each other? 3,000. Aaron's golden calf. C3PO. 1,000. God burns Aaron's son to death for offering strange fire. 2. A blasphemer is stoned to death. 1. They stoned someone to death.
Lord
Leviathan's
knows
24, 10, 23. When the people complained, God burned them to death. Noon 11:1. Up in flames. 100. While flesh has still between their teeth, the Lord smote them with numb. 11:33. About 10,000 people died in that.
Dude, smoting is cool.
Their honest report. 110. It goes on. Look, one person died and a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day I stoned to death. Numbers 15:32-35. 1. Korah, his companions and their families are buried alive, dude. Buried alive. 3. 5. We say 9. Yeah, hold on. Who do we got here? Master's back.
All right.
Where were we at? No. 9. All right. God burned 250 people to death burning incense. 250. Numerals 1635. Kills 14,700 for complaining about God's killings. Oh, wow. He killed 14,700 people for complaining about his killings in 16. Jesus. The massacre of the Arades, numerals 21:1-2, about 3,000. God sent serpents to bite people for complaining about the lack of food and water, numerals 21:6-100. Phineas double murder, a killing to end God's killing, numerals 25:1-11. 2 dead. The Madonite massacre. That doesn't sound good, dude. Have ye saved all women alive? Numeral 31. About 200,000 people died in that, dude. God slowly killed the Israel 500,000. God the giant killer. DT, whatever that means. What's that? What is DT?
I don't know.
Deuteronomy or something?
I'd say Deuteronomy, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. 2:21-22, 5,000.
Oh, you're talking about the book, Deuteronomy.
Yeah. Codharden's King's Sihon's heart. All of his people can be killed. Deuteronomy 2:33. About 5,000 people dead. The list just goes on, dude. OG and all the men, women. These are all the people that died from God in the Bible alone. Never mind all the people that die every day. You know what I mean? Because everyone dies, but
these are just the one he takes credit for.
The Jericho massacre, 1,000. Acon and his family, 5. The AI massacre. Ooh, Josh, we should check that one out. The AI
that one caught my eye too.
Josh,
the AI
12,000. That's number 35. Remember the number 35.
Yeah, that one stood out to me too.
Sun. So God stops the sun.
Right.
So Joshua can get his killing done in the daylight. Wow, Joshua 10 to 11, 5,000.
And I've seen preachers twist that scripture around. They'll read it as it sits, and then they'll explain it away, and
well, that's what I was going to get to.
Right back to science, man. It's crazy.
Like, is the Bible to be taken literally, or like what? Like, are we to take this literal?
Yeah, I mean,
for every should, right?
For every sense of it, people who believe that the Bible is the Word of God straight through, is that it is the literal word of what happened, but it also applies on a metaphysical, aspect as well. And as we can surely tell, I mean, there's so many
listen, Rasta, a dead book is not the living word, so we've got to get on the same plane before we can have a deeper discussion on that.
No, I agree. I agree. I understand that. I mean, obviously, I dive down a lot of other paths.
Well, you do recognize that the word canon is a weapon, right? It was canonized, weaponized by a king, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, Ray is asking the question: should we take it literally? Should we take it seriously at all? I mean, let's undo the spell for a minute and look at it more objectively and ask ourselves the big question here.
Well, I think there is, it definitely should be taken seriously, because
God's body count, dude.
I think that there's a lot of truth applied in it as well. I mean,
But Rasta, listen, if you and I started writing a book today, it would have truths in it because it would be based on the things that we're seeing around us, but it would be contorted by whatever our agenda was, whoever was paying us, whatever our own thoughts were, whatever our upbringing was. So to say it's a book that represents things that do exist here in reality, like you can prove certain geographic things, or you can find the ark and say this was it. This was Noah's. It was the only ark. Dude, we have to be more careful in these times. I mean, we're sitting here watching this thing change in front of us, and we want to talk about, should we take it literally? Should we consider it solid at all?
Yes.
Based on what?
I mean,
I'm just playing the advocate here. I've always been like a reverent man, but we have to be logical about it.
Because it still has the truth in it.
I know, but I explained that you and I, if we wrote a book today, would have some truth in it.
And I don't think, you can go all the way back to the Dead Sea Scrolls, and especially with books like Ezekiel that we're talking about tonight, and they're the same in there. So they might have been able, I understand the King James version, which people really, adhere to and love so much. How
Rasta, have you ever seen a Dead Sea Scroll? If I handed you a Dead Sea Scroll, would it do you any good? Could you read it?
I don't know. If I couldn't read it, I might eat it like Ezekiel did and see what happens.
So the answer is not likely. You could have it in your hand and it still wouldn't do you any good because you couldn't read it. So you're going to depend on what? Someone else to interpret it. There you are with another scribe, someone in the middle, a monkey in the middle.
Well, some things have to be truthful in this world. I think this world has to have we have to have access to the correct answer, as part of the way the game is laid out here. We have to have the access to it, and it's right. The Bible, it's basic information before leaving Earth.
Why do you think that it is that everybody?
Let Havoc talk for a minute because he's in and out. Do we get a signal, Havoc? All right, go ahead, guys. Forget it. I wanted to see if he was going to come in.
So, Rasta, my question is, logical thinkers can see that there is duality in everything. There's a right, there's a left. If there's an up, there's a down. If there's a light, there's a dark. Everything has duality. But when it comes to God, they want to think that God is an all benevolent, peaceful, forgiving, loving God, and there's no evil in him, right?
Well, I mean, looking at this kill list, obviously that's in question here.
Is there any possibility that there's more to the whole Janus story, and that the whole idea of good and evil actually embodied one being? So rather than there actually being a God and a devil, there's just one being. It's two-faced. It has both. It has everything. Kind of like we do, fundamentally. When you get right down to it, if you want to be honest tonight, we all have sparks of both of those deep within us. So we suppress the ones that we don't want to express, and we express the ones that we do want to express. But we contain the polarity of both, do we not?
Yeah, I agree with all that. That's those are very valid
What's this?
points.
24,994,828, dude. Look, 666 comments.
Of course.
Are you serious?
It's wild, man. Like
it is wild, but like, what is this? Like a satanic website? Like,
yeah, it is. It is. Well, I think. I think, like after further inspection, like they're definitely trying to sell you on something. They're definitely trying to. Like, yeah, they're trying to sell something too on their end.
You're crazy, dude. Oh shit! All right, I have something else. Let's move along.
I just
killed a lot of people.
I just googled it, and it was interesting.
Oh, it is interesting. God. All right, let's see.
Without the Bible, we have nothing to go on.
Well, yeah.
Except just trying to be the best person you could be. But the Bible's here for a reason, so.
I agree. That's what I'm saying, like there's so much in it, and like through it all, like
yeah, the
I've felt the presence of Christ, on multiple levels, and his power and being there for me, through thick and thin is undeniable.
When you're ready, I'll pull the trigger on this.
All right.
Buffering.
Come back.
I like to go underneath because it makes me feel like I'm like flying, like through the video, like.
Merry Christmas. Hope you all are having a wonderful time with your families, making memories. Today, we wanted to discuss the secret dark origins of Christmas. And look, our intention isn't to ruin Christmas, like, enjoy your Christmas. But at the same time, we shouldn't just blindly celebrate holy days or holidays without knowing where they came from. Like, did you know that it was once illegal in the US to celebrate Christmas? Well, this is obviously a touchy subject for many families. And although it could be a dark history, I don't think this means we have to throw away Christmas or become the Grinch. Even though he's kind of the good guy in this situation.
We don't have to become the Grinch. Okay, guys? Remember that. We don't have to become the Grinch.
I've done that before, and it doesn't work out well. It's like
someone's got to be the bad guy.
But still, that's how they get us. They mix true values of the family and being generous, so that you're labeled a Scrooge if you don't want to celebrate Christmas. However, that doesn't mean there aren't some strange hidden histories within this holiday. It's worth to check them out. Possibly even asking the question, why do we celebrate this holiday?
Why?
Most of us raised on this corporate advertised version of Christmas, shiny Coca-Cola Santa. But where did this come from? And how did this become a Christian holiday? Well, no matter what, we all grew up on Christmas, made many memories, and at least for me, they've all been positive. Forgetting the strange material desire fed to kids for wanting a big present at the end of each year because it was advertised to them on the TV. That's the hard part, because there are some strange, dark associations in this Christmas story with children that I feel shouldn't even be a part of this special day.
Hold on, let's look at that. That was crazy. All right, first of all, we got this green guy running around. What is he? Look at this. We got a giant gesture back there with a little gesture in his hand and another little person. This is these guys are probably all giants then. They're all
He's
giants.
playing in the sandbox.
But there's people.
He's playing in the sandbox.
Get on the bus because we're going to eat you. Yep. Woo-woo! Going to eat them. Harvesting the people.
Whoa. All right. Where was the other one that I seen that looked cool? I think it was like here.
Corporate advertised version of Christmas.
It must have been
shiny Coca-Cola Santa.
All right. What is this?
Goat head.
You know. Your deception for everyone.
Where did this come from?
Gonna soften you up
How did this become a Christmas?
What's up, Andy? You're coming in now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's working.
Thank you.
It's fine. It's not as bad as it was.
I had to cast the magic internet spell.
Don't move the phone. Keep
Man,
it
you
right where it is.
gotta get your headset like I got.
Yeah,
I
me
got
and Andy have both been through the ringer this year, but we've succeeded so far.
Christian holiday. No matter what, we all grew up on Christmas. Made many memories. And at least for me, they've all been positive.
All right, let's see.
Forgetting the strange material desire fed to kids for wanting a big present at the
What's going on here? This guy's like laying on his back. Christmas tree's falling on him. We got a chair falling over. We got a little thing in the back, a little nutcracker. And the lady's like, "Oh my god!" And there's a bottle of something in the corner right there.
You might have to hide all of our faces while you're doing this because it's too much on the screen. If I would put all our faces behind the thing.
Yeah.
Because it's blocking a lot of the.
There's too many of us, right?
There's too many of us, so it's blocking. There we go. Yeah, that's better.
We're unstoppable. What's up, Kimberly F? All right, let's do this.
was advertised to them on TV. That's the hard part because there are some strange, dark associations in this Christmas story with children that I feel should maybe be a part of the special day.
I missed it again,
Yet,
dude.
When we
Dude,
look
he
back
was like shoving a kid in a sack is what he was doing, okay? You've seen it. I seen it. It went by quick, but it was there. Yeah.
Well, this last weekend here in Portland, they had the Krampus parade.
History.
Oh, they did.
Yeah,
I seen the. All right, I'll look that up, bro.
I was gonna go, but then I just decided I'm like I don't know if I want to go down there to that. It sounds kind of spooky.
Creepy creep.
But I saw lots of pictures of it. Yeah, you can definitely find.
We're gonna show it.
Pictures.
No,
of the Portland.
I've seen it. I've seen videos of it. Okay.
It's awfully close to the word grandpa too.
Like, oh, Grampus.
Very close. Too close.
Someone got paid to make that.
Who was Krampus? Rasta.
John Keeley, rock and roll brother.
Well, Krampus is like the dark, like you were saying the duality, and he's like the dualistic version of Santa, where Santa brings you
There's so many of them. Okay, let's just show them.
He's the trick.
Yeah, see if you can find the one from Portland here that just happened.
There's probably there. It's probably there, but this looks like it's good, high quality footage. This is good shit right here. Let's see what they're gonna do. It's so good that my computer's buffering. Jesus.
That's a good sign. Yep, that's the kind of creepy shit they like right there.
That's the Christmas parade.
That's really creepy looking, dude.
Yep. Yeah, what he said. Look at that thing. Whoa.
Think about how like some of these people just keep that costume in their closet.
Dude, right?
Yeah, they do. No, that's crazy, right?
Like if they just like walk around their house in that thing, like
yeah. I gotta go to the laundromat, honey. Oh, give me my mask. I'm feeling horny tonight. All right.
All right, I'll look at one of Portland.
It reminds me of like
that's Krampus spelled with a C. But
It was with a K, right?
Friggin'
Yeah.
yeah. There's another one with the K. So some places spell it with the C, dude.
Well, that's what I
Some
was wondering
countries
about Hanukkah too. Is like there's some people spell that with a C, and there's people spell it with an H.
It's an H. Yeah, the old spelling is an H.
And yeah, I was actually
That's a made up. That's a manufactured holiday too.
yeah, that's pretty fascinating as well. That it just came out of nowhere. It wasn't even celebrated, I guess, till like the 1900s.
Right.
Did you go to the Krampus parade this year, Rasta? Is that why you?
No, I was going to, and then I didn't make it down there at the end, just because I don't know, just.
So why do they
pretty
celebrate
weird.
Krampus? What's going on?
It's pretty weird.
No, the character Kris Kringle is also based on Krampus and also spelt with a K for a connection.
There you go. I can't make
connection with the
Like
C.
Scrooge.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Scrooge.
There's Rasta Bear. That was you.
Yeah, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
here
like
we go.
Like the Grinch. Is it like the Grinch?
Here we go.
All right, I'll start it over.
I watched the horror movie Krampus. It was pretty good.
Dude, they go all out on this in Portland.
Oh yeah,
how much money do they spend on this a year?
Oh, I don't know.
A lot. Look at that.
I know, Portland. A lot of people still have like their 30-foot skeletons out in their front yard and stuff from Halloween. They love it. They just keep the dark stuff up year round here.
Wow.
Nice.
There's one guy up on Woodstock. He's got the Krampus out on his front porch, I believe, like all year. He leaves it out there.
Krampus.
Why
did it why did it go into? Why did it say Portland and then it went into a friggin'
I don't know.
movie? Like what's that all about, dudes?
Yeah, that is weird.
Wait, is this it? Nope, that ain't it. Hold on. I'm back over here now. There's so many of them. Krampus, Schmaldming, Krampus, Terrify Holiday. Yeah, there's movies about it, dude. It's got to be real if there's movies about it. Krampus visits a Christmas festival. All right, let's see this one. Where's the sound? Oh, it's off. Why'd they do that to me? Come on. Dude, I feel like I'm back in the day now. Just all this buffering.
Yeah, well.
As soon as I went full screen, it did it. Oh, man. All right, go back. Get out of here. Well, maybe it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah.
My internet has been off and on. Some days it's good, and some days it's like slow.
Singe looks like he's on fire.
What's Singe Man doing?
It's quite shocking to realize what Christmas is truly based on. So with that, let's get started.
Do give this a thumbs up, post it, share it, put it out there. Uh-oh. Whatever, it goes on either way. What's this?
You could say that the two biggest days of the year are your birthday and Christmas.
You can.
This is what children dream about all year.
You know what's interesting to me is like that our lawmakers just like leave for like a month during Christmas. They just they go on Christmas. I think it's like a month and a half actually, like 6 weeks. They get off.
Why do they get paid? They should not get paid. They should have to have a regular job and receive a stipend.
And they all need to go see a doctor too. They all need to see a doctor. All the lawmakers.
If you get paid, sure, but a regular wage. None of them should be millionaires. Crazy.
Oh yeah, it's mind-boggling how they've got to this level, and it's just.
it's okay to get paid, but yeah, come on. McDonald's wage, maybe.
Yeah.
Look, we're
Yeah, well, I
truly
mean,
most kids only
look
care
at
about
That's actually
Christmas
pretty
or
good
their
now. It's
birthday.
$14 an hour, right?
Look at the Obamas.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
they just made that huge movie that all the truthers, are dissecting right now. Leave the world behind. Like they got a huge deal with Netflix after they left the White House.
Why would people scramble to see a movie like that? It's like, I feel the same way about that as I did about the book that Schwab wrote. Everybody was scrambling to buy the book. I'm like, why are you supporting this dude?
I watched it. I watched it the first night it came out, actually, and like during the intro to it,
Did
definitely.
you have to pay to watch it, or did you get to watch it for free?
It was on Netflix, so if you had Netflix, you can watch it. And
if someone has Netflix, they can have a certain amount of people on them, and they they can give you their code, and you can get it for free.
Yeah, and that's how I'd do it. I wouldn't pay for the stuff personally myself, but it is what it. But during the intro to the movie, it had like some crazy mind control imagery, during the. As they were flashing all the names of the cast members and stuff, it was like one of those things where it was like priming your mind up for mental conditioning, where it was I think that whole movie was kind of geared towards not only predictive programming, but also to kind of get in people's heads in a way to where they're gonna dream about that movie and I don't know. There was just with film technology nowadays. I feel like they've got different ways to embed some of these ideas and stuff deep inside the psyche.
I heard a lot of people say that Julia Roberts looked really masculine in that film. What do you think?
I agree. I follow. I forget the name of the person on Twitter that I follow that's been really dropping some bombs in that department here recently. But yeah,
even if it's not true, I want to believe it's true.
Yeah,
well, there's so many of them that I think that they embed a male name or multiple male names in it to make it just right in your face, and there you go. Julia Robert is a male's name.
I mean, well, I think
Sandra Bullock's.
Hey, it's kind of I'm sorry.
Jamie Lee Curtis. There's 3 male names and 1 female. I don't think so.
Really. No, you're right. It's so right in your face. And
that's what it is. It's a mocking, dude. That's why they're so bold about it. They're like, oh, we can't just do this. We got to slap it in your face, too.
It is. I mean, you look at Barbara Bush, who was more than likely Aleister Crowley.
Right.
But even if it's not true, right? Yeah. Barnabas, even if it's not true, you want to
Barnabas Crowley.
Barnabas. And then did you see how Taylor Swift is the son or daughter of Anton LaVey,
oh jeez,
the head of the satanic church or whatever.
Yeah, so AOC is Castro's niece, and Hillary is Hitler's cousin or something.
I like AOC though. I wish she would run for president.
Who?
AOC.
You like?
Oh, you just you just like her from behind, dude. I know what's up.
I would just.
You don't want to see her coming. You just want to see her going away.
I think she's a
little princess.
As president.
I love you, honey. Go away again. All right, one more time.
You like her as she's walking out the door?
Yeah, I do. I do like her.
Yeah, she's walking out the door. Oh,
Mr. Super Sidewinder could write a whole song about it.
He knew what I was referencing.
All you know, all your love is gone.
All right, let me see. I got a whole bunch. I'm just trying to get things together.
Really? Should we go live yet?
Yeah, we're live.
Should we go live yet?
I sped it up.
Because of the presents.
Good call.
How can you blame them? As most of us were programmed by the television to a certain product, and we put it on our Christmas wish list, waiting all year to get that special video game, whatever it was. You couldn't fall asleep at night knowing that Santa was going to bring you what you most desired. So what is a gift? And why presents? Why do parents lie about this story? I'm not even kidding. My parents literally lied. My dad told me this story where he woke up in the middle of the night and actually saw Santa. And I would sit there as a little kid in amazement, visualizing this story. And I also caught them wrapping up presents one night, but they told me, go to bed.
See, this is
Yet
the
I never
thing that
suspected
just
anything.
ticks me
I
off
truly
more than
trusted them until I
anything.
was like 10, maybe older, that Santa Claus truly existed.
About Christmas.
I'm sure there's other
is that it encourages the lie. Like when it like what? Why is it okay ever in society to lie, especially to your children? You know about anything. You know, like what,
Santa Claus is all part of the plan.
you teach them like the difference between a white lie and then like another lie, and it's like
when someone does something really nasty and says, "Oh, it's just a joke. I was just joking."
Ooh, that's awful.
It seems like that. Oh, we were just joking. Santa's not real. We're just joking.
The same thing happens when you smell something nasty and you're like, "Ew, this smells terrible. Here, smell this."
Santa Claus teaches you not to trust Lucky right off the bat.
They call the Santa psyop.
They should just shorten it up and call it the Santa op.
Yeah. You want to see something cool that I saw that was really, really good? Like, check this out.
My son just texted me right now, and he's like, I just watched this movie I think you'd really like on Netflix. And I'm like, isn't that crazy? We were just talking about this movie just now, right? Like we're
check this dude out. He's like, this dude can rap. And look at all the Antiquitech in the back.
I got suspended in 5th grade for what they found in my backpack. Ever since then, I decided to fill up a jean pocket instead. We got a steep tolerance, 3 bottles ahead. My bro, the streets prophet again. He was down, but now he's in a steam doctor with meds. My grandma kept calling again. She got dementia, so I gotta remind her she's talking to Ben. And Ben sings songs that he penned. And Ben reads straws in the wreck. You remember to crack the big smile. The rich grandchild. The pants are hand-crested and styled. Can't stress, we stand idle. Stand prepped and stand filed. Money didn't just stretch, it had a cramp stress and ran miles. My girl prefer the type of date with a man's stress. We blame the style. For the time where I can't text and can't dial. My kids Amex to my grandchild. I don't live like I used to when I was less established, but I still do got a kitchen drawer full of them ketchup packets. Cause I still got messy habits, and I still like girls who tend to lash out. Now they just got some more expensive lashes, and I got more sense of fashion, but I still stay dressed in black with something oversized to remind me of the shirt my father left me as a kid before the soldier died. R.I.P. He was a writer too. But not like me, I'm the type of writer to treat my secrets like everyone's business. My ex a musician and all we do is trade subliminal petty ass distance. So once he drop, I'm the first or second to listen. I give the girl so many streams, I should sign her to Never Too Different. I literally would, she really fucking good. My crib is in the woods, my whip be getting looks. I'm not even a car person, just a sentimental dude. I'm trying to wipe the German and make my German whip feel understood. I'm trying to wipe the Swiss girl so my hoodie feel less alone and more at home. The shot numbed me so well, I always thought it was cortisone. When I'm on tour alone and I'm depressed before a show, I read the comments on shit I released. I screenshot and zoom into the avatar on who's the hardest critic of me. Usually a man who's oldest and palest uncle explaining how my flow is a little offbeat. Then I picture his child and that puts me back on my feet. The movie I live, I wrote, directed, packaged, and streamed. Sometimes you gotta step back and just laugh at the scene. Grey Goose and I'm gonna be God's helper. I'm hard to get a hold of. So if my cousin got questions about me, my mom tells her I'm trying to text my cousin, but she don't get no reception inside of a bomb shelter. She got evacuated, makes my reason for not responding feel a bit antiquated. Label meanings always go well, but still seem exaggerated. But one thing they don't know is that advance money put my sister in a brand new house to stay sober. And so even though I was never priority, I still owe them big. And even though I'm the best rapper my age, I don't promote this shit. And I'm open to being wrong, but if I'm wrong, let me know who is. Goldie, bitch.
Yeah, that was dope.
Yeah, he's good.
He's got some bars to get the cars.
Everyone figures it out because they want to believe in Santa, which is really strange. Because the excuse that we tell children...
It's like one person started it,
to
And what,
believe
everybody
in
copied
or
that guy, or
to
what?
not ruin a child's magical imagination.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Who
that's
started
complete
the
BS
whole
because
thing with
anytime a
Santa?
child starts to go off,
Where it's like now everybody's gonna do this. You know, everybody's gotta lie now. So,
Yeah.
like, who started? Yeah, who started the whole tradition to where it's like, okay, we're all gonna
I
buy
think
the
that's.
tree
I
this
think they're
year.
gonna get it. I think they're gonna get into it. I think that's what they're gonna
Yeah, it's
eventually
not
get.
even like it's pagan, but it's
from
deeper
the
than that. Like
mainstream,
what one pagan
most
guy did?
modern
Or-
parents just get them to do whatever your other child
It's
is
the
doing.
same reason there's like
And
a freaking Masonic lodge at the entrance to every town.
Maybe he
in
was
our-
an alien dude. Like,
Yeah.
or maybe he's like one of those weirdo type.
Christmas is
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's
hair
like,
sniffers. A
yeah,
hair sniffer,
I mean, yeah, he's like obviously like a
that is
creepy
programmed.
dude.
It's great. I love kids. They're great.
Like
Yeah,
he goes
but
and
come
sits
on.
at the mall, and then you bring your kids to sit on
Into
his
us.
lap.
That's why you had the elves.
All right. You know what? I need like a 3-minute.
Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The earth's a center, the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comets. I know you want it. Just leave another useless comment. NASA lost it. The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. The globe is munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew. Don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids and asteroids too. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. It's fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat.
Go ahead. I'm making a coffee, so do what you gotta do.
Yeah, what's going on? He says he's making a coffee. So let's see here. So we got this, yeah, the Santa thing. That's what we're talking about. Who else? Who all we got in the chat here? Got the
boom.
The fourth wise man. And I don't even know if I can see all the people in the chat here, but
I can't see nobody.
Yeah. But is Andy still with us, or is he not with us? I don't think so.
The Sidewinder. Singe Man.
Yo.
Yeah. How's Singe doing tonight?
Yeah, my internet keeps dropping.
He's right there.
Your
Eventually
internet
I'll probably
keeps.
jump off.
You know, I think like
It's
a
one
lot
of
of
those
people
Friday nights.
could be having like some internet issues because of this X flare that's coming at us from the sun.
Yeah. You want to talk about it? I don't.
Yeah,
I
wanted to talk about that for a
I
minute.
identify as an X flare.
With flares.
Really? Is it real?
Because
I'm gonna be like radar here. Is it real? Is it real? How do we know it's real? Do we know it's real?
Well, I mean the X.
Cool.
It's an
Correct.
X. It's an X 2.8, which if you put that together, that's 88. And then they say that
Can I look at it?
They say it's traveling.
Is this all hypothetical?
Can I see it?
No, there are people who use their telescopes to stare at the sun. They have a special lens.
Right. So
there's
So
this.
they got a
It
number
looks
for
like
it.
bullshit, Rasta.
It's not just
I'm
How
looking
big
at
was
it
the
right
one
now.
in?
Yeah. This is it.
CGI. CGI.
Can we see it?
No,
Let's show it.
that's not
CGI.
that's not
We don't believe
CGI
it
though.
because
That's
That's
not
just-
CGI?
our go-to is
No, that's not.
CGI.
No, that's not
Let's
CGI.
see. Sun and Lucius
Rasta
Mountain.
Bear.
Oh, this is a real video of the sun, is what you
Yeah.
said. Up close.
Rasta
Yes.
Bear.
where is
What size flare was it that melted the?
Dude, it's on space.com, Rasta.
You know, back in the 1800s
Dude,
when the
hold on.
Look,
Fake and
dude,
gay.
this is
I'm gonna shut off the music.
Because our go-to is fake and gay. But if I can see it with myself,
this is
That's
real.
not a
Fake and
real
gay.
video, dude.
This
not.
is real. Yeah.
It's not. You think it is? What do you guys think, John Keeley?
Is it real fake or is it really?
I
gay?
think it's real because look at it affects the Schumann resonance. There was a radio blackout that happened in South America yesterday or
It looks like
what
a ball.
True.
It's
Right.
dude. That looks like CGI. That one.
it's
we
not though.
supposed to have meteor showers yesterday.
So how
The
are they
day
getting
before.
this? How are they getting this video of the sun? That looks
There's
like
people.
Aha.
There's people. They use special lenses.
So it's real. But
It
is
is
it what
real.
they say it
It
is?
could be. Yeah.
All right, let's ask the chat what they
Is it
think.
what they say it is?
Yeah,
Okay, chat. What is
We
it?
need the
Chat
chat
knows
to
everything.
weigh in. Yeah.
The-
What do you
I
guys
mean-
think? Real or fake? Kate Emma, what do you think? CGI. Yep. Thank you.
Oh, it's fake.
It's-
fake. It's fake. Space.com.
Come on, this is real.
Don't
I don't know why we're
space.com
getting an echo right now though.
I know who's echoing.
The echo's killing me.
How long has it been going on?
Just
It's
now.
super. It's super.
It just happened. It wasn't super at all.
It was. I just muted him. I know.
I mean, but the echo wasn't super.
No, it's us echoing, but it's his mic. It's his mic. Something's going on over there.
But I can't believe
They
people
used to-
don't
they used to
like.
McGee in school.
So people who have like telescopes stared at the sun, and they have the lens on, what they're seeing in the telescope when they look into it, like that's not real. Is that
I
what
don't
you're
know.
trying to say? Like the
Like
the
they
telescope
they programmed it in there somehow with magic.
into the telescope? Like they're like here.
I don't think Rasta. I have trouble believing anything anymore.
See what I
That's
think
good.
that they've
So we're
what
gonna
I
have to
think
buy a
they've
telescope
lied
and
to
prove
it.
it to
Like
yourself.
they've given a certain equation on how long it takes for these solar flares to get here from the sun after they get ejected from the sun.
I think the truth is that they just really don't know, and they want to give us all reasons and things to. All right, your Earth is a globe, or your
The
Earth is
time
flat.
that the
He'll
time that
pick
they're
whatever
giving you,
makes
Rasta,
them
is
more
based on
comfortable.
two
You know what I
fallacies.
mean?
One, the distance to the sun, and the other one, the speed of light. So
They just don't want us to freak out. They don't want us to know that they don't fucking know what this is, and they think.
So can I see it? I mean, like with like a regular telescope, or do you have to have a really good telescope?
No, yeah, you just I think you would really mess your lens up is the thing if you don't have the right kind of telescope to.
you want it to be optical only with the
you
proper
could
filter,
record it.
so there's no digital interface to feed you different fucking information than what's really there.
Yeah, it just needs like a filter to it. But you
I don't
can
have a
totally,
digital. This isn't a
I mean,
digital.
and that's one
is
thing that's
really
interesting
standard.
too with the sun, is it's clearly rotating.
Yeah, I
is
don't have a
what.
digital telescope.
Well, yeah, it's going around us.
$200.
No, but I mean the imagery that they give us with the solar flare, like in these sunspots, they rotate and then they go out of the picture and then they come back around on the other side, which would lead you to believe that it's spinning around in rotation.
Was this spinning like a pin, like a pinwheel, or like you would think a planetary rotation?
I would think like some type of planetary rotation. I think that there is something to that, that a lot of flat earthers throw out the window, just because like it's just so easy to just throw it all out when you question a little bit of it. It's like,
yeah, but when you realize that you really don't know, you have to put an awful lot of cards back on the table to speculate, right?
Nobody really knows.
You do, but then you see you see the sun rotating in the imagery, and you realize
there you
that
go. There's that.
Okay, so let's just right. So we're beyond that part now. Okay, so it's real. It's real. So now what?
Well, I mean,
does it?
If it's real or not,
does that make it a physical object?
I think it's plasma.
It's cool.
I think it's some type of battery source of sorts that not only charges up, but it also sends information to us. Like I'm into sun gazing. Even earlier today, I was gazing at the sun as it was like off in the distance, and it starts to, go, set over the horizon.
Do you think it's like just light energy, like a voltage or an electricity, or do you think it's sentient energy and is doing more than just
fake? I'm thinking something different.
Well, I think the sun has knowledge.
I think it's definitely a little bit of both. Because it isn't. We are in a simulation.
So the Earth isn't
That's
fake.
something that we just make
it's
up
just
for our
different than what they
children.
tell us. So maybe
Our
this
parents.
is just different than what they tell us.
Do you think the moon is a complete polar
not
opposite
fake,
of the sun? That it too gives
So-
off sentient light?
Yes. Yes.
so
The moon.
real quick.
There's
Go ahead.
people who can get. They
Go
can.
ahead, Ray.
They can get moon
No, let him
burnt.
talk. Let him talk.
Great show.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
You can get moon
I'll get
burnt
it
from the moon. And like there's some people who just can't be out in the moonlight because of it. It's on full moons and stuff. It can make some people sick, and other people they're affected.
No, I'm getting it up. I'll show it. Let him finish. I have time. All right.
But
Is it gonna
we
show
can
up? Yeah.
jump back to it because
It's not. Hold on. That sucks.
yeah, but
Oh well.
but like I say, I personally think that the sun is spinning up there.
You think the sun's spinning around us while it goes around us?
Yes, I think that there's some type of I
don't know.
rotation of it.
It's got to be right, like for it to move. Maybe it could be, but
Yeah, it could be just rolling.
But why don't
around
we
up
ever
there.
see it? Why don't
like
we
a,
ever see
like
it
a
spin,
ball
though?
up on a table or something? How it just like goes around?
It's
it
too
could
bright.
just be rolling.
It's true.
It might
Yeah,
be
we
just
can't
too
really look
too
at
bright
it.
to look right
Yeah,
at it with your naked eye. Could be.
You're right.
Could be.
You're right. I'll give you guys that. All right. All right. I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, like I
these
said,
days.
Like there's
Yeah,
that
dude,
song,
me too.
Great Balls of Fire,
There's-
right? Who wrote that song? Was
We
it
have examples
Jerry
of
Lee
it.
Lewis.
We have examples of
Jerry
it.
Lee Lewis? That's right.
Yeah, and that's
There's
that's
a scientific
plural. Great
example of
balls
it.
fire,
Repeatable
plural.
science. Right?
So Rasta,
Levitation. Right?
Rasta.
Quantum levitation.
Yes.
So that's repeatable
are
science.
meteors
Just
real? Have
maybe
rocks
quantum
ever
levitation.
fallen from the sky?
Yes, meteors are real. I've gone over this a couple
Rocks,
times
yes,
now.
they
and
have fallen from the sky.
They're totally. I've held them in my hands, like they're.
But you didn't
they're
see them
real.
fall from the sky and then go pick them up, dude.
Some
Come
people,
on.
No,
some
but there's a
people
whole
have seen
report on
Dude.
it. I'll show you.
We
Dude.
could go. We could do a whole debate on this. This is
I
like
have a
some-
report on rocks falling from the sky.
And I'm not
Exactly.
asking for
The FBI went
first-hand
to-
knowledge. I'm
wait.
just asking, do you think rocks have fallen from the sky?
Yes,
That's
I
all I'm
do.
saying.
I know.
Where would they
there's-
be falling from, dude?
from space?
The firmament.
Oh, outer space.
Yes,
Oh.
from outer
See, in
space.
my-
That's
outer space.
I think
Wow.
I
Okay,
think
so
the
wait a
firmament
minute.
is a
What is
semi-permeable membrane, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. It's a semi-permeable membrane, which means that things can things can pass through it at times if like they can open up a doorway, you know, of like where
the
you
sun
know
might be
just
that
pass
portal?
through like a dimensional portal, but whatever.
Some people actually do think the
that's
sun
one
is
thing
that
a
portal.
lot of people don't want to come to
Well, no,
grasp
I've
with.
seen it.
Is
I've seen
that
UFOs
word
come through with stars.
semi-permeable? And that's a very
Right?
big word that should be adapted into flat Earth
So I've seen
lingo,
UFOs come
because
through
it helps us to bridge
Orion's
the
belt.
gap between these people who want to be like space is fake, which is just dumb, makes us sound dumb because
Singe, I
space
didn't get
is.
to hear what you said, man. Please repeat what you said. Singe man. Singe
Yes.
man.
Well, yeah. What were you saying, Singe? You said you've documented some things.
I've seen them come through.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
I don't know.
Meteors?
It was weird.
No, what are we
It was
talking
like
about?
white
Meteors?
orbs.
All sorts of stuff. I've seen stuff come through too.
Oh, man. Come on. A straight answer, guys. What are you saying, Singe? Did you see a meteor come through the firmament? Is that what
No,
you
I've
just
seen
said?
white orbs come through.
Okay, well,
White
that's
UFO
not good.
orbs.
We were talking. Okay, so
I've seen
Well, if
fireballs
they came
in the
through,
sky.
something else could come through.
Is that what you
That's my
think is a
point.
meteor,
I saw
though?
something else come through. Right.
All right, so
Anything
when I
come
say
through.
meteor, let me define what I'm talking about. A rock.
Yes,
Not a light, not an orb, not a white something, like a rock. And usually they show them as black. And I'm trying to figure out if you guys think they fall from the sky, dude. That's all.
Yes, they do fall from the sky.
What
I
makes
just
you
think
say
it's-
that with such certainty?
Because
Have you seen a rock fall from the sky and gone over and picked it up? The same rock that you just saw fall from the sky, dude.
I've seen plenty of video of it.
Oh, fuck, Rasta. Come on.
Got
dude.
it. I found it.
Hey, can I
You know
see
what
the
I've
picture
seen in
here?
video? I've seen him walk on the moon.
Well, that's not
I
the
saw a
same
movie
thing.
called Gravity, which actually looked better than NASA's footage. I mean,
But-
come on, dude.
but
Saw it
see-
on a movie.
but
So
see,
no,
that's-
you have
that's
no
where
proof of
that's where
meteors either.
All right, here it is, here it
these
is.
things have different
Check this out, guys.
different.
So while I have the artist on the show, is he here? Singe Man. Boom. Check out these new designs that Singe Man we're making, dude.
What do they say? What do they say?
Nice. Is
This
this
is
on?
the booster.
What?
This is the
That's nice
rooster.
art.
A booster
Look,
rooster. Oh, that's
don't
my
be a
favorite
booster
dude.
rooster. And then look, you can get all different colors, dude.
Nice. Is this on Teespring?
Yeah, and I'm having a sale 10% off if you use the code. So it's like, whatever. Like that'll probably cover shipping at least, right? Look, there's hats, the
Has
embroidery
he got
stuff.
has he got Fucky Ducky on the front?
No, we should make a Fucky Ducky one. But look, this one's cool that he made. Look, Cantarctica. You can't go there.
Yeah, I want a Cantarctica.
And then look on the back. And then look on the back, dude.
I'm making
It's got
different
the
colors.
Antarctic Treaty.
So you'll be able to choose.
Cantarctica.
Read it. Read it.
Oh, read it,
The
yeah.
Antarctic Treaty, 1959. 52 of the world's most powerful nations participate to keep all non-authorized people away with a military presence. The only treaty in history to be honored. All this for some ice. Hashtag Operation High Jump.
Well, no,
And
question mark. All this for some ice?
All
Blue
this
ice.
for some ice.
Blue
Oh,
ice
you
and
wrote that?
penguins.
You wrote that, Singe?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That dude, that's cool. All right, so you know what I mean? It's like Singe Man's art, dude. It comes to life.
That's a good
That's
one,
why-
Sir.
So, now the
That's
reason why he
wonderful.
made it.
They have a 24-hour sun there too. I saw it on the
He
video.
makes all these because of the clips. We have a Cantarctica clip, you know, and we have a Fucky Ducky clip, and then we have one more thing. Oh yeah, so I guess he asked L.A. Young's permission. Like, look, we have a bunch of different colors, different hats and shit. All right, I've been making shit all day, dude. Mugs. Oh, I've been making stickers. So look, we got it. Like he made this L.A. Young design because I guess he talked to her about it, and they were working on it for a while.
L.A. Young's a great person, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow, that
she's
looks
cool.
great.
I'm one of her biggest fans. She's one of my biggest fans. She wanted a cool design. She doesn't have a shop or something. I don't know. I was like, yeah, I'll throw it in my shop. I was like, LA Young, I will make money off your name. I'll
She
make
didn't want to
money off
design.
your
I
name.
made it for her because
Yeah, no one's
I think
gonna
she's great.
really buy it anyway. But we'll see. We'll
She
see what
said she was
happens.
honored, and
Cost-
I'll get her a shirt. I'll buy one.
All right.
Oh, that's cool.
If I get filthy rich off the LA Young design, filthy stinking rich when I'm driving my 2 luxurious cars to work, like then
Yeah, we'll give you a car if we get 2. We'll give you
I'll take LA Young with me.
I like
All
the
way-
color of that.
all the way
That
to the
sticker
top.
looks
All the
great.
way-
I like it.
Yeah, so the stickers are cool. Like, so we get the Cantarctica
Cut
sticker
it
too.
out
How
like
much are they, dude? What are they?
I'm gonna make
$6.99
more
for a
now that
sticker?
they cut it out like
I'll
that.
have to fix that.
I'm gonna make some really cool ones.
I didn't know. They didn't tell me the prices on the phone.
I mean, anything you want. I'll make,
Oh, there's
but
different colors? No.
The way it
Okay.
cut out, it gives you some ideas.
Whatever.
You can have flames and stuff at the top, cut out, whatever, right?
This is like embroidered. I don't know how this is gonna come out, but
Your
it's
little
not gonna.
part of it,
Wow,
I
I'm gonna
think,
definitely get one of those. That's great.
It's not gonna wear off because it's embroidery.
No, I'll
There's a
get
lot of
different
stuff
colors. We'll
that's
see different
embroidery.
pick what color you
Look.
want, right? This one's the camo. Mini camo.
I love it, man. Cantarctica.
I've been
You
working
can't
on it
go
for about a year in my mind.
That's wonderful, man.
In 2
I love
days,
it.
I'm on the computer.
So yeah, but we got the Booster stickers. Oh,
You get to stay at camp. You ain't coming.
We got all this. Look, all this. I'm gonna make so much more. I have the designs. Singeman makes them. Singeman makes all the
dude.
designs. We got the stop
Making another one right
glorifying,
now.
stop glorifying rats T-shirts and hoodies.
Would you say you had Fruit of the Loom stickers?
No, stop glorifying rats, and also look. This is stop glorifying rats, and on the back, it says stop snitching. Stop snitching.
Stitches get stitches.
Pretty good.
Nice. I didn't know you put that.
Simple.
Dude, I'll get that.
No,
Shit. I'll get it.
yeah.
I want every
Good.
one of my art.
We got the Boston
Cost me a lot of money.
Boston Ravens. Dude, they wouldn't let me put this on T-shirts. They said no.
But I'm
way.
gonna change it
They-
up.
But the hats went through. Hats went through.
I'll change it up right now. Let's
I'll
see what
take
happens.
it.
Nice.
So we also got the Stop Glorifying Rats mug cup. There you go. Look at the rat, dude. Stop glorifying rats.
I drew that by hand.
Yeah. Good job, Singe.
With pencil on paper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you know
This is a
do people even know what
Boston
that is
red
anymore? I
blue.
mean,
I like that one.
Was it a number 1 pencil or a number 2 pencil?
Oh yeah, we got. Yeah, and the rest
Was it your-
was it your
We
favorite?
got late night live stuff.
Was it your favorite
Art
pencil?
pencil.
Your number 1 pencil? But
I
it was
don't
a
know if
number
I've
2?
ever had the number one.
Flat
I've
Earth
always
Ninjas?
been looking for number one.
it's probably this.
You probably had to take a number 1 before you could draw it.
Use code Grand
Yeah,
Ride.
I use
Later.
drafting pencils.
What? No number?
It's in the link.
It's
What?
it's around 2. It's a little bit lighter. No, heavier than 2.
You said.
It's
Remember when you
softer.
said it should be a
It's
number
softer.
1 pencil?
Their parents the program.
It's your favorite, it should be.
It's like the Cabbage Patch Kids. This video isn't directly connected to
I
that
never
series,
forget.
or like a holiday special, but it does have its connection, as one of the earliest movies is Santa Claus from 1898.
Wow.
This first Santa Claus movie involves 2 orphans, it would seem, being put to sleep by a maid or midwife as they go to bed on the night of Christmas.
2 orphans.
Then, strangely, an old man in a costume sneaks into the house through the chimney in the middle of the night.
Whoa. This 2 orphans, an old man sneaks through the chimney in the middle of the night, dude. It just doesn't sound
That's
good.
supposed
It
to be
does-
the oldest
but-
movie.
Oh, that's right. That's another whole part of it.
Dude, I literally had a cat. I had a cat trying to come up my chimney earlier.
So
dude.
why does
It's
Rudolph have a red nose? Does he give him alcohol or what?
Shrooms.
I don't know.
Yeah,
'cause the
they were into the flying agaric,
Magic dust.
the Amanita muscaria.
If that
Thought
cat
he
gets
was
in
flying.
here,
He's
if that
like
cat gets in here, I'm gonna
sliding
name him
along the
Santa
ground.
Cat.
He thinks he's flying, and he climbs up on the roof. He's like, "No, I landed up there. No,
Listen,
really, I
if that
landed up here."
if that cat breaks through my floor and gets in here, I'm gonna keep him and name him Santa Cat and give him some food. What do you think about that? Harmless. I'm harmless.
Is he
And
stuck in
puts
there?
toys in the kid's stocking. He's also carrying a chimney sweep, which was
I don't
used
know
for
what he's
spanking
doing.
children.
It's cold out. Where I live, Rasta, there's so many feral cats. It's like they're like overpopulated, and all the places it floods. It floods. So all the places are kind of up, and off the ground. So the friggin' cats go underneath when it gets cold. It's getting a little cold.
That's what Bob Barker was talking about.
Yeah, what's up?
when he tried to remind everyone to spay and neuter their pets.
Bob Broccoli. I remember Bob Broccoli, dude. That's so weird. I remember Bob Broccoli.
Broccoli. But Bob Barker supports all the jails for all the food in jails or something.
Yeah, I've had a Bob Barker toothbrush before. It's nice.
Barker toothbrush. Yeah. Dude, those, you're never in a good place when they give you those.
That's a Matrix. That's a Matrix.
Dude, I was using Bob Barker toothpaste and toothbrushes for years, dude.
Yeah, Bob Barker deodorant.
You're the next contestant. The price is right.
What all did he make too? We should look up. We should look up the list of products Bob Barker makes.
Okay, I'll do it.
Go ahead, Singe, get it. You guys have been giving me a lot of work to do tonight. What is this thing? Is this the first Christmas? This must be what they were talking about. First Santa Claus movie.
This is the first Christmas movie ever?
1890. The first movie ever made or something. Was a Santa
We're
Claus
giving
movie.
away free Donald Trump gold bar.
Get your free Donald.
Is he
gold
really
bars.
giving away gold bars? Like, I was trying to figure that out. Like, is he hooking it up?
Fuck no.
Has anybody tried to get their gold bar?
Gold plated.
Look at that funny face on there.
At all. Like, it's almost as if they were showing us orphans or something. As if it was never for the movie theaters, just something to use as a mind programming device during resets. There's also The Night Before Christmas, 1905, with a similar theme. It's the start of Christmas story preparing for Santa and his factory as a group of orphans.
Am I the only one where it sounds like a
orphan symbol
messed
heavily
up
associated with
robot?
the story of Christmas. The kids would hang up their stockings and go to bed in order to prepare for St. Nicholas. Let's not forget the whole who's been naughty and nice. So Santa Claus has a list of every child in the world and knows whether they have been, quote, good or bad? How would any man have this knowledge? He's also from the North Pole, rides a sleigh or chariot that can fly, and uses magical reindeer to accomplish this. Then in one night, he lands on every home and climbs down the chimney? So wait, hold up. This guy is sneaking into everyone's home, and we reward him for this and feed him milk and cookies? Is that a reference for something else? Well, depending if you're good or bad, you get a present, or coal. Why coal, though? I mean, he climbs down the chimney, but is there a reason specifically that he gives naughty children coal? So who is this Santa guy, and why is he essentially worshipped at the end of the year?
Yeah, what is the milk and cookies
Santa
thing
Claus,
like
also
that?
known as Father Christmas, St. Nicholas, St. Nick, Kris Kringle, or Santa, is a legendary worldwide known figure who supposedly has his origin in Western Christian culture. We'll take a look at that shortly. We're going to work our way backwards to a certain degree. Let's just point out some of the things that are very strange about this whole Santa Claus story. Well, he is covered in red and white. That's very significant. There's also a specific outfit or costume for Santa. The outfit itself is a symbol that we'll have to come back to. But just take note for later. The famous red hat, this belt that seems to be doing nothing really since he has a large belly, and this top would already be tight on him. There's also the entire mall thing where children are brought to come sit and some random guys has been working there all day, and he says these people actually drunk and did not care. Yet our parents brought us to come go wish in a stranger's lap, and most of us are probably pretty horrified to even tell him what we wanted for Christmas. We mentioned that Santa is breaking and entering into everyone's home. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake. So, yeah, while the children are sleeping. And I guess people think that's just fine. But he brings a big red apple. It's so cool. They're coming down a chimney, physically impossible for any man that size to go through. The story goes that the reason he is red and white is because he was just a creation of the Coca-Cola advertisers. And this is true.
If you guys want to talk, I'll stop it. I'm just...
No, this is just interesting.
I'm trying.
I mean, it's fascinating.
I wasn't paying attention. I just said something.
Right before
I
1931,
don't know how to do
you
it.
can find many depictions of Santa with different colors. But when Coca-Cola came in, they really finalized the final look of what we now call Santa. However, I do believe there's a reason other than Coca-Cola that we landed on these colors, and you can find this exact color scheme in older depictions. The Santa that Americans know is actually more of a Christ figure, with literal translations meaning Christ child or little Jesus. There are also suspicions that Santa may have castrated his reindeer, as male reindeer shed their antlers in the winter, yet they're never pictured antlerless, so either they are female with male names, or there's something else going on.
Hyundai Kona versus Toyota Corolla
That's kind of
Cross.
digging, but okay, let's dig some more.
Yeah. I'm looking for. I'm digging for something, and if I find it, it's gonna be cool.
Or occupations of the reindeer.
We're gonna show
Christmas
the screen
parties,
whenever you
Christmas
say it
trees,
again.
the star or angel on top, the stockings over the fireplace.
Oh, okay.
All of these have
Stop
origins,
it.
and many of them were quite dark.
All right, go ahead, Cinch. Take it away.
Okay. Oh, you ready? Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. I gotta. I'm looking for something.
Here. See how fast I can do this. Present. Screen.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah, getting faster.
Where's the friggin'? They were telling me something about being able to give out a bunch of memberships, dude. But I don't know if they did, if they set it up yet. But I want to give them out.
We're
of
gonna be able to do it monthly soon. I think.
When? But when? It's not now. It's not yet. Am I on a wild goose chase there? Let me see. Oh, yeah. There's no option for it. I was looking everywhere. One more place.
Ho ho ho. Ho.
That's gonna be cool. Oh, random fans are member now. All right, let me shout out the members anyway, because this is my goal. Like once I get like 10, 12,
not scary.
Or so people, we're gonna start really good membership streams.
Hey, did you see there's a new movie where Alfie May's growing up?
Bob Barker gifts.
So Morgan is a membership twice. Oh, actually, he gave us a super chat. Nice.
Mysterious rock falls in California town. When news of the rock fall appeared in the front page,
that must have been a while ago.
Dozens of curious.
Yeah, that was a while. I don't know.
The FBI and every state came out to see this.
Memberships. There you go. Thanks to all the people who gave us super chats. Okay, so we have. All right, so FlatEarthAndy is a member. We have 3 different levels. Just join whatever one, cheapest one, whatever you can afford. John Keeley, 4 Jacks, 1982 Mustang, and Morgan twice. So that's 1, 2. Morgan counts as one person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. So we need I think we need 10 or 15, and then we can start the members only stuff, live streams. But we do have content for members and stuff that if YouTube doesn't monetize it, it goes in the members only pile. That's how I work, because I don't want videos that they're going to be copyrighting my shit up. But I have really good videos that I had to take off the channel and take down, and a lot of them are in the members only.
So you see that? Okay. All right. So you were talking.
Go ahead.
I wasn't sharing the screen? Or was I?
Oh, you weren't. All right. Let me get maybe I got to take my screen off. Is my screen off? Oh, I have to add your screen. There you go. There it is. Now you're sharing. No.
Okay. You had yours on. I think that's why. Okay.
I don't know what was going on. It's wonky tonight. Should we call technical difficulties on them?
So,
go ahead. What do you got? What do you got for us? What are you serving up tonight?
First of all, there's some Bob Barker stuff. Boom, boom. Here's some stuff for you, Bob Barker. Okay, then we got this.
I think we got it.
Bob Barker Spies. No,
oh, you got this. Oh, you got the Bob Barker products.
California.
Can you order this stuff?
Yeah, I got that too.
Dude, they give it. They give it out at homeless shelters.
Mysterious.
The reason I'm told is because Bob Barker owns the prison, the private prison. Did you know that?
Yeah, him and Michael Jordan owns a big stake of it too.
We're gonna break it all down.
Ooh, 2020.
But the shelters get stuff that the prisons don't use, and they give them out to the homeless people. So it's circulating. It's circulating around.
Yeah,
Stones that fell from the
and
sky.
it's top of the line stuff. Like it's better than.
No, I don't like it. I don't like that shit.
I'm just joking. No.
It's the crappiest shit you can get, dude. Dude, they have Bob Barker t-shirts. They have Bob Barker jeans. They have everything, dude. I seen it.
Yeah. Yeah, everything has Bob
You wanna
Barker's
buy
name
some?
on it there.
Bring back some memories.
Yeah, Bobby B. And what are his initials? 22 and.
Oh, my bad.
So this is what kids see.
So
if it comes up, there it goes. This is what kids see.
Yikes.
Ho ho ho.
Yeah.
Ho ho ho. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, no, it's pretty.
Yeah, subtitles. You want the subtitles? I'll try. Sometimes I know how to do it. Sometimes I'm
You
not.
can keep your
Not that good at that yet. But
I do love all the lights.
oh,
and stuff,
Kate
though.
Emmer joined. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, look at that. We got some members up in the.
Yep.
Let's go. And what do you get with the membership?
Well, you get access to the members only stuff. There's custom emojis that Singeman. We've been making more and more. There's a Cantarctica emoji that I just put in tonight.
Oh really? Okay.
You
I'll start
can,
making
yeah,
them
you
really-
can use the emojis, and
So
then
I'll
you
send
get
you
like a
small
name
ones
badge.
then.
We're gonna make better ones, but like we're doing the best we can because we just started it. And you get, and it tells like everybody how long you've been a member for. And then
Is there a program for making emojis?
There is, but I just know the sizes.
Singeman's.
I think I'm gonna
makes
look
everything.
into some program thing.
And then
I just
we're
know the
gonna
sizes.
NDB's here.
32 by
What's up?
32.
And then we're gonna start like
32
members
pixels
only
by
live
32
streams
pixels.
too. And dude, me and Singeman, we're not just gonna start members only live streams. We're thinking big. We're gonna start like our own meetups, dude. That's what we're gonna do. That's my goal. Eventually, it might start off small, you know. I'm thinking about doing it on the West Coast over in Cali with
Yep.
Daryl and Singeman, and just having
Yeah.
like a small,
Well,
small
Oh,
meetup
yeah.
like
I-
in Cali somewhere, and having everybody come and
No.
like even if it's like 7 or 8 people the first time at like a little restaurant or something.
We
you
could
know,
do them in
it'll
my
still be fun.
backyard.
I do a meetup every Tuesday night here in Portland. Anybody wants to roll through at the Smart Donkey?
I mean, I seen the way that Jesse from Hingham does them in Boston, where I was, and you know, there'd be like 12 people that showed up sometimes, 15, but it was still cool, you know. We have our little local group, and I'm thinking of starting something. Oh, I will succeed.
Yep.
So we're starting memberships. We're starting, you know, bringing the community together, our community that we have here, because we have a unique community. We have flat earthers, we have mud flooders, we have civil rights people, we have musicians, we have what else? We have everybody. We have the best people here.
Prepare them in order to fully have an understanding of what Santa Claus really is or represents.
We
Some
have
celebrate him
comedians.
as a gift giver, and others celebrate him as a historical religious figure,
We have comedians. We have graphic artists.
which is interesting because the Jewish people are the only ones who don't have a Santa Claus and they don't celebrate Christmas. We find that very strange. We are sorry. Even the modern branding of Christmas, Christmas carols, famous movies are made by Jewish peoples.
That
Jews
should say a
and
lot
Santa's a
right
Jew.
there, actually, what he just
Now
said
keep in
right
mind, this
there.
is no way an attack on modern Jews. Not at all. But
No,
we
this is Santa the
should-
Orthodox Jew is not an attack on modern Jews. Just so you know.
That should
Disclaimer.
show you like the whole origin of it and why it's fed to the rest of us, the goyim, to consume all of their
Look at
their
the
products that
floor.
they push on us.
The duality in the floor, dude. I would say that's Freemasonic art, not religious art. What do you think?
Oh yeah.
We are investigating the origins of many of these
gotta
practices,
plug in.
and that leads us to the history of religion itself. The Jews being connected to the ancient Canaanites, Babylonians, or the Phoenicians who were in control of the Mediterranean and Myra and Lycia during the time of St. Nicholas. Catholicism is believed to be the final version of Judaism, in which the worship of Christ is the final missing piece. St. Nicholas is said to have been more popular than Jesus, as we know Christmas is all about the values of Christ. But this is the tool in which they program much of their symbolism by disguising it with qualities of good or the gift giver. But who was St. Nicholas, and what is his connection to Santa Claus? St. Nicholas is where the supposed story of Santa Claus begins. St. Nicholas was an early Christian saint or Catholic bishop. These early bishops, and still to this day, wore the fish hat, or the mitre, the Dagon fish worship, and early Mesopotamian cultures who worship Astarte, Diana of Ephesus, all of which have the same Venus crescent symbolism. Also, this hat comes from before Catholicism. We have many depictions of Christ being presented before the Jewish high priest Caiaphas. The Jewish hat is the ancient origin of the Phrygian hat, and there are several different the Jewish high priest, the same priest who accused Jesus of blasphemy and organized a plot to kill Jesus, wearing a mitre hat before the development of Catholicism, the lunar crescent.
All right, now they're gonna give me the StreamYard commercial. Fuck you. All right, I'll get through it. I'm getting better. You see that? You see how swift I was on that?
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, wasn't swift on the return. You're missing the Knights Templar. All right, let's get into it. Boy. Yes, I know exactly what you're saying. Oh.
Is wearing a mitre hat before the development of
Don't breathe into the mic.
The lunar crescent. In the old paintings of St. Nicholas, you can clearly see the symbol for the Templar's cross.
His name.
This is very important to note for later.
His name
This
was
hat of
Breathy
St. Nicholas is a
McGiggles in
pagan
high
hat.
school.
His staff is also similar to Druidic staffs, the staff of Moses. It is also in the shape of a spiral. This same staff is also called a crozier. It is the coat of arms of Basil, or Baal, which is the origins of the Rosicrucians. They are also connected with this. But for now, we're told that St. Nicholas was just an early Christian saint who would preach the word of Jesus. Quote, sell what you own and give the money to the poor. He supposedly used his whole inheritance to assist the needy.
Who is St. Nicholas? The true story of Santa Claus begins with Nicholas, who was born during the 3rd century in the village of Patara in Asia Minor. At the time, the area was Greek and is now on the southern coast of Turkey. His wealthy parents, who raised him to be a devout Christian, died in an epidemic while Nicholas was still young. Obeying Jesus' words to sell what you own and give the money to the poor, Nicholas used his whole inheritance to the sick. He dedicated his life to serving God and was made Bishop of Myra while still a young man. Bishop Nicholas became known throughout the land for his generosity to those in need, his love for children, and his concern for sailors and ships. What do you think?
Sick and suffering. So he was essentially an odd fellow from 2,000 years ago.
Oh,
Which remember,
wow.
we must also consider
He was an odd fellow from 2,000 years ago.
The altered timeline as well when it comes to this history. The story is that during this time, Christians were being prosecuted. It's always the same divide and conquer tactic, when the elites were the one in control of the new presented religion. He was born of a wealthy family and a Templar. He wasn't persecuted for his beliefs. But this is the story they tell us, because it would be strange if he was connected with the same elites who altered the Julian calendar.
Yeah.
Right? After his supposed prison sentence for practicing Christianity, he goes and attends the Council of Nicaea. Oh, and get this. He died on December 6th and was buried in an ancient temple dedicated to Artemis. Talk about synchronicities. So they built a Catholic Christian church on top of a pagan ancient temple. Remember, we're in Turkey. There are many others. There's another large temple called the Temple of Venus at Aphrodisias, which is not that far away. There's definitely more to cover with
that picture. Hold on. Look at it. It looks destroyed. The temple of Aphrodisias. Aphrodisias, ancient Greek. So that's what? Aphrodite? Aphrodite. Was a small, yeah. One of my best friends was Greek. He is Greek. He's still Greek. Ancient Greek Hellenistic city in the historic Caria cultural region of Western Anatolia, Turkey. It is located near the modern village. Whatever. I don't look at Wikipedia for anything.
With the pagan origins. But for now, let's go over some strange stories involving St. Nicholas. One of the most famous stories is that back in the day, parents couldn't afford to make payments, and so they would sell their children into prostitution because the daughters couldn't get married without a dowry. Basically, it's an insurance policy for the female, which makes no sense because back then women had no rights. So why would the lady even need this? It's really just an offering to another family for an incentive to marry, which is strange because a Catholic bishop is going around and decides to save these 3 daughters from prostitution by giving them a bag of gold. I always feel weird about random philanthropists in history and in the modern day. Why would someone go out and do this when you know how many families were going through the same thing? So basically, Santa, or St. Nicholas, was giving away free bags of gold. He would come in the night before the girl became of age, would throw a bag of gold through the man's window, and then the daughter had the dowry to be married. This happened for the first and second daughter, and then the third daughter had her bag of gold thrown down the chimney, and it landed in a shoe. This is how St. Nicholas became known as the patron saint of prostitutes. In Benjamin Britten's St. Nicholas from 1948, he represented the life of Nicholas in which during his birth, he seemed to have had the ability to speak and yelled, "God be glorified," as he exited his mother's womb. There's also a very dark story associated with St. Nicholas that involves little children being cut up and prepared to be eaten. 3 small children were exploring the fields, and as they worked and played, they began to wander off into the town. It was beginning to get late, and the sun was going down. The children were hungry and lost, and they came to a lit butcher shop. They knocked on the door and said, "We're lost and hungry. May we eat and sleep?" "Oh yes," came to reply. "Do come in." As the children entered, a butcher takes a sharp knife, cuts them up, and puts them in a large salting tub to be pickled. 7 years passed by, and it would seem that the butcher was actually trying to sell their meat as ham. But St. Nicholas, who was wandering nearby, noticed that it was not ham, but actually the flesh of young human remains. He then resurrected the 3 children, and there's even a famous painting of this, which seems to be some alchemical reference. St. Nicholas himself was said to have become an orphan when his parents got sick and died. He went to go live with his uncle, who was a monk in a monastery, so he was taught about Jesus.
So he was an orphan, and then he was a monk in a monastery. He lived with a monk in a monastery. And look at this, dude. Dude, there's a bunch of naked kids.
So he made zombies?
What? Whoa.
The undead?
Whoa.
Dead?
Orphans, dude. And look, there's a baby. What are you saying, Cinch?
Oh, wow. That is weird. That's like, is that an undead or a zombie? He raised them from the dead? Like, so now they're undead or what?
Is that what they said?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I wouldn't want to come back and go, what? I was murdered and I was already dead. What? Now when I don't know. It's weird.
We went from how many people God killed to being acid in the book of Ezekiel, and then we got history of St. Nicholas.
And then decided to become a monk when growing up. He wanted to give away his wealth, and for some reason decided to be sneaky when doing this. This is where the tradition of filling stockings come from. He would fill socks with gold for the dowries of young women, with the third daughter having a shoe filled with gold that came from a chimney.
Did you hear that? He would fill the shoes of women with gold.
Nice.
Jesus.
Yeah,
they're probably psyched about it, dude. They love gold. What up, Daryl? Boom.
Wow, sounds like an interesting person, yeah.
Angela's here. Oh, we have the best.
Hey, Daryl. Hey.
Oh. We have the best people that watch us.
He also seemed to have magical abilities right after birth. As a newborn, he could stand on 2 feet without support, and he stood for like 3 hours or something. The story is that St. Nicholas was just an amazing man doing all these nice things in the name of Jesus, and that is why he was imprisoned.
So those, you see how their heads are all illuminated? That's crazy, right?
Council of Nicaea.
Let's point that out. Look right there. It's almost like they have a halo around them, or an aura. Look, coming like their head. Do you think their heads literally lit up? What do you guys think? You think it's literal?
I think it's an artist representation.
No, they built it into the wardrobe to make it look like they were deities.
You think so? You think it was lights coming out of the thing?
No, I think it was tinfoil built into the outfit. Meant of the cloth. Doesn't mean they're spiritual.
Yeah, if they had really bright.
He said to have become an orphan when his parents got sick and died.
Representation, but that's what they say. That's the
dude. Dude,
Dumb.
if someone came up to me and their head was lit up like that, I would say turn the high beams down. Turn them down.
He went to go live with his uncle, who was a monk in a monastery, where he was taught about Jesus, and then decided to become a monk when growing up. He wanted to give away his wealth, and for some reason decided to be sneaky when doing this. This is where the tradition of filling stockings come from. He would fill socks with gold for the dowries of young women, with a third daughter having her shoe filled with gold that came from a chimney. He also seemed to have magical abilities right after birth. As a newborn, he could stand on 2 feet without support, and he stood for like 3 hours or something. The story is that St. Nicholas
Masonic checkerboard. I'm just saying.
was just an amazing man doing all these nice things in the name of Jesus. And that
There you go, look. Dude,
Chessboard.
Look,
Not checkers.
he's illuminated
Chess.
with the cross. Dude. You're like lighting up. Like
is why he was in
lighting
prison. The guards were trying to convince Nicholas to deny Jesus, but he would not budge. And instead,
I've heard
he taught him
people
of Jesus.
I've heard people argue that like they were so enlightened in their pineal gland was opened up so much that they would actually light up. Like they were just on a different level in their brain.
He trusted that Jesus would save him and prayed.
That's what I heard.
Prayed for all the other Christians who were being prosecuted to pray during this time. This led to Constantine.
That everybody had the ability to do this, but they don't
Yeah,
want us
no
to know.
calcification.
Becoming
Yeah.
emperor, and Nicholas became free because all of a sudden Christianity became the official religion. So essentially, Santa Claus or
Satan,
Saint Nicholas,
and
was
also Santa is an anagram for Satan.
attending the Council of Nicaea, which was the creation of the Catholic Church.
Oh, woohoo! Sponsored by this game.
Higher event gave the church massive amounts of power in the hands of the political elite, leading to the creation of the Vatican, controlled by the Phoenician Jesuits. This is a huge topic, and many Christians and Catholics are touchy about this subject, so we'll have to leave it for another video. But the reason I bring it up is because they were actually arguing about Arianism, which has to do with whether there's a distinction between Jesus and God. Is he all of God, or is he part God but
People
also
are
flesh?
touchy about it.
Just weird arguing over small doctrine, but basically, Santa Claus, St. Nicholas, was at this meeting when the Bishop Arius, who were one of the early Christian denominations who believed.
What are you gonna say, Singe?
No, I said people are touchy about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if you're touchy about something? That means okay. So never mind. That's a whole other subject. Everybody knows where I'm going with that. So.
Believed in things that the council did not agree with,
special,
and so
I see.
Nicholas literally punches this guy or heathen in the face at the council. Weirdly, in another story, this is supposed to be the reason he goes to prison again, so he gets sent to prison multiple times. The story doesn't really add up, but just thought it was strange that he was connected to the entire political and state creation of Christianity, from an economical and military standpoint. So St. Nicholas is trying to go around converting all these pagans into Christianity, as the story goes, and that the saint even confronted the governor and all these people to just accept Jesus. Again, there's this theme of secretness for some reason and giving away his wealth, which doesn't really make that much sense. He was born wealthy, became an orphan, then became a monk, went to prison, then came out, is still wealthy. And
We just have a quick word.
With Mega Cinematic, you can
Repair, mend, fix anything.
feel the power. Let's see that again.
Watch closely. The high technology precision on. Only $20 pair.
Get the job done with Condenser One.
item offer. No purchase necessary. Offer valid at participating locations. Fully wear prohibited. No animals were harmed during the production of this soundboard. Subject to change without notice. Side effects include dry mouth, occasional picture number 2, sore stomach, reacts, Keith Johnson, whatever tingles, but laughing hard.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Good job, Singe. Melanie Moran's here. What up?
What's up?
You can talk to Singe Man. He'll make you one of those things if you want. He made
I
one
was
for you
under the
TV.
influence of odd things.
He'd probably make it for you for free. I mean, he loves making those hammers, dude. He made one for Hugh, and he like when we were there. Do you have who has a pic? Oh, Hugh must have the picture. Do we have a picture of it, Singe? The one you made for Hugh TV? He just walks away. Anyway, do you have a picture of the
somewhere?
You have
find
it. Find it. No, I don't know. He etched like a design. What are the thing you mean on the side that you etched into it?
Oh, respect.
Respect. It was like what? Japanese?
It's in Chinese.
Chinese.
And I should have done it in Vietnamese.
Yeah.
Because he is Vietnamese.
Yeah.
Or whatever. It looks cool.
I always joke around with him and say he's Chinese. And he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. He doesn't want to be called Chinese. All right. Oh.
Yeah. I wasn't even thinking like that because I like Chinese.
No,
stuff.
I know.
That's
I know.
why I did it. But then I was like,
used
oh,
to.
yeah, he's.
I used to joke around with him about it. I don't anymore.
Yeah, I thought
His
about it later. I
tomb
was
is
like,
built
dude, I
on
wonder what
ancient
this
pagan temples to Artemis and Venus, which is very weird because he has many stories connected with the Virgin Mary. Oh, and his tomb is said to have a sweet odor, and that there's this white liquid that comes from his bone that the church would actually collect and sell as magical mana that was for curing all diseases.
What?
So 3 daughters are saved from prostitution, 3 boys are saved from cannibalism. What else? Well, there are actually multiple versions of that story with the boys, where the parents actually sit and eat their own children without even knowing until Nicholas intervenes. Saturn symbolism for later. Christmas trees are Leyland cypress. Saint Nicholas is actually known to be an exorcist. He was capable of taming demons as he would carry the book of Gospels in hand.
Wait.
He was called upon a
So he was an exorcist?
village in Placoma for chopping down a cypress because it was discovered that demons would occupy these
Dude, the movie The Exorcist is creepy as
trees that were used for pagan worship. This is the true origin of the Christmas tree and its connection to Santa, an exorcism event.
High technology.
There's another story on one night where he saved the city from famine through psychic powers, in which he psychically located a merchant through remote viewing who was about to set sail for Egypt with a shipment of grain. Nicholas appeared to the merchant in a dream and bribed him with 3 gold coins. There's the 3 of the Trinity again. Remember, that is what they were arguing about at the Council of Nicaea.
All right, you guys put the custom emojis in because you should show them what they're missing. We have some cool emojis.
Which is also the concept of incarnation.
We have the best
process in which
emoji.
God becomes flesh. But yeah, so he's in this merchant's dream, so he can also travel into people's heads or inner realms. And then he gave the merchant 3 gold coins, and he was also sleeping 3 countries away.
Yes.
The merchant then delivered the
Angela.
shipment of grain as asked and saved Lycia from famine. So is Saint Nicholas some magical Christ-like figure? Did he even actually
So this video is from Mind Unveiled. She is right.
exist? According to mainstream history, after his death he was embalmed, and his remains were eventually moved 1,000 years later to Lower Italy, Bari, by big fans of Saint Nicholas, just so happened to be the bishops behind the Crusades and the Templars. This is a shadowy subject that's not easily explained briefly. However, what we are told is that these remains were secretly moved to Italy in the 11th century. And we know this because of the feat.
I just forgot what I was doing. All right. So, what do we got going on here? Dude, why is there like...
Pictures.
Oh, there's 3 people. All right, go ahead, Singe.
Because, yeah, I mean, no. It's kind of a joke. Never mind. Because he sounds like a battle mage. Well, yeah, this is what from that description, all those things that he can do, right? This is what I picture. is... There's my Santa Claus from all the description that you gave me. That's what I picture.
Hey, Singe, have we had any fan mail lately? No?
Oh, maybe. I'll check. I don't
All
think
right,
so.
all right. No, nothing. All right.
Melanie Moran, show me the
Oh, that's a good
emojis,
one.
baby. Ooh, that's sexy.
We have them. They're in there. Gonna use them. There you go.
Ruins. Oh. Did we not see it? We only see it on YouTube? Oh. I have to go
Yeah.
YouTube to see it.
Oh, we can't see them through the StreamYard, but you can tell that someone used it. There's a whole bunch of them.
Name that I named it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're cool. We're gonna make more. Singe Man, he's not gonna stop. I don't know how many we can have, but we're gonna fill that fucker up. Is what we're gonna do. You know.
I ran up a mountain earlier today, and
oh yeah, I went rock climbing before.
I ran up the hill to the top, and it was yeah, it was a lot of running to get to the top, but I made it.
Good. That's good. That's good for you.
It was it's not a huge
mountain.
mountain.
When you got to the top of the mountain, did you hear the Rocky song playing? You know, getting strong now. Was that playing as you were going up?
Well, what's funny is at the top of the mountain, there's like a big like thing where a statue used to stand on top of. It was like it's like 12 feet tall, and like during the BLM riots, they tore the statue down, and so now I thought about like taking a ladder up there and like just standing on it like the statue up on top. Thought it'd be cool.
Yeah. All right, let's continue on. This is a long
Jesus of
ass
St.
video.
Nicholas on December 6th celebrates the arrival of the partial remains of St. Nicholas by Italian sailors, or pirates. But as you look deeper, it was actually given to the Saracens for protection.
1087
Saracen is a Latin term of unknown original meaning.
Whoa. The oldest description of Saint Maurice. Look at that, dude.
Melanie just said that that I look melanated with the light, and that she thinks that I'm Bob Marley. Well, I wanted to let her know that they're making a movie about Bob Marley. It's coming out here, and like.
Oh, you want to write a fan mail?
Have you seen the preview for the new Bob Marley
movie? You can send
movie?
us a fan mail, Melanie. All right, if you want to send your fan mails,
it's gonna be a great movie.
Can I get a copy? This is gonna be good. We're releasing the Kraken now. All right. All right. Give me a sec.
And then, and then also one prophecy that I've always wanted to be fulfilled actually got fulfilled here recently.
Yeah.
And that is, I've always thought it would be cool if Bradley's son from Sublime would perform with the rest of the members of Sublime, and he just did that. He performed with him, and he sounded just like Bradley. It was really amazing.
Who'd you see? You saw the dude from Sublime?
No, Bradley's son.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I've seen him.
You seen that show?
Well, not the one he's talking about, but I've seen him before.
Yeah, Bradley's son. He performed with the rest of the members of Sublime here. I think it was this last week.
But I'm saying they've done it. They've done it before, though, right?
No, this was the first time.
Really?
This was the first time. Yeah, and
then I seen them. Then I seen them with another singer. That
with this guy named Rome. They performed with Rome for the longest time. But this is like Bradley's son playing like. He sounded just like his dad. It's freaking phenomenal. Because like I've always thought, ever since like when his son was little, you know, I was like it would be cool if one day Bradley's son, you know, learns how to play the guitar and actually plays with the rest of the members of Sublime, and it actually happened this last week.
Writing some shit.
That's cool.
Doing some shit.
Sublime is my favorite band. Like, you know, like by far, like they, you know, they just take the cake.
Rosterberry, you know the band Slightly Stupid?
Yeah, I know Slightly Stupid.
They're from OB here in San Diego.
Nice.
Yeah. They were friends of Sublime.
Yeah, Bradley performed with him a couple times, and
he signed them.
And I actually was friends with somebody who like worked down there at the a bar down there where like they would always play, and they had like I forget what the name. He used to tell me some stories about it, but yeah, definitely real into Sublime. There's this movie that Sublime made, where they talk about going into this Denny's here in Portland when they're on tour, and something happened where like they got rubbed the wrong way by the service at Denny's or whatever, and so they took the hose from the freaking from the tour bus, and they dragged it all the way into like the bathroom of the Denny's, and then they let out all the waste of the tour bus all up in the Denny's. Yeah.
Payback. Yeah, I like reading those kind of diaries.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, guy. What do we got going on here?
I don't know. What is this person's head that's frozen on the screen here?
Muhammad.
Meaning, but it was synonymous with.
This is old shit. 207 to 263 AD.
Muslim, and or the Arabs of the Ottoman Empire. The Semitic root Sariq means thief or marauder, which is the typical Christian view of these people during these times, as they were the main enemy of the Catholic Church, as with Constantinople versus the Ottoman Empire. Yet, what we find is that the Saracens brought St. Nicholas as an artifact for the families in Italy. They had to decide whether moving it to Bari or Venice. They chose Bari and erected a church for the remains. But this gets stranger, because, well, there are thousands of St. Nicholas churches around the world, hundreds in England alone. The original one was actually created for the partial remains of the saint, and Pope Urban II was there for the tomb's consecration, who was one of the main French original Templars of the Crusades. Temples are thought of as cool or something by some modern Christians.
All right, real quick. No, I won't do it. I was gonna go back to the body count. Forget it.
People literally get the Templar cross tattooed on them as if they're proud to be a part of this heritage of the Templars. See, I'm not too sure about all that, and it's also the origins of Freemasonry, as many lodges openly admit this. Some see them in a good light. They come into this story because when discussing Santa, we're discussing the origin of religion to a certain degree. It's not very well known that the Templars worshipped secret gods. They reached great power and wealth in France. These Templars were secret orders of knights, and it wasn't just the Templars in France, such as with the Knights of Malta.
What Melanie just said. I'll never forget the show when he took a leak. Yeah, that happened. We're not making it up. It happened. I was with Christian, I think, right? It's still up, actually. I didn't take it down. It's still there if you look for it somewhere.
These secret societies worshipped non-Christian deities and had certain secret rites that led to the creation of the Rosicrucians, then becoming the Lutheran movement and the creation of the Huguenots. The entire divide and conquer tactic comes from these elite fighting bishops.
I literally took a stream on the live stream. I was streaming while I was streaming.
Which, remember,
and I didn't know. Yeah. I didn't know it. It wasn't done on purpose.
They took the remains of St. Nicholas with the help of the Saracens to Italy. And on top of that,
I think
the Templars were accused of worshipping idols.
What, stream while you're streaming a stream? During a...
Well, that's when you get... Yeah, that's when it, like, you get, like, a hair down the middle and it splits the stream.
Specifically of dead remains and ancient artifacts. This isn't the only thing they were accused of. That on admission of a new member to the order, the new Templar recruit would take an oath of obedience to deny Christ and to spit and trample on the cross. They were also accused of receiving the kiss of the Templar. Don't believe it? Don't take my word for it. Even the main Templar, Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master of the Order in France, admitted to these things being true and was burned at the stake for it. King Philippe IV brought these Templars to court in the 1300s. There had been rumors floating around of these secret practices, and so after being accused, they admitted to some of these horrible crimes.
Wow.
Which is strange, because some of them ended up being pardoned.
Horrible crimes, dude.
But still, this connects because it's possible that St. Nicholas is one of their hidden idols, who was also Baphomet.
Baphomet.
Well, the Templars worshipped hidden gods, and although Baphomet is usually seen as a demonic figure...
Whoa, this is some old pictures of Baphomet before it was a demonic figure.
There are many connections to be made here. Well, one, Baphomet is a goat-headed pagan Sabbatic goat, which will come to play later in the video. But the term Baphomet is mentioned in the transcripts for the Inquisition of the Knights Templar in 1307. Baphomet is also a representation of Venus, Lucifer. Albert Pike in his Morals and Dogma, quote, "The Gnostics held that it composed the igneous body of the Holy Spirit. It was adorned in the secret rites of the Sabbat or the temple under the hieroglyphic figure of Baphomet, or the hermaphroditic goat of Mendes. There is a principle of the world, a universal agent, wherein are true natures in a double current of love and wrath. This ambient fluid penetrates everything. It is a ray detached from the glory of the sun and fixed by the weight of the atmosphere in the central trunk. It is the body of the whole, the universal agent, the serpent devouring his own tail. With his electromagnetic ether, this vital and luminous caloric, the ancients and the alchemists were very familiar." End quote. Another knight of the order, Hugo de Peraldo, said that in a chapter of Montpellier, he had both seen, held, and felt the idol or head, and that he and the others adored it, but he, like the others, pleaded that he did not adore it in his heart. He described it as supported on 4 feet, 2 before and 2 behind. Guillaume de Arable, the king's almoner, said that in the chapter at which he was received, a head made of silver was placed on the altar and adored by those who formed the chapter, the Knights Templar. He was told that it was the head of one of the 11,000 virgins, and had always believed this to be the case, until after the arrest of the order, when hearing all that was said on the matter, he suspected that it was the idol, and he adds in his deposition that it seemed to him to have 2 faces,
Look at that.
a terrible look, and a silver beard.
Crazy. It's getting into it now. I feel like it's taken off. It's, you know what I mean? It started off a little slow, but it's about to go. I can tell. Shit's about to hit the fan on this documentary.
It's shaping up.
The Templars worship strange idols, and one of the things that they would worship is dead remains.
I know, dude.
This connects with the symbols of skull and crossbones, pirates, and secret boy clubs. The Templar churches of Lanleff in Brittany and St. Mary in Paris depict squatting beard men with bat wings, female breast, horns, and these shaggy hind
Bat wings, female breasts, and horns. And what? Shape.
quarters of a beast. These temples are known for legends of satanic practices. So we know that Baphomet is mentioned in the final Inquisition of the Templars in 1300s. Baphomet also means the baptism of wisdom.
The baptism
And also,
of wisdom.
there's the Islamic connection as well.
Whoa, Baphomet means the baptism of wisdom.
Remember, after the Moors retreated
I didn't
Spain in
know that.
1492, they retreated to France and became the Huguenots. Well, what is Baphomet? That's a long story and deserves its own video. But the Oxford Dictionary says that the earliest mention is from an article in 1812, where a French scholar was discussing the goddess of Paphos represented on ancient monuments and the Baphomet, which referred to a goddess worshipped in the coastal city of Paphos on the island of Cyprus, which is the exact location of the Templars. The combination of both Artemis of Ephesus and Hermes combined to create a new symbol of Baphomet. This is a secret foreshadowing to our future video, as this is a created being, a spirit that would be moved into another body that then would be worshipped. There's more to the origin behind the word Baphomet, but before that, we have to understand that the Templars were accused of working with the Saracens, who are the Muslims that are described in the Song of Roland in the 11th century that describe them being black as pitch. I'm not going to keep going back and forth with the argument of who the Moors were with the Berbers. You'll begin to see a pattern that is clear as day. Let's also make sure that we're making a distinguishment between royal Moors, or Morenos, or Sephardic Jews that worked for the crown and were a part of these secret societies, and separate that from what we consider the ancient Moors, or melanated peoples who were aboriginals of many different lands. What we're discussing currently is about a group of elite Moorish and mixed peoples that participated in the hijack, which seems to be glossed over when looking through mainstream history. It's quite shocking how many connections there are to be made here in reference to St. Nicholas. You see, we bring this all up because although the Templars are famous for being early Christian knights, the Crusaders, they were also accused of being secret converters to Islam. What is that all about? Do the Black Tutors have anything to do with this? How about the Black Brothers or the Black Friars? Is there a reason this order likes to use these symbols? What's strange about that is the origin of Baphomet is connected to Mahomet, which is an old French word referring to Muhammad, the founder of Islam. And as we know, that Baphomet is also shown with the crescent. The horns are also representative of these ancient pagan lunar goddesses, such as Artemis. So in the First Christian Crusade, a letter from Anselm of Ribamont in 1098 or the 11th century describes on how they were going to fight.
This is crazy. The word first turned up in a letter 1098, written by certain Anselm, First Crusade.
Muslim soldiers, but they called upon Baphomet, and they prayed silently in their hearts to God. So what they say is that Baphomet is Muhammad, and there are even more connections as we search on. Mahomet is also a term used for idol worship and has other forms such as Mofeh, Mof, or Mofez, which would take place with a severed head during these hidden ceremonies. These worshipped heads are common in Jewish tradition. They are called teraphims and consist of the head of young sacrificed boys. It's also rumored that the Templars mummified the head of John the Baptist. So who's to say they didn't do the same thing with St. Nicholas? From the book of Jasher, or Jashar, a Hebrew text, we have a depiction of the first type of teraphim. Quote, and this is the manner of the images, in taking a man who is the firstborn, and slaying him, and taking their hair off its head, and taking salt, and salting the head, and anointing it in oil. Then taking a small tablet of copper, or a tablet of gold, and writing the name upon it, and placing the tablet under his tongue, and putting it in the house, and lighting up lights before it, and bowing down to it. And at the same time, when they bow down to it, it speaketh to them in all matters that they ask of it, through the power of the name which is written in it. Jasher, chapter 31, verse 41 through 42. So yeah, they would take these infant remains and invoke dead spirits and some really dark shit, which really connects back to Islam. No, this isn't anti-Muslim or anti-Catholic. This is anti-dogmatic religion in all its corrupted forms, including their esoteric counterparts that consist of horrifying ceremonies involving these nights. We're really starting to get into some deep subject matter for one video, but the reason we go over the Templars is because this really goes back to ancient rites and the origin of religion. At the same exact time, right before Christianity became the religion of Rome.
Ever wonder why so?
Whoa, 2 in a row commercials? Did you see that? That is a big surprise.
Was Mithraism.
All right.
Oh, would you look at that? We see the same red hat, the Phrygian hat. More to be discussed on that later, but this is the original Santa hat, and it goes even further back to ancient Sumerian and Mesopotamian female gods such as Ciel and Diana of Ephesus. Mithraeans, or the temples of the cult of Mithras, were taken over by the Templars all over Europe. They converted many old churches into strange secret society meeting centers, specifically made underground. This is the origin of these ancient to both for Diana of Ephesus and Saturn, or the lunar goddess Lilith, the black moon, and the black sun, others known as Saturn. The Mithraic cult is also the origin to these massed processions of medieval Europe and the costumes in accordance to different ranks. Sol Invictus, which was the sun god of Rome before the birth of Christ. This sun god was Mithras, who is described as the unconquerable sun. But what sun are we talking about? Mithraism is essentially an Iranian cult adapted into Hellenistic Roman context. The question is, if we consider the missing time hypothesis, why are there 1,000 years missing? Is it possible that this time was simply added by the newly appointed corrupted scribes after the creation of a new religion, the creation of the Vatican? Well, the birth of the new sun, or the Christ of Christianity, is said to be December 25th, which is also the same day as Saturnalia, the same birthday as Mithras, who was born of a virgin.
I knew they were going to get into Saturnalia.
Yep.
Saturnalia is what the 25th really is.
Which was the
and what it was like the purge.
Pagan festival we now call Christmas, that was celebrated in ancient Rome in dedication to Saturn and Mithras, the sun god. But in what context, and why is the sun god so heavily associated with Saturn? Yet, I thought Jesus was the morning star, which is also Venus. Is there a Venus-Saturn connection? Apparently, different suns would rule for different periods, and there was a time where Saturn was our sun, during a supposed golden age with no theft and no property, until he was dethroned by Jupiter, and Jupiter was the sun for a short time, in which Janus was made ruler and instituted Saturnalia as a yearly tribute to the old sun god. So Mithras, born on December 25th of a virgin, and remember, this isn't zeitgeist, because we're simply looking into the origin of Santa and the secret worship. And it's interesting because Mithras actually rivaled Jesus in popularity during its time. These details involving Mithras are too similar to ignore blindly. Yet Mithras was androgynous, coming from more ancient goddesses such as Astarte, the mother of harlots. But it's more specifically some type of bull sacrificing cult that also had sexual innuendos and a hatred for the mother goddess. As we mentioned, the bull and goat symbols are a reference to these ancient pagan rites, which instead of pagan, should be called Canaanite in origin, as the earliest religions were not corrupted from the start. They were originally nature religions that pursued life, not death. Let's keep in mind that Mr. Aleister Crowley himself claimed that Baphomet is Father Mithras.
Okay.
Baphomet is also an androgynous being. Baphomet is the goat of Mendes according to 33rd degree Master Mason Eliphas Levi, the man responsible for the modern depiction of the
Singe.
Death cults are cool.
I'm going to take this off the screen for a minute. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You got to make a design for that.
Oh, I
Singe.
should look
You got to
for
make
fan mail. I'm just doing other stuff right now. Hold on.
fan mail. I got a fan mail for you, Singe. Fan mail. We are your friends. We love the mail.
Singe, you made it to the top, man.
All right, I got a fan mail for Singe. Hold on, it just came in. You heard it? I heard it go off.
Death cults. yeah. Death cults.
Okay. Let me see if I can get this right.
That was a soundbite for you.
All right, this is to you, Singe. I know you're afraid of spiders. I saw you crying the other day in the men's room at Costco. You were in the stall like a little baby because of the spider on the ceiling. You had an accident when it almost landed on your head. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I'll keep your secrets like I always do because I love your artwork on the hit YouTube smash Late Night Live. Your biggest fan, Stucky Peters. Singe.
I don't know what he's talking about. It wasn't me. I never leave my house.
It's never going to get old. All right.
That's why I don't fear the FBI or the CIA. Because I never leave here. That's why.
Surveil me, I'll just bore you to death.
androgynous goat god Baphomet, which claims is a symbol for fertility and fecundity. Basically,
good plan, Singe.
A symbol of insemination that is not only connected to repopulation, but secret worship.
Have a patron.
Worship and priapism. Even Herodotus talks about how people would openly mate with goats in the streets. It's pretty strange, which also connects with the works of Marquis de Sade.
I want a hoodie and a t-shirt.
Is the secret symbol of the satyrs. Diodorus compares the cult of Mendes with that of the cults of Priapus, where they would worship hybrid goat gods.
I want one of them cool
The
hats.
goat is the Mendean ram, the ram of Mendes. The cult, which according to Manetho, was established by Cacao, the king of the first dynasty. Many of these cultures worship the bull, and its horns, visualizing the crescent, represents lunar worship, which shows how it made its way into lunar cults. Muhammad being the origin of Baphomet and the secret god of the Templars is very interesting because there are many verses that hint to Muhammad being deceived by devils or jinn. And also, there are the Dabiha rites, similar to Mithras and the Jews, in which they would slaughter their cows in sacrificial ways and letting them bleed out after a cut to the throat. In 1961, writing under the name Archon Dorau, the late Sayyid Idris Shah claimed that the European medieval witch cult had been heavily influenced by Arabian sources. This allegedly occurred during the period from the 7th to 14th centuries when Spain and North Africa were under Moorish influence. It may have been one of the ways in which the Luciferian gnosis was transmitted to Europe from the Middle East. From what we have, it seems that the first grimoires were Arabic in origin, such as with the Picatrix. Interestingly, the same Sufi scholar, Idris Shah from the Institute of Cultural Research.
What were you saying, Rasta? What happened? Whoa, what was that?
Nice.
Well, yeah, it sounded like someone broke their microphone. What was it?
I didn't do it.
I unplugged it and then I put it back in.
No, yeah,
Was it
I can
working?
hear it.
Research has suggested that the Templars were influenced by Islamic Sufism, and that the word Baphomet came from the Arabic Abu Fihamat, meaning father of understanding. Additionally, Shaw suggests the Sufi terminology Ras el Famat, which translates to
Yeah.
head of knowledge. This would again suggest that the Templars were gaining knowledge from these.
Good idea, Sean. Okay, so Sean Osborne makes these awesome stickers and buttons for a lot of different people, but he makes them for me. And he's saying that if you send him a letter with your address or whatever, an address, he'll mail you a Boston Ray button for free at that address. Fan mail, Random Fan, P.O. 5896, Salem, Oregon 97304.
That's a
You gotta-
heck of a deal.
Yeah, you just got to pay for a stamp and mail them a
those
letter.
things are going to be priceless one day.
Snail mail.
They already
So
are
they've been-
priceless.
I've been giving them out for free. We also have Levelhead buttons he made. Give those out for free too, Sean.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
Yeah, the Levelhead ones are cool too. I gave Christian a couple, Sean. He loved them.
Magical teraphims, or skulls that would be turned into occult artifacts for ritual in which they would communicate with spirits for higher knowledge. Quote, in Hebrew and Arabic demonology, Zazel was known as the father of jinns, or jinns, spirits, who were popularly believed to live in barren desert regions. As we have seen, he was also the leader of Sirim. These were demons in the form of satyrs or half-human he-goats. It is no coincidence that one of the forms taken by the horned god at the witch's sabbath was a black he-goat. It was also one of the several forms taken by Baphomet, the god allegedly worshipped by the heretical Knights Templar, who were believed to have gained intelligence of ancient Hebrew and Arabic forbidden knowledge in the Middle East. The Templars were also accused of the Templar Kiss of Anno, some other occult ritual in which the initiates would be put through humiliation ceremonies in order to show their allegiance, which is also the same tradition as with the Witch's Sabbath. The Devil card of the early tarot is the these witches would meet in the astral realm and actually kiss the rear of their goat god. From the early 16th century, there are depictions of osculum infam or infame, is a ritual in which the shameful kiss or kiss of shame would allow the devil to seduce women. The osculum infam is mentioned in nearly every single recorded account of the witch's sabbath and in confessions, most of which were extracted under torture. This ritual of humiliation, similar to Templar rituals in ancient Canaanite religions, would occur on the Sabbath, or Yule, the first Wiccan holiday in which the goddess gives birth to a new god or son. The witch had to be initiated into the order through this ritual of the kissing of the Ano, the ring, Uranus, or Ouroboros. This was the oath of secrecy in order to keep the members from speaking too much.
Ouroboros?
Witches also supposedly kissed the posteriors of lower-ranking demons. It may very well be the case that these witches may be another reference to secret orders.
Yes.
Not only did the Templars have the same ritual of kissing the buttocks, but they would also worship black.
They had the same ritual of kissing the buttocks directly in the buttocks. And their style became associated with black magic. Oh my god. And then we have a tornado with fish. Look at that. That's cool, dude. It's like a sky tornado. You know? But they're like flying around. There's like, there's a witch. That's a witch on a broom, like in the Wizard of Oz, dude. Because she came in on the wind, right? On a tornado.
And it looks, the cauldron is kind of like an upside down dome.
And then look, we got like animals here that look kind of weird. What do we got now? That's a cat. There's cats dancing around in a circle, dude, and one cat's playing a fucking. What is that? What is that, Super? What instrument is that? Can you see?
Didgeridoo.
Mr. Super would know, dude.
I'm looking.
He's playing. It's a wind instrument. You see the cat?
Oh shit!
He's sitting down. It's one of those long ass instruments that looks like a plunger.
Are you in the middle of the screen?
No, over to the left.
Oh, there you go.
Around right there where the pointer is. Can you see it? Can you make it out?
I cannot.
No, I can't make it any
Oh,
bigger.
yeah.
He's a
That's
cat.
just like a straight trumpet.
Trumpet? An old one?
Straight valveless trumpet.
What are those animals that they're riding on?
Where?
Those like horse-like animals. Look at their like freaking snouts.
Oh yeah, it's like a pig. It's like a pig head on a horse, dude. That's not a horse.
What the heck is that?
I don't know, dude. It's like a pig nose.
that would be possessed by the devil, and they would perform the same ritual on the cat by lifting the tail. Ancient black magicians, or dark sorcerers, after a time of cataclysm, distorted the wisdom of the ancients for corruption and power. Many who look into these subjects tend to see the occult as evil, but these occult priests of the new church are the ones who abuse this knowledge with the intention of control. We also must consider the way in which this goal was accomplished. The Templars in Brittany are known as the Red Monks, the same red and white colors that we see with St. Nicholas, or Santa. The landlocked Templar church is most likely an ancient Irish round tower or an architecture of older origin according to some scholars. Is it possible that the Templars were not only a part of an occult secret brotherhood, but they were also thieves, the original pirates? They stole the Ark of the Covenant and hid it away, supposedly. This gets into Connor McDarry's work, and the idea that the history we learn, from ancient Samaria to Mesopotamia, Phoenicians, Egypt, Hebrews, is actually all a distortion of the scribes and priests of the new Church of Rome. They hijacked an older church and system and claimed it for their own, rewriting our entire history in the process.
How can you trust the reviews you're reading? Introduce.
These ancient structures and used them for their strange dark sex rites. According to the god of the witches, Dr. Margaret Alice Murray claims that the three nicknames for this deity that the witches and the Templars worshipped was the Black Man, or Man in Black, Christende, which is the husband of the Queen of Elfame, which, real quick, occurs in the 1598 witchcraft trial indictment and confession of Andrew Man of Aberdeen. Andrew Man confessed that as a boy he saw the devil, his master, in the likeness and shape of a woman, whom calleth the Queen of Elfin, and as an adult,
They looked like they were hanging witches.
during the span of some 32 years, he had carnal relations with the Queen of Elfin, on whom he begat many bairns, or children. Further down, however, the devil, whom he calls Christende, is the good man, husband, though the queen has the grip of all the craft. Andrew Mann further confessed that on the Holly Rude Day in harvest, the Queen of Elfin and her company rode white horses, alongside the devil, Christende, who appeared out of snow in the form of a stag. She and her companions had human shapes, yet were as shadows, that they were playing and dancing whenever they pleased. Bessie Dunlop in 1576 confessed that the dead man's spirit she had congressed with, Tom Reed, was one of the good neighbors or brownies who dwelt at the court of Fairy. Take note, as this does connect with Charles Dickens later. So essentially, this queen of the witches, who is also the devil, is another reference to androgynous gods, but also the female version of St. Nicholas. She's also the queen of the fairies, which explains the lore behind the elves. The main queen, or devil, the bearded-breasted winged demon. We will see more of this stag goat-headed symbolism as we continue, but essentially, Santa, or Satan, is a witch. Even the Italian Santa is a witch on a broomstick. She is called Befana, derived from Epiphania, very close to Elfame. Befana is a gift giver that flies on a broom and delivers gifts throughout Italy on Epiphany Eve. If you're a bad child, you get coal, the same as Santa.
Yep.
You'll write letters to her, just like Santa. She also enters through the chimney and is covered with soot. So as we can see, the Artemis androgynous symbolism follows with Santa. It gets even weirder. Befana is actually in the Bible, and in one legend, after her child dies, she goes insane, and upon hearing that Jesus was being born, she set out to go see him, believing that Jesus was her son. She eventually met Jesus and presented him with gifts. In return, Jesus was delighted and gave Befana a gift in return. She would be the mother of every child in Italy.
When she's your everything.
Or variations.
Hold on. I got that. Queuing something up. All right.
But essentially, Befana was there to help with the birth of Christ. We're told the three kings how to find Jesus, and that she is endlessly searching for the newborn Messiah. And this is the reason she visits every house at night, searching for the Christ child, which is a figure in South Germany that is basically referencing this esoteric history. A newly born son, or Messiah angel, during the night of December 24th, secretly delivers gifts to children and never gets caught in the act, represented as a young girl. The name Christkind translates into Christ child. With all that said, we can now begin with the pagan origins of Christmas, as we consider the altered timeline as well. The story that we know of history and religion is the history of this secret cult. We have terms such as pagan that confuses the matter even further because it implies that these beliefs came before these secret cults, and that the first religions were corrupt. However, what if the story we are told when it comes to history and St. Nicholas has been vastly distorted? Did St. Nicholas even exist? Is it an idol to the Templars, who, after being prosecuted for heresy, went undercover to start the creation of the Caliphate of Spain, the creation of the Jesuits, Rosicrucians, all in secret and undercover, creating the divide and conquer events of history that have further muddied the waters? What if what we call pagan is of a much more recent time that resulted after cataclysmic events, which would explain why the earliest gods are fertility symbols? So we have this Saint Nicholas from supposedly 2,000 years ago at the Count Nicaea. 1,000 years pass by, the Templars deal the bones, bring it to Italy, go through the Dark Ages, and somehow this becomes a tradition in the 1600s and still to this day? What if the witches are the Templars? There's much to cover with forgeries of dates, but these Templars went on to become Sephardic Jews, the Jesuits, the creation of the Reformation, and the Protestant Huguenots, back to where the original Templars were founded. Baphomet is not a single physical god, but a symbol for a created god through the use of dark magic. This connects back with the Black Tudors, but the version of history that we have been told has been inverted. The power of the Moorish elite has been heavily suppressed. Sicily was invaded in the 9th century and turned into an emirate. What we think should be a single religion of Catholicism during this time really was a conglomerate of Christian, Jewish, and Islamic beliefs mixed together. The Templars went on to become the Palatine Boers. Benjamin Franklin even referenced them as being swarthy or dark-skinned, but these were not German peasants. The Palatine families were the elites of Rome and Europe. After the fall of Rome, Palatinus, or Palatine, came to be used for the chamberlains or elite royal officials who assisted the Holy Roman Emperor and also was in charge of the treasury. Look through some of these chamberlains of history in their paintings. You can see clear Templar references. The Templars are the ones with the hidden treasure, the gold. They were the alchemists, and so the leading Templar would manage the funds. The Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian, who in older depictions is a Moor, would give privileges to their knights that would then give them power over certain dominions. We have seen many depictions of these knights in what is called Holy Roman Paladin armor, where you can also see the double-headed phoenix in Templar symbolism. And when you look at that, the red and white hat. These knights were governors, kings, and they would rule over different countries under Roman rule. This is the origin of the coat of arms. It is the Vatican's management system and hierarchy of control. You can see this in many old German coat of arms. These papal palatines, with their red and white attire and white horses, would watch over these different territories or duchies, which they would rule as monarchs. This is the origin of dukes. This is all one large order, and the dukes are knights in service of the Holy Roman Emperor. Over time, these different countries would fight over different status. The dukes of Lotharingia, Bavaria, Swabia, and Saxony had become dangerously powerful feudal princes or loyal supporters who were installed as Counts Palatine by the Holy Roman Emperor. They were called Palatines because of Palatine Hill, Latin Mons Palatinus, which is actually the Temple of Cybele, or the Temple of Magna Mater, Statue of Liberty, Lady Libertas, or Father Mithras. Palatine Hill is the center and most ancient part of Rome. Obviously, they thought this was very important. But why? Well, this is an even older cult before Mithras, which leads us back to Venus and Diana of Ephesus, the worship of the ancient queen bees. In the last video on ancient cloning factories, there was a depiction of a Black Diana of Ephesus that contains some very interesting symbols of repopulation and hybridization. These Black Mother goddesses were called the Black Madonnas by the Templars, and they worshipped them as well. Quote, most cathedrals were also home to Black Madonnas, of which about 400 to 500 are present in Europe, depending on how they are classified. There are at least 180 Virgis Noris in
The chat in Odyssey seems to be working better tonight. Nobody's over there, but it seems to be working better than normal.
France, and there are 100 of non-medieval copies as well. Black virgins have been associated by historians and archaeologists with mother goddesses, such as Isis, deities sometimes represented as black. Historically, Isis of Egypt was the first recorded appearance of a Black Madonna, other than Paleolithic Venus figurines. As the indigenous goddess worship evolved in Europe, statues of dark-skinned Middle Eastern goddesses, such as Inanna, Astarte, Artemis, and Cybele were introduced into Europe continent by Phoenician traders.
Wow.
End quote. This is referred to as the cult of the Black Virgin. Well,
my nickname was the Black Virgin in high school, so that's kind of interesting.
Saint Nicholas is not only clearly as a Templar, but he has dark skin. Now, some modern articles will just say that it's olive skin or darker mixed, and that very well could be true. But there are more references to consider. Let's take a look at all the other countries involving Santa to wrap it all together. We'll start with Sinterklaas from Netherlands. The Americans took Sinterklaas from Sinterklaas and turned it into the modern Kris Kringle.
This is the breakdown. He's breaking it
Interestingly,
down.
the tradition of Sinterklaas only goes back 300 years. Back to what I was saying with the missing time hypothesis. There's no real distinction from early St. Nicholas 2,000 years ago to how he started to becoming worshipped as Sinterklaas, other than when the bones were transported in the 11th century to Bari in Italy, which at that time was under the Spanish kingdom of Naples, which was under Moorish rule. Interestingly, in the legend of Sinterklaas, he is said to be from Spain, hinting that he and his helpers, Swarthy Pete or Black Pete, were actually from Spain. And after the summer of 2020, there was this controversy on whether or not this Black Pete character was a racist tradition. Come to find out that yes, there are definitely Moorish connections, but there's another reference to a demon, in that there's some who say Pete's skin is covered in soot from the chimney. But there's also multiple references to Spain, as the Dutch and Spain have a history of not getting along. There are also the Black Legends of Spain, which detail the vast amount of crimes that Spain committed in their conquest of new lands. Well, Swarthy Pete, which was used as a reference to devils in the 17th century, would come in through the chimney, steal the children, and bring them back to Spain. This all depended on whether you were naughty or nice, which also connects with the German lore, as we will learn. The festivities of Sinterklaas begin with him arriving with his Swarthy Pete helpers on a steamboat from Spain. Interestingly, there's a horror film on the subject that covers an alternative history, suggesting that these original Palatine emperors or knights wasn't just one Santa Claus. There was a yearly event where these appointed kings or bishops would come into their appointed palatinate, then they'd come in to give gifts to those who had been working hard for the crown and following their duties, but those who did not follow the rules or fulfill their end of the bargain with the supply and demand would be considered naughty and would be taken. Sinterklaas is also known to have arrived via trains, connecting this back with the orphans. Sinterklaas is also related to the Wild Hunt, or Woden, or Odin, a major god worshipped in Northern Europe during Christianization. Odin is the one-eye symbolism of the pirate with a long beard. He's also depicted with the red and white attire in an 18th century Icelandic manuscript. Odin is the Norse equivalent of Saturn, the sickle also being similar to St. Nicholas's staff, or the ram horns, which could also be associated with the Heimdall, another similar Norse god representing Saturn. Odin was worshipped during Yule in midwinter, where Odin is said to have led the Wild Hunt, a ghostly procession through the sky. So wait, Santa is Odin? The one-eyed pirate? St. Nicholas has been tied to Odin, the most important god of the Germanic peoples. Odin flies around in the sky in December. He knows who has been good or evil. He hunts down and abducts those who deserves it. He had an 8-legged horse, Sleipnir, that pulled his sleigh. He was the main symbol of Saturnalia during Yuletide. He wears similar clothing and was actually called the Yule Father in reference to Father Christmas. Also, the elves of Santa are the elves and dwarves who worked with the gods in Norse mythology, who were the El, or creator beings. Christmas takes tree decorations, mistletoes, wreaths, and even Christmas caroling from these Yule holidays where they would worship the horned god. So how did this exactly become a Christian holiday? Supposedly it starts all around the Reformation, where this began to be promoted separated from the Catholic Church. That's why they created an entirely new figure of Father Christmas, or the Dutch Masons and Templars created Sinterklaas, creating a sort of mimetic entity that could be worshipped across varying denominations. Many European countries have this St. Nicholas tradition, Christkind, and also the religious Feast of Epiphany, or Three Kings Festival.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from Stream.
On top of that, Dana from StreamYard.
Kings. Remember, they met up with this Queen Witch Bafana asking for directions for Jesus, and they were told what? To follow the Star of Bethlehem. Star of Bethlehem is the Star of Inanna, a manifestation during the creation of the new sun, or new flesh, the Star of Artemis. These wise kings were magi, or alchemists, who were following astrological directions to the creation of a new man, searching for the virgin birth. Just as with St. Nicholas and the 3 children, 3 women, 3 coins, the Trinity. They brought alchemical gold, sacrificial worship, frankincense, and the holy oil, myrrh. from Mary or Venus or Mother Artemis, which is mentioned before, is the female manifestation of androgynous Lucifer, and the male form is Saturn. Interestingly, Venice and Bari both essentially own the bones or relics of St. Nicholas. The Venetian St. Lucia feast in Italy is a blatant worship of Lucifer, a small young child who was tortured for being Christian. St. Lucia is the female Father Christmas. She too, having her eyes plucked out, she is the protector of sight. Her miracles are very similar to St. Nicholas, including saving famines with wheat, but this time, it's the 17th century. There are over 6 popes who were named Nicholas in control of the Catholic Church. This figure comes in many forms throughout history. In Venice, St. Nicholas is accompanied with a donkey. You're also supposed to wear red underwear on New Year's Eve. They do this in Hispanic communities as well. It may be worthy to note, similar to the Mithraic tradition of wearing costumes for their rituals, the Venetian carnivals seem to be the evolution of this tradition, specifically with wearing of the mask, which, although the Venetian carnivals are later in January, it may be worthy of mention as many of these gift givers also wear masks. In Germany, St. Nicholas is accompanied by Krampus, and so we have another reference to the black goat that was worshipped by the witches, or the man in black. But in old German lore, Santa's literally a twin, the good dressed in red, the evil twin dressed in black. Instead of swarthy Pete, St. Nicholas has a demon as his assistant, as he was said to have been an exorcist and had power over demons, similar to Solomon. Krampus, being chained by St. Nicholas, would then punish naughty children with a birching rod, which is also the chimney sweep or bundle of sticks that can be seen held by Father Christmas. This is the root, or a bundle of birch branches. The idea is that this was a story created to scare children so that they would behave, but what if it goes far deeper than just that? Most of us have heard the story, and even the movie on this is really interesting. It's funny, but at the same time very dark, and ties in here. He is the ruler of their world and has control over reality and their dreams. There are early 1900 postcards of Krampus called Krampuskarten. Some of these depictions are very disturbing. Why is this associated with Christmas in any way? Krampus licking orphans? Tongues are scary and all, but it would seem there's something else going on.
What you got, winner? Wait. Stay here. Go left. Ah, oh, stupid.
Orphans. Krampus would come and take children and line them up just like the trains. The children would be stuffed into bags, and it wasn't just Krampus. It was St. Nicholas as well, against the children's wishes. It kind of reminds me of the Cabbage Patch Kids all over again. And I have German friends who tell me that these stories were quite traumatizing as children. The obvious pan symbolism and the connection with stealing or luring our children. Sexual innuendos between adults, while Krampus is the puppet master. Not to mention bestiality references. It's obvious that this Krampus figure is a demon in connection to what we were discussing with the goat-headed god of Mendes, or Baphomet. Why is St. Nicholas even associated with this demon? Like, you'll see them together in these postcards where St. Nicholas is looking like a pope, he comes in with the gifts, and then Krampus is stuffing children in the bags behind him. He's his helper. That sounds horrifying. Be good or St. Nicholas will tell Krampus to steal you while he sticks his tongue out? Krampus has been theorized to go back to pre-Christian era, but there are supposedly no written sources before the end of the 16th century. This tradition seems to have a bad effect on people in the modern day. As in 2019, there was a police report on the increase of drunken or disorderly conduct performed by masked Krampuses. There are several variations, as he can be seen with a mask, but generally, he is a hairy demon, usually brown or black, with a He would whip and torture children, literally to drown and eat children or to bring them to hell. Also, Belsnickel, which is a Palatine tradition, is a man dressed up in fur and a creepy mask who would come and punish bad children. He would make them line up and recite scripture or history, and if they gave the wrong answer, they'd be whipped. So, they merged Krampus and St. Nicholas into a single figure. Sometimes he was black on his face from the soot, and also depicted with horns. Belsnickel is connected to something called bugbears that have manifested in the modern day as Trollocs. These beings are far older than Belsnickel, and we have woodcuts of these beings from the 16th century that seem to be depicting paladin knights. They're giants who are stealing children. Also, they're considered to be witches. There is a term in German from the 1500s, Kinderfresser, child guzzler, or Kinderschrecker, child scarer, and it appears in an illuminated book of hours, in popular broadsheets sold at Carnival, and even as a fountain in Switzerland. Wherever it appears, it has 3 distinguishing characteristics. It steals children, puts them in a sack, and eats them. An older version of Krampus, Perkt, was a devilish figure, a 2-legged humanoid goat with a giraffe-like neck wearing animal furs.
Yep.
She's also known as a shape-shifting Christmas demon witch who would fill boys with straw. Quote, she would know whether the children and young servants of the household had behaved well and worked hard all year. If they had, they might find a small silver coin the next day, and a shoe or pail. If they had not, she would slit their bellies open, remove their stomachs and guts, and stuff the hole with straw and pebbles. She was particularly concerned to see that girls had spun the whole of their allotted portion of flax or wool during the year. She would also slit people's bellies open and stuff them with straw if they ate something on the night of her feast day, other than the traditional meal of fish and gruel. End quote. People would wear costumes and masks, as this originally was a female goddess or spirit, connecting back to Artemis, and meaning the bright one, and is related to the Feast of Epiphany, or Three Kings Day, or Befana. Originally, the word Perchten referred to a female mask representing the entourage of the ancient goddess Frau Berta, or Beta Baba. Some claim that this is a connection to the Nordic fertility goddess Freya, who is Diana, or Artemis. These Perchten masks were worn on January 6th, or Three Kings Day, the day of Epiphany, in which wood and sheepskin would be used to create a demonic mask, and the people would march. Supposedly, the Catholic Church was opposed to this, but they really didn't enforce the ban. There isn't really that much history on when this began, but they say the early 19th century. It most likely originated in the 16th century according to the book Night Battles, Witchcraft, and Agrarian Cults in the 16th and 17th centuries. In that book, he compares the Perchtenlaufen and the Italian Benedonti, which is a secret visionary tradition which existed in northeast Italy during the 1500s. Remember the Templar and witch connection? Well, the Benedonti, or Good Walkers, were members of an agrarian secret society in which they claimed to be able to travel out of their bodies to fight against malevolent witches, the Malendanti, in order to ensure the good crops would continue. The Benedonti were accused of being heretics or witches under Roman Inquisition, so they were a fertility cult that supposedly said to have been born with a caul on their head, which gave them this ability of astral projection only during specific Thursdays of the year. They would travel in these visions to battle bad witches who were using sticks of sorghum to ruin their crops. The woman reported going to the great feast on the astral realm. They were considered witches, but it said they were ultimately trying to protect the bad witches from harming children. Regardless, this night of the Sabbath, originating from the ancient fertility cults from around the world, the myth of a nocturnal gathering under a goddess, the lunar crescent, or the bull, Saturday, quote, prominent Roman historians such as Tacitus and Cassius Dio, as well as church fathers like Augustine, acknowledged a special link between Saturn and Saturday, the holiest day of the week for the Jews.
Saturn and Saturday, the holiest week for the Jews. What is going on here?
That Jewish society of the...
Yeah, I don't know.
Dude, look at that. He has hands on his head. Look at that thing. You see that? Am I crazy? This guy has like a scepter and he's illuminated. And then they got, look at this one crawling on the floor right there, on the ground. And look, this one's doing like a yoga pose backwards with a weird hat on. And that one looks like a blob. And that thing looks like half dog, half something. It's standing up on its legs. I don't know. Look at that one, dude. It's like it has a spine with a tail going up this guy's nose. Then we got this guy walking like a tight, doing like what Singeman does. Yeah. Singeman was probably alive during this.
Talmudic period recognized the same associations is shown by the fact that the Babylonian Talmud refers to Saturn as Shabbatai, the star of Shabbat, Saturday. Greek and Arab astrology, however, considered Saturn to be the most malignant of the 7 planets, and thus the Jews, astrologically governed by Saturn, were considered to be contaminated by the planet's wicked nature. End quote. Santa is Satan, or the male aspect of the androgynous Lucifer, Saturn. So when speaking of Santa's workshop, we're speaking of Saturn worship. In the North Pole, which is also the Black Rock, quote, the Rupus nigra, Black Rock, A phantom island was believed to be a 33-mile-wide black rock. Literally, the Jesuit Mercator actually describes the rock's circumference as
Mercator the Jesuit.
33 French miles, located at the magnetic North Pole or at the North Pole itself. It purportedly explained why all compasses point at this location. End quote.
Freemasonic
Or is it Mecca?
thing. All right.
The Finnish Santa Claus, Jolopoke or Jolopoki, literally translates into Yogo. People will dress up as a goat to celebrate this, going door to door asking for Yule leftovers. And most people believe that this has something to do with Thor, which is the most popular explanation, but that's just a cover-up. Also in Finland, there are the Nuutipuki, as they are called, which are evil spirits who would go door to door demanding the gifts and leftovers from Yule feast. The Finnish Santa is a blend of the Nuutipuki and modern Santa Claus, or the Coca-Cola Santa. Sometime in the 19th century, he became a benevolent figure, and rather than demanding gifts, began passing them out to children. In the film Rare Exports, we're shown
Before and
modern
after shot is priceless on this. Let's see if I can get it up. Oh, I lost it. All right, that's what she said.
compasses point at this location. End quote. Is it Mecca? The Finnish Santa Claus, Jolopoke or Jolopoki, literally translates into Yogo. People will dress up as a goat to celebrate this, going door to door asking for Yule leftovers. And most people believe that this has something to do with Thor, which is the most popular explanation, but that's just a cover-up. Also in Finland, there are the Nuutipuki, as they are called, which are evil spirits who would go door to door demanding the gifts and leftovers from Yule feast. The Finnish Santa is a blend of the Nuutipuki and modern Santa Claus, or the Coca-Cola Santa. Sometime in the 19th century, he became a benevolent...
Okay. That's the Santa from the original Santa. And this is what they're telling us he looks like since we grew up. Before and after. You see that, Sidge? Dude.
I kind of see the similarities.
benevolent figure, and rather than demanding gifts, began passing them out to children. In the film Rare Exports, we're shown modern illustrations of these Krampus-like beings capturing and cooking children. This may be a modern horror film, but many of these are based on oral legends and folklore. For example, with the Brothers Grimm, Hansel and Gretel, which is so weird that they tell this to children, and it's also associated with Christmas in certain situations, as a brother and sister get lost in a forest and find a cannibalistic witch who lives in a house made of gingerbread, cake, and candy. Many stories, including Roald Dahl's The Witches, speak of this exact same story. Evil witches who secretly rule the world and hate children. In Spain, Santa Claus or Christmas isn't really celebrated, but there are some very strange connections to be made. In Catalonia, families eagerly await Dia de Nadal, or a Yule log, which is a hollow log wearing the red Phrygian hat that's brought to life with a face and two legs. Starting from the 8th of December, children cover the log with a blanket to keep it warm and start feeding it.
Would you like to
I want to drive a tank?
Don't throw rocks at tanks.
Sponsored by tanks. Sponsored by tanks. All tanks.
Nuts and other small edibles come pouring out, similar to a piñata. Secretly, this is a defecation symbol. In the Basque region, you have Olentzero. He wears a sheepskin and smokes a pipe. He's said to have a dirty face because he's a charcoal maker. The Galician version of Santa is El Apapador, a mythical coal miner who only gives gifts to children who have been eating well. Also, this is weird, but there's this tradition in Spain of these little figurines called caganer, which depicts a small man defecating in nativity scenes throughout Catalonia and southern France. No one knows when this tradition began, although you can see the stain type of stuff in old French cartoons in the 1700s. It's believed to be around 300 years old. But look at this. These figures are wearing the Gatajan red cap, or the Barandina. We'll talk about this in a future video, but these were given out to the public in the early 1800s so that everyone could become a part of the club, even Salvador Dali.
Everyone could be proud of the club.
The excuses for these figurines is kind of insane, but it still ties into some type of fertilizing ritual. But really what they mean is that these are the same people who worship the fertility gods. It looks like they're shitting on the nativity scene, or sacrilege if you ask me. Let's not forget that Spain has an obsession with torturing bulls as a literal professional sport that people watch on TV. It's kind of weird. People are proud of this bullfighting tradition. but these stem from ancient secret occult rituals, early Mithraic rites of sacrifice, in which they would sacrifice bulls in subterranean temples. Eastern countries also have Santa. China has Shengdan Laoren, an oriental man with a long white beard dressed in the same red royal attire. There's winter solstice folklore said that eating dumplings is in memory of Fairy Zhao. This is a very interesting legend. In the Lion Dynasty, the emperor believed in Buddhism so much so that he forbade his people to eat meat and to sacrifice meat to the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods were so unhappy with this decision that they made the people suffer a 3-year drought. The cypress tree fairy couldn't bear to see her people suffering, and so she turned into a girl named Zhao on the winter solstice. She then taught people to wrap meat in dough and sacrifice the food as offerings to the gods. The gods were so moved by her action, so the rain came. Later, Zhao was murdered by the emperor. To memorize the fairy Zhao and her good deeds, people named the food Zhao Zi, with similar pronunciation with Zhao's name, and have made and eaten dumplings since then on her birthday, the winter solstice. In Japan, we have a similar straw figure with a sickle, blatant Saturn symbolism, with these masked demons with horns who would go house to house exorcising evil spirits and admonishing lazy people. In India, you have Sai Baba, or Christmas Baba, which Sai Baba was an Indian spiritual master considered to be a saint that was then merged with the story of Saint Nicholas. In Russia, you have Dead Moros, which is basically the White Witch of Narnia, as he was a dark sorcerer who had the ability to freeze people. He is a winter snow demon, mixed with the Green Man and Wild Man of Druidic and English lore.
You see the Green Man on buildings.
Moros formed separate from Europe's tradition, yet it's the same story. At first, he stole children and brought them away in his gigantic sack. To ransom the kids, their parents had to give him presents. So originally, it was in reverse. Then with the lapse of time, everything turned upside down, or inverted. Under the influence of the Orthodox traditions, Father Frost reformed and became kind and started to give presents to kids. Then, he adopted certain traits from St. Nicholas, the prototype of Western Santa Claus. Muslims celebrate Christmas, it's just not called that. The Persian festival Yalda, also a reference to the Gnostic Yalda Bayeth, or Shab-e-Yalda, in other words, Saturn, is a celebration of the winter solstice in Iran and Turkey. Well, let's take a look at this Iranian or Persian Santa Claus.
Come over to the main
Haji
channel.
Firuz, the fire starter, in reference to the ancient Zoroastrian mages who initially created this cult of the eternal flame, would dress up in red attire with a blackened face and perform street spectacles. A prominent Persian historian, Merdad Bahar, speculates that the name Sayawaxis might mean black man or dark face man, but then goes on to suggest that the term black in the name may be reference either to the blackening of the faces of the participants in the aforementioned Mesopotamian ceremonies or to the black mask that they wore for the festivities. In Turkey, he's also known as Noel Baba. I also find it interesting that the folklore doesn't really exist here, yet they claim that St. Nicholas comes from here. There's actually this Turkish article where the author is discussing the origins of Santa and even mentions the Crusades and that this man is coming for our children. Thought that was interesting for a Medium article, but he implies that the references of St. Nicholas come from a different time and location.
Because the world rejected you, you created a facade. You created a personality, a persona. That which you believed the world would accept. But after a while, you begin to realize that even the personality and the persona isn't really being fully accepted. Then you're screwed. Because you've worked so hard over the course of 20, 30, 40, or even 50 or 60 years to create this identity. Because you believed it's what the world wanted. So you've been falsely led to believe that the world doesn't want the real you. Well, I'm here to let you know that the world needs the real you. Resting in the awareness of your breath transforms your life into a living meditation.
In Africa, modern Santa Claus is represented as a black woman, Mama Tinga Tinga, who wears the same red hat, carrying the entire city in her bowl, the mother of all Africa. Now, ancient customs in Libya, where Santa is replaced by Old Man Beka, or Old Man Beggar, which is a Christmas tradition in Sierra Leone and Guinea as well. These dancers would dress up as dancing devils with masks of the black goat. Many costumes have a similar straw appearance in comparison to Germanic tradition. They seem to be clear pagan rituals, and you can also see the red hat and red crown symbolism, the worship of the bull, they seem to be referring to the same thing. Father Christmas is also celebrated in Nigeria. The Nigerian Father Christmas is usually a tall, thin black man in an oversized red coat, sweating profusely from wearing the attire in humid weather. Father Christmas in Nigeria doesn't really go home to home. He only goes to parties. But interestingly, this resembles some voodoo. But we're speaking of ancient festivals, which is said to have developed in the 16th century with these voodoo priests, and they are equated with the Roman Catholic saints. Its main structure derives from the African traditional religions of West and Central Africa, which were brought to Haiti by enslaved Africans between the 16th and 19th centuries. On the island, these African religions mix with the iconography of the European-derived traditions such as Roman Catholicism and Freemasonry, taking the form of voodoo around the mid-18th century. In combining varied influences, voodoo has often been described as syncretic or a symbiosis, a religion exhibiting diverse cultural influences. End quote. Mexico does have a Santa Claus. It is Papa Noel, or Father Christmas, Baby Jesus, and Santa Claus himself. Also, the duendes have red pointed hats and or red top hats, connecting with the gnomes. There's also the tradition of the piñatas and the destruction of the star, with the reward of candy or defecation as some strange Freemason blindfolded ritual taught to children. It is interesting that Spain doesn't really focus too much on St. Nicholas or Santa Claus. But Papa Noel is from the French Santa Claus, and this is where it gets crazy. Well, first, this is from the early 1880s to 1900s, just like the Cabbage Patch Kids, and they were also promoting this and framing this time orphans. Many of these French postcards of Père Noël are very creepy and have a similar vibe of promoting something behind the scenes with hidden intentions. Père Noël with orphans. It's the same strange, old colorized, surreal real photo postcards. Old postcards with illustrations constantly showing Papa Noel with dolls, bringing children toys and gifts. But as you keep looking at these, you start to see a trend. Many of these dolls have their red hats, or these children are given red hats. They are the jokers of folly, jesters, or perhaps this is Pinocchio. Some of these depictions show these dolls or early toy humans with life, as if they're tiny children. But there are other dolls being dropped. And if we consider the recent population postcards of the Cabbage Patch Kids in the same era, is it possible that one of these gifts have been babies? We see a depiction of Papa Noel importing children. They literally call him Daddy Christmas. He also travels in a blimp, which in many depictions will see the same strange lifeless dolls that he brings that seems to be referencing something else. Even one of them is a wrapped baby. You can see him traveling with Christkind, which is also the angel that we put on top of the tree, visiting Jesus. But it gets even stranger because specifically with the French Santa Claus, or Père Noël, he's followed by another character similar to Krampus and Swarthy Pete, Le Père Fouettard, who is a sinister figure dressed in black who spanks children who have been misbehaved. The first story of Père Fouettard was first told in 1252. Remember the 3 children in the butcher story? Well, this is an alternative version of the story with a different date. Apparently, it wasn't a butcher, it was an innkeeper who captures these 3 wealthy boys on their way to a religious boarding school. He kills the children, cuts them into pieces, and then stews them in a barrel. Now, St. Nicholas, or Père Noël, found out about this in this version of the story. After he resurrects the 3 children, the butcher who killed the children is Père Fouettard, who literally was forced by St. Nicholas to become his assistant as punishment for his crimes. Another story states that during the Siege of Metz, a city in eastern France, in 1552, an effigy of King Charles V was burned and dragged through the city. Meanwhile, an association of tanners created a grotesque character, also a tanner, armed with a whip and bound in chains, who punished children. After Metz was liberated, the charred effigy of Charles V and the character created by the tanners somehow assimilated into what is known as Père Fouettard. Events surrounding the city's liberation and the burning of the effigy coincided with the passage of St. Nicholas. Hence, Fuerza became his bad cop counterpart. He was also promoted in the US as Father Flot. Flogging is torture, and Mother Flog would cut the tongues out of lying children. Ver Fuerza is a man with a sinister face with a long beard, armed with a whip, large stick, or bundle of witches. He is also seen wearing a wicker backpack in which children can stand and carried away. Just when you thought it'd get any crazier, while searching for Ver Fuerza, a wiki was saying that this shouldn't be confused with another phenomenon called Monsieur Croque Mitan. And this is just insane. They are French depictions of young children being taken, similar to Krampus, and it seems that there are references to turning the children into young dolls, mannequins, or mind-controlled minions with their red hats. There are many alchemy symbols. Croque Mitan would lock the children in their house, which is a toad and snake-infested prison, spank them with birch rods and martinets, and then force them to wear a donkey cap for shame. What's strange is that
What if they were just building this up to like this is like one Christmas this happens?
Some of them look like the witches and bugbears that we mentioned before. There are many different terms for this throughout history. Hans von Trotha, who was a German knight and marshal of the Palatinate, which is what I was saying with Santa actually being a Palatine, a Templar, or a priest of Cybele. It would seem that most of these tales stem from around the Dark Age period, or early 1500s. In the Alsace region of France, Hans Trapp is the worst story of them all, yet not as well known as Bear Fortha. In the 15th century, there was no border between France and Germany at Wissembourg,
What's
which
up, Barbara?
was part of the Holy Roman Empire. Hans Trapp, Hans Trott, or Hans von Trotha, whose coat of arms is the raven and red fox, was the German knight and marshal over the Palatinate or owned corporation of the Vatican. When he was given the title of Chevalier d'Or, he was enfiefed 2 castles from the Holy Emperor. So he was given ownership or property for his services, and the castles were part of his payment. The abbot of Wissembourg, the former owner of the site, protested that things had not been done correctly. He announced the existence of the irregularities in the acquisition of Berwartstein Castle. In fact, when the monks learned that the castle had been given to an ambitious foreigner, they appealed to the elector in Heidelberg. The latter decided in favor of Hans von Trotha. So basically, a foreigner comes in and is just given this property. The previous owner is upset because he's being sued over irregularities in the building. Possibly it's already damaged. But even with all that, von Trotha wins the case and he's still mad at these monks and then gets revenge on them. So what he does is he builds this artificial dam to reroute the water, eventually actually flooding the city and causing great economic damage. The monks protested, and so the abbot appealed several times to the Holy Roman Emperor, but nothing was done. He pleaded to Pope Innocent VIII and later found favor with Pope Alexander VI. They call Hans von Trotha to appear in the court, and in return, he wrote back saying that he refused to go, but that he was loyal to the church. He also threw a few insults at the Pope, accusing him of immorality. And so, he was banished from society. Now that's the historical side. The legends, however, share even more details. It is said that he was a bloodthirsty brute, power-hungry and violent, his sole purpose to terrorize the population by looting travelers and peasants. It is said that he gained his power and strength by making a pact with the devil. He is the original boogeyman, and was eventually said to have been punished by God by being turned into a scarecrow for the crime of eating the flesh of a young shepherd. He is the earliest German-French Santa Claus, and is actually based off of a historical figure, this Palatine knight, and he developed a taste for human flesh. He would actually disguise himself as a scarecrow, so it wasn't a punishment. Adorned with straw, he would wait for lonely young victims to come down the road. He stabbed a young shepherd specifically in the back while using the scarecrow costume. After he had cut the child into pieces and roasted his flesh, he was struck by a divine lightning bolt and killed. Children are still warned that Hans Trapp's spirit lingers on and may visit them, which is pretty horrifying as this Hans Trapp is also associated with Christ Child, which is essentially a young Lady Liberty with gifts. Strangely, he's actually referenced as the Black Knight in many legends. The idea is that because the Catholic Church was having a dispute with him, he went on a killing rampage. It's very interesting that we have documentation on this actual historical figure from the 15th century. Yet, did he do this in retaliation? Or was it what he was serviced for? Hans Trapp also had a white beard, pointed hat. He was 6'5", or 2 meters. He dressed in a black coat and big black boots. He's a robber knight that appears on horseback. When he arrives, he asks the children if they've been good in order to scare them into good behavior. He approaches them with a cage full of trapped children screaming, "Free us! Help us!" So wait, this is Santa? Or at least, this is the figure with the most historical background.
Wow.
He's literally one of the oldest references for the orphans and orphan trains. It's the same thing. They just have to give us different stories to hint to these same horrifying
It
events.
all goes back to the orphans.
Okay, so let's go back to the main French Papa Noel or Père Noël from the 1800s. Oh, remember, so there are two. Papa Noel, which is the good Santa in red, and then Père Fuerte, which is the bad Santa.
Like the movie Bad Santa.
Interesting.
Bad Santa.
French Santa from the 1500s is actually just one figure. There are not two. But the good and bad Santa is both one figure who wears a big coat and punishes or steals children on orders of the Catholic Church. These postcards make much more sense now, because some of these actually aren't Papa Noel. It's Père Fuerte, who's coming to capture the children. These are the exact same postcards, for the same era as the Cabbage Patch Kids. Père Fuerte is the butcher who originally killed the children in that 18th century story. He also has a big black coat, black boots, and wears the big mask. Another name for this figure is La Père la Bouquet, which means father bag in Old French, or even another term. This Santa is a child in the temple. We performances in order to hide the Thanksgiving ceremony. Christkind is really just there to lighten the mood. They took the values of Christ and Hans von Trapp and merged it under one symbol of Santa Claus. He is a toy maker, specifically using elves to make human-like dolls, as with the story of the butcher. They were pickling human remains similar to the alchemist. Santa draws parallels to the Green Man and the Druids, but I believe we're dealing with the corrupted Canaanite Phoenician priesthood when some people reference these pagan symbols as the Druids, those of the yew tree, eventually becoming the Jews who stole the foundation of the Tree of Life, the priest of the Kabbalah. The Green Man can be seen in Christian churches and cathedrals from around the world. The connections with Christmas and the Druids are numerous, including the reference of mistletoe, which would be harvested by an ancient Druid priest with a golden sickle and was never allowed to touch the ground. Father Christmas in England originally was a depiction of the Green Man or a Druid wild man, crowned with the holy wreath, a staff, a wassail bowl, and Yule log. The Green Man is a reference for the true gift giver of not only life and nature, but the ancient priesthood in which the new Jesuit Vatican Church or Holy Roman Empire had received her knowledge from an already existing church of
Daryl, the hash is still good. It's still good.
We're talking a hijack on an unbelievable scale. Santa Claus and his connection with children didn't come to England until the mid-19th century, when stories of Santa Claus and St. Nicholas were merged with the already existing Christmas figure. The Green Man is also an alchemical symbol for rebirth. Why would such a pagan symbol be found in these churches? The three-headed Christ? Is this connected with the 3 children who were killed and then revived by St. Nicholas? In order to understand Santa, we had to accept that this is not a reference to just one figure, but to some type of system of control using these Palatine families. St. Nicholas actually has a Greek cousin. St. Nicholas is not the only gift-giving bishop. There's St. Basil, St. Baal, which I think is no accident because Basil or Baal is also the origin of the Rosicrucians. He's also called St. Vasilios in Greek, and the St. Vasilios coat of arms is a double-headed phoenix. He also shares the same Templar symbols in his paintings. They also look exactly alike if you ask me. He too was in support of the new Holy Roman Church in the Nicene Creed. Known as St. Basil the Great, he was the bishop of Caesarea in Cappadocia, which is located in modern-day Turkey. He was an important theologian and one of the 3 Cappadocian Fathers. There's not much on him other than that he was a contemporary of St. Nicholas during his time. The only difference is that St. Basil is for the Eastern churches, and that he was the patron of hospital administrators.
What,
In
Rasta?
Romania,
You got it?
Moscow
Put the
is a
link in.
version of Santa who originated from legends of a shape-shifting demonic
You already
shepherd
put the link
who
in?
refuses to receive the Virgin Mary to give birth in his stable.
Yeah, give
The
me
wife
the
of
link.
Krishna or Krishnisa, in the study of Pericles Papa Hagi,
I pay
secretly
attention to the
receives and
chat,
inherits Jesus,
Angela.
for which Krishna cuts off her hands, but then the Virgin Mary glues them back together. So we're back to the story of Bafana in the nativity scene. This time, Santa Claus is there and doesn't want to help with the birth of Jesus, and actually...
You know what it is, Angela? Sometimes the way it works is like, all right, like I'm streaming, right? But there's like a 10-second delay or 20-second delay sometimes. And the longer you stream for, the longer the delay is. Like at first it'll be like a 5-second delay, 6-second delay. But if you stream for hours, it's like 20 seconds eventually. And, you know, yeah, I know. And, you know, sometimes this chat doesn't come through for me right as quick as it does on the, because I'm not looking at the YouTube, I'm looking at the StreamYard.
Yeah, I said what's up to you, Angela.
No. She wants me to play she wants me to play the video she made about you.
Oh.
He cuts the hands of his wife off because she did this behind his back, which would make her 3 separate pieces and then glued back together. There's another witch-like Christmas figure that we didn't mention, Grilla from Icelandic legend, who is an ogre, troll, monster, or giantess typically associated with Christmas. She was mentioned as a giantess in the Prose Edda, but wasn't associated with Christmas until the 17th century. She specifically has an appetite for mischievous children who she cooks in a pot.
Hold on. I'll let you.
It gets
Are you
weird.
here, Singe? No? All right, you can give me your final thoughts then. What do you want to do, Singe? You're going to come on and tell us your final thoughts? Where is he? He's not even here, is he?
Because she's the mother of the Yule lads, or the Icelandic
Oh, wait up.
Santas.
Did
There are 13
Singeman
in total.
sleep on the late night? I think Singeman slept on the late night. What up, Barbara? How you doing? All right. So we have Singeman went to sleep.
You slept.
You slept. Singeman slept.
Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
I got it. Right here.
Yeah, I might have to cut out to bed here in a minute too, because I got 2 lawns to mow in the morning that.
All right. Well, real quick.
I didn't get around.
Let me get.
to
All
mowing.
right. Before I play the video about you.
Oh yeah.
Let me get your final thoughts. Hold on. Let's get your final thoughts, because I got Singeman's final thoughts too here. He texted me because he had.
You woke him up.
No, he lost signal.
Okay.
But let's see. I have a banner for that, I think, somewhere. Final thoughts. Yep. Final thoughts with Rasta Bear. Go ahead, Rasta. What's your final thoughts?
Well, first off, we
And
covered.
also, what did we learn today?
We covered that Ezekiel ate a scroll that God made him eat the scroll, and that's how he had these prophetic visions, was because he ate the scroll.
Mm-hmm.
And as someone who's eaten some scrolls before in my life, I know exactly what he's talking about there with eating the scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what we learned there. You know, that he ate the scroll, and then he went and told him what he saw. And then we also talked about God's body count on how many people that he's killed. And so he'll kill you too if you don't get in line.
Is that Old Testament or just Ezekiel?
So you best remember that he don't give a fuck. he will take you out. And so that's why you best live up full and right and do good. Cause and then we got here to talking about, you know, the Christmas thing, how I talked about it with Brian before and stuff, that it's Christmas is like the Santa Claus thing is my number one conspiracy that I'm so triggered by, because it teaches people to lie at such an early age, and then they perpetuate the lie throughout society when they know deep down, everybody knows that Santa is an anagram for Satan.
Yeah.
It's right there, clear as day.
Yep.
And what it represents. And yet it's kind of like Disney. Everyone sees the 666 in the Disney logo or whatever, but then they still, everyone still will watch the Disney movies, and I mean, Disney owns so much of the stuff now. So, I mean, people that are against Disney, a lot of them still have like Disney Plus and all this, and it's like, it's wild to me that we as members of a collective can't say no to something that we disagree with and then just like do away with it. It's just so in our face that no matter how many times you try to like say, I don't want to celebrate Christmas, I'm not into this, it really rubs me the wrong way. It's like you're surrounded by people who see it differently. And I mean, I love the lights. I mean, I'm looking out my window right now and I see like purple lights and yellow and red. People got some lights on in the distance. I don't know why I was echoing for a second, but yeah.
Well, Rasta, this is gonna be your new exit and entry music.
Yeah. Was ist los mit dem, mein Schatz? Geht es immer nur bergab? Aha. Geht nur das, was du verstehst? Aha. This is what you got to know? Let me go, it didn't show. So, du denkst, es ist zu spät. Aha. Und du meinst, dass nichts mehr geht. Aha.
right for you to run.
Oh god.
This is great.
It is. I was trying not to laugh.
Yeah, that was really impressive. Why am I'm echoing here?
That's a funny video. No, it's because I'm screenshotting.
Okay.
It gets laggy like that.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
Yeah, like
Melanie made that. That was.
No one's followers here.
Yeah, that was really.
We are echoing a little.
Yeah, it's
yeah, I think I don't know. Melanie's people. Someone made it.
Yeah, it was really impressive. I was really, yeah. I like that. Hopefully,
good job. Whoever made it, good job.
Yeah, hopefully someone puts that out there on on the TikTok or whatever, and makes $1 million on it.
It's on the stream now. I know they should use it on TikTok though.
We need Sean. Yeah, is there's actually just like a video link to that though? Just that video.
Melanie put the link in the chat.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's just exciting. That's definitely motivation to want to make more music.
Yeah.
For sure. Get cut up like that, and that amethyst microphone I have, you can't beat that. It's like a.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nobody else I know has an amethyst scepter microphone.
I gotta go. My wife start going to bed. She's gonna start snoring.
Hey, thanks for coming on, John. Thanks for all the support and everything else, man.
Thanks, John.
All right, John.
God bless you, bro.
See you, Ross the Bear.
We'll see you.
Yeah, see you.
Awesome.
Right. And John, you slept on the late night.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
That really wakes me up.
Peace out, guys.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Yeah,
see you next time.
And they all have their red Fijian hat, along with the gnome symbolism. They are troublemakers, thieves, and on each day, a different Santa or Yule lad will come into each with their own personality. Similar to Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, I'm here like a sheep thief, bowl, dishware lickers, sausage swipers, the window peeper. What kind of stuff is this? I mean, they would just spy on kids? So wait, this story is in reverse. The dwarves or Yule lads are the helpers or swarthy Petes, but this time they have the gnome Santa dress wear, and the Yule lad's mother, Grilla, is the one in charge of everything because her husband is known to be lazy and is called the big-nosed man. So Grilla, or the female Santa who birthed multiple red hat thieves, gets them to go and steal gifts and children who have been misbehaving so that she can eat them. Also, the house pet of Grilla and her husband is a black cat named Jólakötturinn, the Yule cat of Iceland. A vicious hairy animal that actually hunts out poor children who didn't receive anything new to wear and then eats them. They still make these Christmas cats out of light in honor of this legend. So, another witch? Or Templar? The Templar secret is everyone is worshipping the head of the goat, Mendes, the inseminator of Artemis, Diana of Ephesus, Santa being Mithras with his red Phrygian cap, the bishop eunuch, the highest ranking member of the order attempting to attain godhood through philanthropy, the androgynous Lady Liberty, or the Whore of Babylon. These symbols are multi-layered. Santa's workshops, or Saturn's workshop. Are we discussing the creation of artificial humans again? The depiction of Santa Claus at the North Pole subtly reflects people's impression of industrial progress after the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century. In the early 20th century, some images of Santa Claus had him making toys by hand, like artisans in small workshops. Later, the impression became that there were many elves under Santa Claus, and African-American black elves also appeared to make toys. There was a modern assembly line mass production type, but the toys were still handmade by each elf in the traditional way. A toy factory with Elohim-like workers, Saturn's receiver, also a creation factory. Dwarves are the metal workers, the artisans, the fashioners, Vulcan. Interestingly, Templars, Catholics, Jesuits all had orphan homes and troubled children centers. This was another threat, that parents would leave their children, or even if they misbehaved, they would be shipped off to these troubled homes, which were just insane asylums for children. St. Nicholas is a Templar, red and white with the Templar cross, being the obvious symbolism. Templars owned many ancient churches and Mithraeums in Europe, many of which are questionably from a different era in which they stole, the one-eyed pirates seeking lost treasure. Well, now it gets even deeper. One of the most entrancing songs we know of Christmas, the 12 Days of Christmas. We've all heard it. Well, let's take a look at that again. And would you look at that? It's French in origin. Is this connected to the repopulation postcards? The first printed version of the song comes from an English children's book called Mirth Without Mischief, published in 1780. If you think this is a children's book, I'm not sure what to say. But we're going to take a look at it and some other stories that are mentioned. But this is a clear Freemason manual programming for children, as you'll soon see. Well, first, it seems that the author was anonymous, which is no accident. But this is a manual for teaching orphans mind control games. In terms of the creator, all we really have is the front piece, which is a very strange occult-looking illustration. But there seems to be no explanation on why the title is Mirth Without Mischief. I believe it's a reference to Mithras and them promoting this without shame. We will also see some strange formations of letters using children. The origin of the YMCA? The first story is the Carol of the 12 Days of Christmas. The first day is the partridge, which is also an aphrodisiac. The pear being a male fertility symbol, which represents Jesus, or the new sun. It's also represented as the alchemical peacock instead of a partridge. There's a Scottish, Indigenous, and Caribbean baboon. Then the second day, the doves, the lovers, Venus, the androgynous human, the formation of the Trinity. These engravings are very telling. Under this, we see a man with a pipe or trumpet, a group of orphans, and a small child playing with an excited dog. Then French hens getting ready for the hatcheries. 4 calling birds, or actually collie birds, which means blackbirds or ravens, the first order of the Mithraic cult. 5 golden rings, alchemical. From this point on, we start having an action sequence. The 6 geese who are laying, creation. The 7 swans who are swimming or delivering the babies.
Thumb this up.
The 8 maids a milking, the caretakers, the midwives. 9 ladies dancing, The 9 fruits were multiple operations of Queen Bee Farms. The 10 Lords a Leaping, the Palatine rulers of the Holy Roman Church. The Santa Claus or Saint Nick's, the Yule lads who leap from house to house. The 11 pipers piping. This is when it gets dark. Then the 12 drummers drumming. Initiate the next phase. Now before we discuss Pied Piper, there is more in this book. Some of these may need a further deep dive, but this children's book has multiple stories. It's a famous Christmas carol.
Nancy, make me a
There's also
coffee.
this very weird game called the Gaping Wide Mouth Waddling Frog, which was supposed to be an entertaining game or something. All it is a list of questions and commands that the children would repeat. There are multiple Christmas themes in this book.
Nancy, did you get the facsimile from Russia?
A log, Phrygian hats, but it seems to be some weird game or reference to a frog that has been distorted by blowing air into it and leaving with a gaping mouth. So, they were teaching animal abuse to kids.
How dare they? How dare you? At least the commercials have been just this. That's not so bad.
And answer as the lyrics continue. The next person would have to repeat the next line and all that was said before. And if you failed, you had to kiss the other person or cry. It's not really detailed, but it's a weird memory and forfeit game. So if you messed up, you actually had to give things away, which doesn't really make sense how the children are giving up sweetmeats. They have another game in this book called Love and Hatred, where you have to name a bunch of facts about a city or something you love, but specifically a person you loved and a person you hated. And you would pick a letter and then start from there and play these mental repetition games.
We're streaming to like
Again,
4 locations.
these are mind orphan games given to children. There was no real entertainment for them in these orphanages, so they would just do stuff like this. But he's giving examples in the book, and in these illustrations, you start to realize that the author is hinting towards
We're streaming to 4 locations, and we're coming in like a tank tonight.
secret meanings behind these supposed figures he's using as examples. We see a man fishing, bull baiting, and throwing animals around. Seems to me like this is the way that the orphans can say their different.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw my post about Nancy. You know, Suzanne is having a tiff over the holiday bonuses, and you know, Nancy is just up in arms.
Masters who they hated or loved, and then they had to recall certain facts of the city depending on what they've been told. Miss Davis, who I love with a D, is diligent, but hate because is a dunce. I'll take him to Dover to the sign of the dragon and treat him with a duck. Again, Phrygian hat riding a horse. Even a blindfolded ritual. These are all occult, even Lady Liberty as the hanged man. Then, some of the examples include masters or bishops. Surprisingly, they have a Phoenician Astarte in these engravings, and even the depiction right under it is a man defecating while smoking a pipe in front of what seems to be pods. We do see the Statue of Liberty and Artemis in game for children, but hijacking lighthouses, mass carnival rituals, roast fruit. Remember, this is the first printed recorded source for the 12 Days of Christmas song. It's a part of a strained old manual of multiple mind memory games, which were not games,
Andrew is rolling
but some type
doob.
of secret programming by elite fraternities in control of these orphan homes. Right under this Rosicrucian symbol, which seems to be a vulture instead of a pelican, the symbol of Christ and rebirth.
Glad.
The pelican is the
I like
swan,
to see
the geese,
everybody
the phoenix.
having fun, having a good time, all over, across the plane, all across the flat Earth, everywhere.
The alchemical peacock, resurrection. Now, under this
That's what
blatant
the show's all
Rosicrucian
about.
symbol, in a child's
know,
book, we see 2 depictions.
We have a lot of
One is
serious
of a
things on during the day. A lot of things to think about and stress out over. Late
Right.
Night Live is just a place for you to just hang out and just be yourself. You can believe whatever you want. I'm not trying to change your beliefs. I tell you what I believe. I show you what I see to be true, but truth is different for everybody.
United man arriving in a city. Then right under this, we see Santa, the Statue of Liberty, the Shriner, the pirate. After finishing off with a Joker carrying a torch, there's a new section in the book that teaches the art of talking with fingers. Now, of course, skeptics will say, well, this is just teaching kids sign language. Well, is it? Why is this included in the same book as these other weird stories and Christmas carols? Why is the title page Lady Liberty in a Phrygian hat shushing as to keep this a secret? I mean, how blatant can you be? You really think children are going to be reading this book? It's talking about ancient origins of this art and how it originated in Egypt. It says, quote, The Egyptians had the fingers to the mouth to command silence to their worshippers. This has nothing to do with sign language and explains why in the same Mirth Without Mischief, supposed to be a children's book, it tells me why it's anonymous. And the last thing is more cover, but at the end of the book, it shows children being distorted and molded into letters. Something about it just like
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first. Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target. You can drop prices automatically. I can show you how, but I can't do it for you. People are saving real money doing this. $160 million in the last year. Across thousands of different retailers, you'll immediately see this.
They snuck
See
up
what
on
I
me on
mean?
my bathroom
You'll see
break.
better prices you had no idea existed.
They creeped up on me.
And you don't even have to ask. They just show up.
That's when they get you. They know when you
But
walk
now we
away.
get to one of the most mind-blowing
I got
details.
something cool to show you guys.
After a certain amount of time, there is no question.
Let me get it
You'll
up.
begin to see a pattern.
That's what she said.
So the 12 Nights of Christmas, the famous Christmas carol, is actually a repopulation song, taught to children in the creation of the new church. In the Piper's piping? Who is Pied Piper? The Pied Piper of Hamelin is a famous German fairy tale, but it's rooted in historical fact. He was the Pan Piper, or Peter Pan, the stealer of children, the rat catcher, a man dressed up in jester clothing, but in some depictions, you can see the same red hat, the Phrygian cap. There's no denying the similarities. There's even a painting in the Palace Hotel in San Francisco from 1909, and he clearly has a checkerboard cloth as he leads children into the wilderness. He would lure rats away with his magical pipe, and he was paid for the service. But if the citizens did not pay what he asked for in return, his pipe had the magical power to lure children and lead them away from the city. Some explanations include this being a method to save the town from epidemics. However, other scholars argue that this was a mass immigration, or really, the first instance of these orphans being moved around and transported.
So,
quote,
all right, you know how I said it's my responsibility to bring you guys the best mud flood content that I find?
Yeah.
I said that the other day, didn't I?
Yeah.
Well, I saw this one. So there's this channel that I just discovered that's been around for like 9 months. It's called My Lunch Break. And people were asking me, this is a little off topic, but I might as well just see what happens. All right. So people were asking me in a chat the other day. I don't know who it was. I forget. It probably might be one of you. What I thought about the Sphinx, something about the Sphinx, and something
Yeah, I
about,
remember it coming up.
something about Egypt, right? So I like this. I like this topic. I like this theory here. The Sphinx was actually a Griffith, right? A Griffin, right?
A Griffin, yeah.
Griffin, yeah. Yeah, Griffith is Family Guy. And Egypt is actually Tartaria. You ready?
Could be.
Building, just like in Giza. And in Giza, something is missing from the top of the pyramid. They removed the griffins from the top of the Giza pyramid. And the faces on the griffins and...
Oh, man. Glitched out. I glitched out for a second. It's coming back. Give it a sec. God. My computer's... My shit's crappy tonight.
pyramid. And the faces on the griffins in St. Louis were changed from a lion to a man, exactly like the ones in Egypt. And these are griffin paws, in my opinion. Is this just symbolism for them removing the griffins and removing the previous civilization from our history? I think the Sphinx in Egypt was actually a griffin, and it's been defaced. And yes, I believe griffins were most likely removed from the top of the Giza pyramids. Identical to what we see in St. Louis. Was ancient Egypt not that ancient? And it was actually Grand Tartaria? We have the pyramid on top of the building, just like in Giza. And in Giza, something is missing from the top of the pyramid. Did they remove the griffins from the top of the Giza pyramid? And the faces on the griffins in St. Louis were changed from a lion to a man, exactly like the ones in Egypt. And these are griffin paws, in my opinion. Is this just symbolism for them removing the griffins and removing the previous civilization from our history? I think the Sphinx in Egypt was actually a griffin, and it's been defaced. And yes, I believe griffins were most likely removed from the top of the Giza pyramids. Identical to what St. Louis.
Love
Was
it.
ancient Egypt not that ancient? And it was actually Grand Tartaria?
Boom. I like it. I saw it. I loved it. I couldn't let it go. All right.
It has been also suggested that one reason the immigration of the children was never documented was that the children were sold to a recruiter from the Baltic region of Eastern Europe, a practice that was not uncommon at that time. End quote. Emily Gerard reports in The Land Beyond the Frost, an element of the folktale, that, quote, popular tradition has averred the Germans who about that time made their appearance in Transylvania to be no other than the lost children of Hamelin, who, having performed their long journey by subterranean passages, reissued to the light through the opening of a cavern known as the Almischer Hole in the northeast of Transylvania. Among various interpretations, reference to the colonization of East Europe, starting from Low Germany, is the most plausible one. The children of Hamelin would have been in those days citizens willing to emigrate, being recruited by landowners to settle in Moravia, East Prussia, Pomerania, or in the Teutonic land. Just a brief note before we continue. This author and other mainstream explanations will use this word emigrate several times because that's what they want you to believe. That they left their country of their own will. Historian Ursula Sauter, citing the work of linguist Jörgen Yodov, quote, after the defeat of the Danes at the Battle of Bornhoved in 1227, explains Yodov, the region south of the Baltic Sea, which was then inhabited by Slavs, became available for colonization by the Germans. The bishoprics of Pomerania, Brandenburg, Uckermark, and Prignitz sent out glib locators, medieval recruitment officers, offering rich rewards to those who were willing to move to the new lands. Thousands of young adults from Lower Saxony and Westphalia headed east, and as evidenced, about a dozen Westphalian place names show up in this area. Indeed, there are 5 villages called Hindenburg running in a straight line from Westphalia to Pomerania, as well as 3 eastern Spiegelbergs in a trail of etymology from Beveringen, south of Hamelin, and Beveringen, northwest of
Me
Berlin,
and Super
to
Sidewinder are the last men standing.
Beringen in modern Poland. End quote. Udall
I'm not
favors the
surprised.
hypothesis that Hamelin youths wound up in what is now Poland. Genealogist Dick Eastman cited Udolph's research on Hamelin's surname to have shown up in Polish phone books. Linguistics professor Jürgen Udolph says that 130 children did vanish on a June day in the year 1284 from the German village of Hamelin. Udolph entered all the known family names in the village at that time and then started searching for matches everywhere. He found the same surnames occur with amazing frequency in the regions of Prignitz and Uckermark, both north of Berlin. He also found the same surnames in the former Pomeranian region, which is now part of Poland. Now, like I said, these scholars have their own explanations and conclusions for this. They say it's mass emigration, or that they were trying to give these kids jobs, or that children actually means the entire city. The amount of excuses is ridiculous, but we do know that this event happened.
Yes, whatever she just said. Oh, it's fucked up. Right.
This is a process in which orphans in a leading knight, dressed in bright
I didn't
colors,
think I was gonna make it
would
through
take
this whole
charge
thing.
over a preceding land and assist in
doing it.
relocating certain children.
Just trucking
The
along.
story of Christmas is the story of Pied Piper, the flute-playing hybrid goat god Pan, or Mendes the Ram, Baphomet, the Templars' reset, polarity with divide and conquer, the blur between good and evil, the stolen children on the night of Yule. Santa
There's the
is
right
the god of,
flute. Stop right there.
god of the Templars.
Hey,
They're
Mr.
showing
Super,
all
they're
those
gonna give
different
me a
flutes, man. They
they're
finally
gonna
found the right
listen.
one.
They're gonna give
Mhm.
me a free trial on that sound editor again, dude. If I once I sign up for it, because I canceled. So
Yeah, they're trying to
let's,
keep the hook in, man. They like that monthly.
yeah. Well, let's see if we can.
Can you go
get
back
some
just a
songs.
few frames, or will it like go back way too far?
I can do it maybe.
Just
Which one?
just
This
a
one?
little bit to where he was like playing those flutes. Yeah, that's a little work from there.
Right there.
No, I don't remember that. I don't know. Play it
Who's
for a
playing
second.
the flute? Hold on. That one?
No.
He's playing the trumpet.
Nope.
Udall favors the hypothesis that Hamelin youths wound up in what is now Poland. Genealogist Dick Easton cited Udall's research on Hamelin's surname to have shown up in Polish phone books. Linguist Professor Jürgen Udolph says that 130
That one?
Nope.
children did vanish on a June day in the year 1284 from the German village of Hamlet. Udolph entered all the known family names in the village at that time.
That one?
Nope.
And then started
Playing a
searching for
flute.
matches everywhere. He
Those
found the
upside down
same
frogs are all
surnames
representing
occur with
the
amazing
wrong
frequency
type of
in the
flute.
regions of
They had one
Prignitz
image that
and
had the correct
Uckermark,
type of
both
flute.
north of Berlin.
This one? Oh,
He also found the same surnames in the former Pomeranian region, which is now part of Poland.
that one?
Now, like I said, these scholars have their own explanations and
They're all playing
conclusions for
flutes,
this.
dude.
They say it's mass emigration,
Yeah,
or that they were
it's all
trying to
right,
give
man.
these kids jobs, or that children actually means the entire city.
We'll get
The
there.
amount of excuses is ridiculous, but we do know that this event happened. This is a process in which orphans were stolen, and a leading knight, dressed in bright colors, would take charge over a preceding land and assist in relocating certain children. The story of Christmas is the story of Pied Piper, the flute-playing hybrid.
There you go. I was seeing how fast I could change my background. Back to the thing.
Goat God Pan, or Mendes the Ram, Baphomet, the Templars reset, polarity with divide and conquer, the blur between good and evil, the stolen children on the night of Yule.
Right there.
Santa is the god of the witches, the god of the Templars,
All right, now
the
I
god
know
of the
what-
Masons, a
Barbara!
multifaceted symbol representing both Lucifer
Come
and
over to
Saturn,
Boston Ray
a
Mudfoot
sexual symbol of
Adventures.
rebirth that involves
Channel.
rites with young participants.
That's
The
what
Phrygian
everybody
cap is the hooked sword, the degree of Perseus, the sickle, but also the European, leading the judge into Netherland. And who does he have to watch out for? Captain Hook, red hat, red coat,
This
the
from
sickle of
Barbara.
Saturn, Jolly Roger flags, teraphims, skull and bones, secret societies.
That one.
Is it all a conspiracy? Or is there something else going on? Or are we all being sacredly initiated into an ancient order of the whore of Babylon? Or the mother harlots? This yearly ceremony of the man in the red coat and red hat who sneaks into our homes while we sleep on the winter solstice,
Yeah, do we
the birth
really
of the morning
do
star.
this?
So
morning
how did this become a Christian holiday?
Wasn't Lucifer called the morning
Well, let's
star?
circle back around because there are many groups
Yeah,
who
so was
oppose this
Jesus.
blatant day of secret symbolism and evil practices.
Right.
The Puritans banned Christmas and made
We can get into the whole Lucifer thing if we want, but
it illegal with a fine of 5 shillings in
look how
1659
Puritans
Boston.
understand it in mass.
Even in England, it was banned by the Puritans and
So yeah, Christmas was banned in Boston at one point. That's crazy, right?
Protestants because they were
Massachusetts, you should be ashamed of yourselves.
suspicious that the traditions were too deeply associated with Catholicism.
dare
Many
you.
also felt that the Christmas festivities had simply
England
become too
bans
drunken and debauched. Presbyterians in Scotland had outlawed Christmas in 1640. In 1647, there was a ballad sent to the king that was against the Christmas ban titled The World Upside Down, or a brief description of the ridiculous fashions of these distracted times.
I got distracted. Mr.
Interestingly,
Cooper, and
it
I
seems like
lost
the
it.
song is alluding to the eating of
Jonathan!
flesh from the soldiers fallen from the 1645 Civil War, where Christmas was also killed. Its origin is in scripture. Quote, "But the other Jews which
Everyone,
believed
thumb
not,
this up.
moved with envy, took unto them certain lewd fellows of the baser
getting
sort,
more-
and gathered a company, and set all the city on an uproar, and assaulted the house of Jason, and sought to bring them out to the people. And when they found them not, they drew Jason and certain brethren unto the rulers of the city, crying, These that have turned the world upside down, and come hither also, whom Jason hath received, and these all do contrary to the decrees of Caesar, saying that there's another king, one Jesus." Acts 17, verse 5 through 7. It's basically a reset song that is played after civil wars. Jehovah's Witnesses are also very against
Your three
Christmas.
faces again.
Quote, "Jesus commanded that we commemorate his
Or
death,
four,
not his
you know.
birth." Luke 22, verse 19-20. There's no proof that Jesus was born on December 20.
Hey, Jonathan. First, this stream's been pretty good, Jonathan. I don't know if you've seen it, but we started off with what did we start off with again, Mr. Super? It was good. It was good.
Old Testament.
Old Testament, but nah. The first thing we got into was I don't know.
25th, the birthday is not recorded in the Bible. And Jehovah's Witnesses also believe that God does not approve of Christmas because it is based on pagan customs and rites, which is correct as we've learned with the celebration of Yule or the Black Goat. Although the Jehovah's Witnesses have their own problems and cult-like tendencies, they do have a point.
Definitely.
Most Christians will just say that they don't celebrate Christmas because they don't believe in Jesus. But that's not true. They just don't believe these events honor Jesus in any way and are actually pagan in origin, including Valentine's Day. Mother's Day,
All the holidays
Easter,
are pagan. All of them.
Halloween, and yes,
Right.
even the birthdays. They are
Everything.
all astrotheological occult rituals that we participate in yearly. Which is correct. Santa is Saturn on the winter solstice, the black goat, the black sun, and his elves, El or Elohim, are the other planets, his minions from an esoteric and astrological context. It's all just secret Saturn worship, Yahweh or Baal, which Jehovah is just a Latinized version of Yahweh or the Demiurge, which also has a similarity to DMT, jesters, and clowns, the Nephilim, who can unzip reality and reveal the realm of machine elves. We didn't mention the worship of the mushroom, which deserves its own video, but knowing that Santa Claus is a Vatican Knight is good enough, as there are many secret symbols to cover when it comes to the different occult rites of the New Roman Church. The similarities are fascinating, and I remember this classic book on this by Jan Irving, and although I don't agree with everything he says, I am a fan of his work on the creation of the counterculture, the religious worship of the mushroom, and how psychedelics were reintroduced to the general population by modern alphabet agencies. Long story, but this goes back to Yule as well. Ancient druids or ancient shamans, and also these corrupted Phoenician priests of the Canaanites of the New Roman Church, would participate in these rituals using entheogens and suggestogens, used not only for achieving higher states of consciousness, but to also use as sedatives and for mental programming during these strange rites of the winter solstice. The Amanita muscaria is seen in many old church paintings. Jesus even worshipped the mushroom. In older Norse traditions, they would collect these mushrooms and leave them as gifts during the winter. Siberian reindeer actually eat these mushrooms, which could explain the tradition of leaving out food for reindeer and why they
we're
possess
getting into the
magical flying
mushrooms now.
powers.
Yep.
Evergreens, or where these shamans would
Perfect.
actually find these psychedelic mushrooms.
Those are good ones. Well, I don't know. I heard those are what, the Liberty Caps? Liberty Caps?
I always associate
Did you say
those with
Liberty
what
Cap?
people call the authentic psilocybin, but I don't know. Like it looks like three different varieties there, but always the red cap polka dot ones underneath
With
the
the
tree.
with
That's
yeah,
where
the red poke. I
presents
never
come
had
from.
them.
I never had them either.
Never seen them. Never seen them.
So, the Christmas tree is connected to this trance-like ritual that would be performed during the holidays, and this is another reference to the deliberate mind control operations being covertly presented to the masses under the guise of celebration.
Here we go.
The most common response from Christians that say Christmas is not based on pagan holidays, they'll say
Ambrosia.
it's based on St. Nicholas of Myra.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as we discussed, he most likely was a made-up, embellished figure for the exact question of its origin.
Right.
And we know he has a look-alike cousin
Wow,
that was at the
we
Council
got
of
a bunch
Nicaea.
of people on
Then
every
1,000
channel.
years pass by,
All the
and his
channels.
bones are taken and worshipped by the Templars. The Templars get called out, and then they relocate to
Doing
Scotland.
good.
The European folklore comes in around the 1500s, because this is the only historical evidence we have of this person. Hans van Trapp, or Hans van Trotha, an actual Palatine Knight of the Holy Roman Empire. The only reason we think it's a Christian holiday is because we have been given a history programmed to make us think that way, regardless of the oral and local traditions that contradict that new forced paradigm. We know that Coca-Cola created Santa, but how did we get to the tradition of associating St. Nicholas or Santa Claus with December 25th, or the supposed birth of Christ? Strangely, even though New York is Dutch in origin, for the first 150 years of the city, there's no reference to St. Nicholas or Santa Claus at all, and it's not until 1773 where an account mentions the celebration as an anniversary, meaning it had been practiced before, but no mention of when it started, just that many ancient Dutch families were present. Another 20 years passed by and no mention of Santa or Santa Claus. Also, shout out to Kermio for pointing this out. Make sure you guys go check out his Christmas video as well. So look at this. 20 years later in 1793, a John Pintard, a businessman and descendant of a French Huguenot family who had arrived in New York in 1690. In his private papers, he helped create the New York Historical Society in 1804, and he was friends with a writer, Washington Irving, coincidentally, a Episcopalian minister of Walloon ancestry named Clement Clark Moore. In January 1808, Manhattanite Washington Irving wrote in his literary magazine Salamungande that, quote, the noted St. Nicholas, vulgarly called Santa Claus, of all the saints in the calendar, the most venerated by true Hollanders and their unsophisticated descendants. This may have given him the idea to expand on this story, and he did so in his satirical History of New York, which was published on St. Nicholas Day, December 6, 1809. And claimed that St. Nicholas was New Amsterdam's patron saint, and that a jolly old Dutchman nicknamed Santa Claus, who parked his wagon on rooftops and slid down chimneys with gifts for sleeping children on his feast day. The creation of the Corporation of Christmas was actually created by the Black Dutch, Moorish Huguenot settler Palatine Shriners, who came into New York and assisted in the creation of the new holiday. Christmas, a merging of the Dutch Sinterklaas, celebrated on December 6th, and the celebration of Yule, December 25th, the winter solstice. Pintard is responsible for hiring and creating the illustrations of the stern St. Nicholas. They designed him specifically to look like the modern Santa. In 1823, Clement Clark Moore published an account of a visit from St. Nicholas, commonly known as "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." He intentionally shifted the arrival of Santa Claus from the evening before St. Nicholas Day, which few New Yorkers celebrated, to Christmas Eve in hopes of creating a family holiday. Of course, as everyone knows, 8 tiny reindeer pulled Santa in a sleigh, and Santa gave appropriate presents to children and adults. The poem has remained one of America's most popular poems for almost 2 centuries. Pintard's original image of Santa Claus was considered to be depressing, but as you can see, it's clearly Freemasonic. You have a depiction of St. Nicholas. Remember, this was commissioned by Pintard in 1810, 1812, strangely. He is clearly seen to be black with the Templar cross, holding pine.
Fourth wise man slept on the late night. Dude, we have a lot of them tonight. A lot of people dropping out.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Yeah. He said, Ray, I can't watch this crap. Especially, this is like a fan mail right here. Fan mail from Fourth Wiseman. Ray,
Yeah, cool.
I can't watch this crap, especially when you're playing this ridiculous narrative with it. It's completely wrong, stupid, and exactly what fuckheads desire fools to worship. I love it. I love it.
Strong.
Thank you. Love it.
Pine cones, a wand, a dog by his left side, and would you look at that, the beehive behind him? Is this another Diana of Ephesus symbol? We see 2 white children who seem to look like orphans, and below them there's a pot on fire with 2 black soldiers and a cat. So what they decided to do was make this more presentable, or really more commercial. This is when they changed the depiction of St. Nicholas into a large white jolly man. In 1850, Thomas Nast, a German immigrant who had just arrived in New York, created the modern image of Santa Claus based on Pintard's original idea. This was the transition of turning Santa Claus from a saint of the Catholic Church into the modern-day Santa that we all know and love. Or maybe I should say used to.
I mean,
Santa's heavily associated with orphans. And even...
Do I agree with all this? Yes. This one I do. I don't always agree with every video that I play. Like, anything that seems interesting that will hold my attention for a while and that we can talk about and get a live stream so all you guys can hang out and have fun at night. That's like the whole idea. It's not like, and like I said, everybody's truth is different, right? And we respect everybody's opinions here. And I like to hear what other people believe, dude. I don't want to just stay trapped in a box my whole life.
Even an elf with Will Ferrell, he accidentally steals a baby from an orphanage and just keeps him and raises him to be a human elf. Christmas comes but once a year from 1936 orphans waking up on a licking dog.
So it's definitely true. The orphan part, we've looked into that. We've covered that. I think the origins of Santa part is probably true.
Toys are old and falling apart.
If we couldn't get to this kind of information, we would be upset. And there might be just little sprinklings of it that are true, but it's worth having it.
I know that the Saturnalia part was true. You know?
I think all the
He dresses up as
stuff was
Santa,
true.
gives them new gifts.
Yeah. That was interesting to see the origins of Baphomet
And the illusion of Christmas.
and in God's kill list. That was crazy.
I don't think
That
they're
should cheer them
completely
up.
useless yet.
The Polar Express seems to be
Blue baby
I'd
out with the
keep us-
bathwater.
the orphan trains,
Or train through that.
taking the children to the pole or Neverland, the night of Yule. The orphan trains are thought of as being an event during 15
All of it.
These were rare. These weren't documented, kept secret through legend and allegory. Operation Pied Piper was a covert
Piper,
military
yeah.
operation on September 1st, 1939, during the Second World War, where they officially relocated 1.5 million people. The name of this event is in reference to the Pied Piper legend of old German heritage. This undeniably connects the orphan trains to not only Pied Piper, Santa, as they are the same night with the cap. The numbers of this event are not truly known. Over 4 million people were displaced. What you do know is that Pied Piper came people didn't mention Wiki. They relocated 1.5 million people in just 3 days. The majority were children because the government decided that this would protect the children from.
I gotta tell you guys a story now that we're on my channel. Okay, Angela's been making sourdough the other day, making
right?
videos. And it looks good, right? So the other day I was joking around and I put nice loaves, like as a comment, right? Like nice loaves. Then, like, all right, not even 5 minutes later, dude, there was a knock at my door. And I was like, okay. And like where I live, nobody comes here. It's like quiet all the time. And I'm like, and I wasn't expecting anybody. So I'm like, what is it? So I look out the window, like go through the blinds, and I see a guy that I've never seen before, right, on my porch. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna open it, like, So I open the door, and he just like, here you go, 2 loaves and a Fisk. Merry Christmas. And I'm like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Dude hands me like 3 loaves of bread, like 2 French rolls, and like a little one. And he looked like he might have been from a church, but he didn't say that. I have no idea who this guy was, dude. I shut the door, and then I thought about it, and I was like, that's weird. That's really weird, because I just made that comment about the bread on YouTube, and then 3 minutes later, there's a knock at my door with some dude handing me bread, and then he just disappeared. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, synchronicities.
Threat of war and infectious diseases.
If you didn't see it, watch the show that me and UTV did. It's on my channels. The better version's on Boston Ray Slice of the Mud, the full version. And you can watch the whole show. Me and UTV covered synchronicities. Like, it was awesome.
500,000 children were immediately evacuated, as explained in old British newspapers. They were taking the children, and the name of this operation was called Pied Piper. Think about this. This is back in the day before cell phones. How do you manage a system like this forced by the government? Some kids never saw their parents again. This is horrifying. There's this old documentary that talks about how children in their thousands leaving their parents so that they could go to new safe zones for protection under their Catholic teachers.
That's awesome, John.
Each of these children were wearing literal
I
gas
learned some
masks.
stuff too.
I do
Everyone
want to
sub
shout
the
out another
back
channel
up.
that has a video on this. You can find it
That's
if you
where a lot
search
of the
Orphans
videos
of
end
Operation
up.
Pied Piper. But other than that, I don't want to say any other key terms, and I'm sure you'll understand why. In the early 1900s, they promoted this event by manipulating the emotion of
Right
love,
there.
just as I was saying with Christmas.
No, that
But
ain't
interestingly, in that
There
documentary,
you go.
they said that the kids didn't mind at all leaving their parents, that they actually saw it as a holiday, a field trip. Because these kids were so programmed that they're
Subscribe
constantly
to
in school, they have
Angela's
no entertainment
channel.
to the point where they're just repeating memory games, nesh into the fact that they're complicit in Freemasonic rituals. They wanted to leave their parents. That's how
Yeah, let's
programmed
do
these people
that.
were.
Let's do that.
And the parents probably had their own.
You all have wrenches. If you want subs on your channel, put your link in. Everybody sub everybody. Okay?
Well,
'Cause
yeah.
we need everybody needs the help. So put your link in, because the
I mean,
odds
really,
are
you don't
stacked
even have to
against
do
us.
that. You can just click on anybody's name and go.
Yeah. You
go-
can. You
go to
can,
your
but
channel.
I'm gonna leave the stream up. So the link will still
Oh,
be
yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah.
For anybody
Yeah.
watching, can go into the chat and sub all these people. Okay?
bit of programming, telling them this was the safest thing for their child. They were delivered to multiple European countries and even Australia, where they were told all sorts of promises of sunshine and rainbows. But where do they end up? Why name a military operation after a fairy tale where children are taken away from?
I love how this stream went from Bible study to the truth about Christmas and the history of Christmas, and then into the orphan trains. It all connected, dude.
Their parents
right here
by a
between
man
the
in a red
holidays,
hat with
it's
a
the
magical
perfect
flute.
time to cover all this stuff again. Perfect, dude.
1933. 33. Yeah.
It's the exact same story. A city is overrun by rats or disease. Then the Knight, the Templar. There's even an old movie where you can see this blatant symbolism. The magical Pan Piper says, I can remove all the disease, just pay the fee. Well, after playing a special tone that only rats can hear, they follow him into a cave where they'll
There's
never
like
be seen
8
again.
minutes left.
He successfully removed the rats, and the disease is gone, so he goes to the mayor for payment, but there's a dispute, and he isn't fully compensated. That same night he returns and plays a note that only the children can hear, and all but 3 follow him into a cave, which in older legends specifically lead to a subterranean tunnel that leads to the
What did he mean by going by a narrative? But this narrative, or I don't know. I don't get it.
thing about this 1950 movie is that as they enter the cave, it actually turns into a candy land with candy canes, showing the symbolic connection with Santa and Christmas. And C.S. Lewis's famous supposedly Christian series
Thank
of the
you,
Chronicles
Angela.
of Narnia, the beginning of the story starts at the exact same time frame. In the 1940s, the beginning of the war.
You know what? I need mods like that, Angela. I need people to just throw the links in for all these channels because I don't have time to do it. And I don't mean to be rude to the channels because we're all part of the same community.
Their father was sent off for war, and so the children are saying goodbye to their mother and boarding what would seem to be an orphan train. They were to be relocated to live under an unmarried professor in his manor.
So
The
anybody
orphans,
who
as soon as-
doesn't know Mind Unveiled, that's this channel that Angela put in the chat. That's who made this video. And they have great content.
As they arrive, begin to explore the rooms of this grand mansion. Lucy, by no coincidence, is the youngest child who finds the magical wardrobe. So she goes through a dark tunnel, sees a light, and is transported to a land of snow. The first thing we're exposed to is a streetlight or lamp, symbolizing her initiation into a secret order. She walks up to the streetlight and says, "In the middle of the wood?" So this is a reference to Yule and pagan rituals in the woods. Then out of nowhere, where a fawn appears, and this is no accident, as it connects to the ancient symbolism of Pan and the Pied Piper, or Pan Piper. It's the same figure, leading children to get lost in the woods, not to mention the erotic Priapus cult, who's also the god of genitals and beekeeping. Lucy meets the fawn, and then they go in for hot tea.
The god of genitals and beekeeping.
And the fawn is literally naked, but in the beginning he was...
I mean, how could you go tonight without hearing the god of genitals and beekeeping?
Yeah.
Like,
if you'd have left 5
let's
minutes
talk
ago,
about
you'd
that.
have missed
Anyone
the
else
whole
talking about-
deal, dude.
Yeah.
clothes.
Right?
And even in the background, you can see what looks to be fawn worship symbols. But it's weird. After feeding her tea, you can see he watches to make sure that she starts eating. After a few bites, he explains
That
what he
dude
likes
looks
about
creepy
Narnia.
as fuck.
He pulls out a flute
You ain't
Look at
playing.
this guy. Whoa.
that's in the shape of a Freemason compass
Yeah,
and
he
begins
does.
playing a tune. As he watches the child slowly fall.
How many Freemason flutes do you own?
Dude, it looks flammable, so at least you could get a few BTUs out of it if you burned it. You know what I'm saying?
Fall asleep.
That dude
Interestingly,
was
in the
he
very
like,
next scene, it slowly dissolves into
shirtless and
daylight.
hairy,
And now we
or
can see
was he
two.
wearing a sweater?
He had red hair, red beard, and he looked kind of hairy, yeah. And this guy looks like he's a hunchback. Is that a hunchback or what's going on there? I don't know either, dude.
Two gnomes with a red Phrygian cap, hanging out with female
Real.
spirits or sirens. Now this is no accident. This directly connects this scene of Pan with Pied Piper.
Yeah.
If Pegasus lands and drinks from the water, representing sexuality,
I See Clearly's channel is awesome, and his content is awesome. It doesn't always stay up, so when you first see it, you got to watch it like right away.
I put a link in
Pegasus is a
there.
hybrid creature, said to be an alchemical creation.
I saw him doing something different too. What was it? I noticed something. I was watching his channel. I forget now.
The scene is depicting a golden age in which Saturn ruled before Narnia was turned into ice. When she wakes up, she even says, "How long have I been asleep?" Which seems that she was actually drugged, and that this Pan is still asleep in ecstasy, lost in a mystical vision of symbolism. She says, "Mr. Tumnus, wake up, wake up." He wakes up and immediately starts crying in shame. She demands that he explains, and his words are, "I'm a very bad fawn." Some may think that this is overanalyzing, but are we truly observing this under the right context, after everything that's been presented so far? He took service or pay under the White Witch, Lady Liberty. He says it's always winter, never Christmas specifically. The child, confused on who the witch is, still doesn't understand. The Pan or Fawn character then explains that he was paid by the White Witch to be a kidnapper. Quote, "Would you believe that I'm the kind of fawn that would meet a poor innocent human child in the woods, pretend to be friendly with it, then the scene cuts and the child Lucy is very concerned," the fawn continues, "and invite it home to my cave, lulling it to sleep, just for the sake of handing it over to the White Witch?" "Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't do anything like that," Lucy replies. He looks at her assuringly. "Yes, you are that child." So hold up, let me get this straight. He had orders from the White Witch that if he saw a daughter of Eve or a daughter of Adam, he was literally to kidnap them, fool them, bring them to his subterranean cave, and then deliver the children to the queen? This is the same story of Pied Piper, or Santa Claus, Krampus. The fawn even says that his flute was designed to put the children to sleep, so he has a magical flute, and he had planned this from the beginning, because he was afraid of being turned into stone. But after the child begs for freedom, he says, "Of course, I can't do that now that I know you." His whole character is deceptive from the beginning.
That even white witches are evil.
The White Witch is Santa Claus from a pagan
Is that what he said? I
No,
missed
I'm
it.
just saying,
I missed it.
just
What do you say?
keep your mind going, you know?
Well, the pagans believed that God was nature, the natural order of things. Like the way the earth works naturally is by God. But their God was a force, the force of nature, something like that. That's why they put like floral arrangements and stuff like that on their buildings. You know, the old world buildings. They all have
Yeah.
like, you'll see like nature on the buildings, like
Yeah, like fleur de lis and
yeah,
or
right. And if you look at them
different
closely,
vines and whatnot.
sometimes you'll see little animals in there and like all kinds of shit. And they
The
have like all this
laurel,
weird.
for some reason, the laurel takes a real high precedence among those plants.
There's some in Boston that have like fruit that I've never seen before. Like it's like fruit from another world or something. Doesn't even exist or something. I don't know. I've never seen the shit, and it's weird.
It's in a sleigh pulled by two horned white horses.
Well, if there's
That is
any truth
also
to the
steered by a
giant
gnome
trees,
in a red
Ray, think
Phrygian
about
hilt
how
hat.
big some fruit used to be, dude.
The giant trees. I don't know, dude. I never looked into the giant trees.
Let's
Every time I see
let's just say for a minute that there were trees much larger. I mean, let's not go with the miles high that they're talking. Let's just say that there's trees that could have reached up into the clouds where you couldn't see them anymore. Dude, what kind of fruit could they drop on you? I mean, really, they could drop like coconuts the size of a Volkswagen or bigger. You know what I mean? Like,
we like where Singeman lives. He has the redwood trees, and he said they're huge.
Yeah,
I want to see. I want to go over there and see them next time. I'm planning another West Coast tour.
I
While
went. I
she
drove
wears
all
the
the way
Statue
out
of Liberty
and
crown.
touched the ocean there
She is the symbol of
between Redwood State Park and Redwood National Park. I didn't have time to go to the National Park where the largest of them were, but I did drive through the state park, so I did get to see the giant redwoods. It's awe-inspiring, dude.
Yeah. Shit, if shit hits the fan, I'm going to the west side, the best side.
Satan, which again shows that this symbol can manifest in both male and female forms, Saturn and Venus. Don't skip Christmas or you're a Scrooge. That Christmas Carol movie with Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
That's a really trippy movie from Disney.
We gotta
The light
check
Lucifer,
that out.
leading him on an astral journey while he's wearing his nightgown or cap and gown, jester hat.
That was well
You
done.
can even see this
Real
on
good
the older
movie.
depictions. The
Yeah.
entire experience is some rite of rebirth
Almost
where
done.
he meets Father
I'm
Christmas,
just trying to let it
holding the
play.
torch just like the Statue of Liberty.
It's like three
And this scene is really creepy. Actually, multiple scenes in this movie are really creepy. Even the faces when they start to morph. Interestingly, Father Christmas even says he's a part of a brotherhood.
Dude, Singeman gets some pretty crazy fan mails, dude. Who are his fans?
Even show the androgynous symbol with the human sins represented as the ignorance with the male and desire with the women. Charles Dickens, the author behind Christmas Carol, was also the writer behind Oliver Twist, another famous story about orphans. So Christmas is connected with orphans. Also, Charles Dickens has another...
Boom. So tonight, not only did we do all those other things, we connected Christmas to orphans. Just think
Right.
about that.
Oh, I know,
The story
dude.
actually the inspiration for A Christmas Carol. It's called The Story of the Goblins Who Stole a Sexton. Gabriel Grubb, a mean misanthropic sexton or gravedigger, goes to dig a grave on Christmas Eve and beats up a little boy on the way. The work is hard, and when Grubb rests to take a drink, he meets the King of Goblins, who accuses him of being a nasty, spiteful fellow. This time, Santa is represented by a green king goblin.
Dude, I think we might have to rebuild the whole show. Super. Because Restream lets you put the comments up on the screen, and that would be a game changer. I gotta tell StreamYard to do it, dude. They need to get their shit
What do you
together.
mean, like the whole comment thing?
Yeah, the whole chat will
Oh.
be on the screen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
somehow.
for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
but
0070 he calls it popping the chat out. How the hell does he do that?
seems to work well for him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to drop in there and say hello one of these days. I just been sleeping in.
Where they take this gravekeeper to some fairy court and he goes through some vision of torture. They say that Christmas Carol isn't a Freemasonry reference and that Dickens was not a Mason, even though there's Freemasons writing articles breaking down the obvious symbolism. And a sextant is a compass as well. But one just can't help see the similarities, as it is a story of morality veiled in allegory, illustrated by symbols. Well, he's visited by 3 spirits, but it starts with him entering a door, the gatekeeper being his dead business partner. The first visit in older illustrations clearly seems to be Lucifer, the ghost of Christmas past. That's initiation. The second spirit is the ghost of Christmas present, which is the Green Man, the Yule Father,
The Green
Father
Man.
Christmas, mixed with the symbolism of Libertas and Baphomet.
All right.
Again, this Father Christmas, or Santa Claus, presents 2 spirits, which are of man's. They are depicted as a poor boy and girl. This is the second degree, the passing, analyzing, and letting go of the past. The third spirit, the ghost of Christmas to come, which is death. Then, he visits his tombstone, as he almost falls into the pit of hell. The third degree, death, rising from the dead. The ceremony is completed. The hanged man, achieving rebirth. The Trinity, the creation of a new human. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Christmas, but you guys saw that I was pretty nonchalant about it at the beginning of the video. And although I knew most of this information, after seeing it all presented in the right context and finding new connections, it starts to become blatantly clear that something horribly dark and eerie is being referenced in the story of Christmas, and we teach this to our children. So, if I was to watch this whole thing and ask myself, would I teach my children this holiday and lie to them about this man?
No.
I don't really think so. It's a hard situation, again, because most of our culture and communities practice.
Yeah, so another thing is like I've been like trying to interview more people and get more people on the show and promote the smaller channels because I've been here a while. I might be getting ready to retire soon, or I might just disappear. But but if you guys have a small channel and you're new and you want to like build your channel, come on here. And
Get some airtime.
We'll show you content. Dude, we have this ultimate thing set up here where we can stream to like 4. You could, if you come on here, you could stream to your channel and get live time.
Practice these holidays.
You could stream this to your channel. And
I do think that Christians have found a way to alchemize or see the brighter side.
And if you have an idea for a show or something that you've been researching that you want me to look into, hit me up. My email addresses are in the About Me section and in the members sections and shit.
Side of this dark history. So, our intention is not to stop the spirit of spending time together or even sending gifts, but more so to spread curiosity on the origins of some of the most fundamental aspects of our society and mental programming, such as Santa Claus and Christmas.
I look at everything. Nothing is off the table.
Asking questions is the first step. Only then can we begin to view our realm in a new light. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. And if you can come support our work by visiting our website, message us on our...
Me and Super Sidewinder are doing a Jam Depot stream soon, next couple days. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of songs I've been learning, practicing new ones, and we're going to get on and we're going to rock.
So I like that one dude, Ray, that Munson guitar. He sings along with them. The words are nice and clear, white letters on a dark background, real easy to read. Just simple chord charts. It's easy.
Yeah. I saw what you said. I saw what you sent me, dude. I saw what you sent me. I just haven't had time to actually.
Yeah, I'm just telling you that guy has like so many songs we can pick from, dude. So rather than just having people like pick any random song and we got to go dig it up and find it or whatever,
Yeah,
just have them choose something that's on his channel and we'll be gold, man.
yeah,
Yeah,
we'll do it.
I'm really focusing on my stringed instruments, so I know that sometimes
I
we
want
both
to make
prefer
some.
to mix
I want to make
mix some
some.
harmonica or flutes or whatever. But man, I want to play some more ukulele for a while.
I want to make some recordings soon, dude. Like,
Yeah, I was
make some
thinking about that
make some
too.
records. Yeah. And just fop around, but
Get back
I
on the
have some
horse.
stuff that I want to record.
Yeah.
But I can set up the editor and we can go. The studio. The Green Man, also known as the Foliate Head. Yeah, you guys can see this, right?
Was that
Don't
one
look-
dude like that at the beginning that looked like he had vines growing out of him and it like he had
Yes, Mr.
breasts and-
Super.
That's
His
it,
name
that's
is.
the one.
He's the ghost of Christmas Present, and he's the Green Man. And
So he's like a furry.
He looks like a dead body to me.
He's like a veggie.
He has full. No, he's like a man deteriorating, like a corpse in the
stuff
dirt,
growing
in
out
the
of
mud. In this,
Vines
sometimes
and shit growing out of it.
sometimes I seen him in the graveyard with animals eating out of him. Look,
or maybe they're made of bugs. Who knows, man?
Face made completely surrounded by foliage, which normally spreads out from the. He's green too, you know.
That's
So
what
like
I said. Yeah, creepy dude.
Yeah. The Green Man, also. Oh, come on, Wikipedia. Fuck you. The Green Man, also known as a foliate head, is a motif in architecture and art of a face made of completely surrounded by foliage, which normally spreads out from the center of the face. Apart from purely decorative function, the Green Man is primarily interpreted as a symbol of rebirth, representing the cycle of new growth. See,
yeah.
every spring, it's nature. It's pagan. The Green Man motif has many variations. Yep. Branches or vines may sprout from the mouth, nostrils. See, he's deteriorating in the what's left. You know, I think he's half dirt and half. You know.
So ultimately, next level, it's reincarnation as well as regeneration.
He's often related to natural vegetation deities, often used as a decorative. Yeah, they put them in ornaments. They put them on buildings. They put him everywhere, right? So let me see if I can get the.
Put him in the garden, grow some tomatoes on his ass.
Yeah, the Green Man. Let's see what we got for images. Let's see, that's him. These look. There he goes. Look, there's another. That's a crazy one. It's all representations of the Green Man.
They used to carve faces like this into trees and architecture, like the Mayans did that in architecture and stuff. But like you just remove the bark from a tree in a way that leaves that, that's creepy.
Yeah. It is
creepy.
So I just thought I would go over that with everybody real quick. But let me see if there's any crazy one. Yeah, like. So then you'll see him like in buildings and architecture.
Yeah.
And now Let me see. I'm gonna look for the ones on the buildings. That's what I like. The Green Man. Architecture. People, you have them as lawn ornaments and all kinds of shit. I never heard about them until a few years ago. Here we go. Boom. Bingo. Here we go. Look at them all. Look at that one. That one's crazy. Let me get that one out. Boom. You see that?
Oh.
He's got the vines growing like right out of through his head. Look, and he looks like he's in the covered in the dirt, and his face is like sticking out. Right?
Who's
he does,
doing the
right?
thinking now? The plant? Probably the plant by now.
Yeah.
The plant one.
Let me see what else. There's some crazy ones. Look at them all. Look at that one. Hold on. That one.
Maybe all the plants are out to get us.
That's a crazy.
You think?
No, I think it's more like ashes to ashes and dust to dust, dude. That's what they're trying to say, I think. You come from the earth and you're gonna end back up in the earth. Like the Green Man. All right. So yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah, so I think I'm gonna end it here. But let me give one last shout out before we go. Thank you for coming, everybody.
I
Thank you,
see
Caitlin.
clearly. Got forever
Yo,
love.
the Green Man is connected to Sunanos, who wears antlers like deer and is a psych comp lead souls of afterlife. Leave the world behind.
Sure knew
All
that.
right. All right. She's got the Griffin, so I'll take
That's
her
the
word
second
for it.
time the Griffins came up.
Dude, I
Back
seen a
in
car with a Griffin license plate, and
Hmm.
it was definitely Tartaria, and I was like, nice. Yeah. Angela, thank you. Forever Love, thank you. I see clearly, thank you. Thank you all for coming. Let me see who else is here. I'll give you all a shout out. Mr. Super, thank you.
Yeah.
We made the show a success. Everyone thumb this bitch up.
Yep.
And tell everybody else about it, because every Friday night we're going to be doing Late Night Live. Barbara, you made it. But yeah, so we're going to do this every Friday night, dude, because it seems to be working out, and I don't have time to do one every day. But
And soon with the music stream, the Jam Depot
yeah.
stream.
We'll do that. We'll do
Come
that
on, sing
within
with
the
us.
next
Do
few
something
days.
crazy.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So we
They're
have
going
a
to get
Jam.
better.
We have the Jam Depot where we put the chords right on the screen for everybody, and anyone who wants to come on and play can play on the stream. And we've developed a system where we can kind of play together. It's the best we can do. We can get through the lag a little bit. Me and Super are getting better at it. It takes a little practice because you got to learn how the stream works. It's weird how it's not like playing through a microphone and it coming out of an amp. You got to like force it through sometimes. It's weird, and then sometimes the
We've
volume
been able to
changes.
get up to 3 people to sync pretty good. Now we're putting the words on the screen, so if you'll come on and sing with us, we can make some things happen.
But we also have a studio set up, and Super has been engineering the music, and we've been we have it set up so anybody who's serious about playing can come on. If they have a song they want to work on, anything, you can upload. You can record yourself playing one part, like whatever part you want or whatever parts you want to play, and then me and Super will like add bass, guitar, and we'll have other people add drums, and we'll have a whole band, and we'll just put the song together. And then we developed a system where, like, if it's really good, holistic media will make the music video. For the ones that
Or
come
I
out really
will.
good.
I
Or
can
he
I can
will.
do the
He can
videos
make it
too for
too.
short videos. I
Yeah.
don't mind doing 4 and 5 minute videos.
So that would, we have it all set up to make music and videos and everything else, and it's on Jam Depot, and it's a server that just uploads your shit like right away. And we all play to the same drum beat, so we keep the same timing. And
So there we mix finished tracks together and add the effects and whatever, make finished songs out of them. But we also do some live streaming under the Jam Depot label where everybody can just come in and play whatever you want, sing whatever you want, hang out, whatever.
All right. I'll see you guys in a day or two. Good night.
You were gonna shout out the chat.
I did.
You
Everybody
did?
that I saw. Yeah. If I missed you, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I tried to, I looked up and it's all the same people that I shouted
It
out.
seemed like we both started and didn't get very deep into it, but thank you all for coming.
Yeah. All right. Later.
You've done this 1,000 times, and the show must go on. You've got to give the people what they want. Piece of cake.
Man, I'm just sitting back watching the pussification of this whole country. Can't say this, I can't say that. Shit, what the fuck can I say? When did y'all become so fucking sensitive, man? Lighten up. I'm just here to entertain you. And if that triggers you, well, then you're a pussy. Listen, it's a cold world, easier to play this shit safe. Knowing how the world gon' judge you if you make a mistake. These miserable fucking people so saturated with hate, they can't wait to pile it on someone else's plate. Like if I'm right with every word except for one in the song, they'll only focus on and judge me for the one that was wrong. Cancel this, cancel that, fucking welcome to America. The home of specializing in assassinating character. I hate it, I prefer going in guns blazing, annihilating anyone who's testing my patience. Ain't no room for pussyfooting in the rap game, and I'm drawn to controversy like a moth to a flame. And you little snowflakes better quit your complaining. Not racist, I'm just not too big on the Asians. Shit, I'm kidding you, idiot, but with no hesitation. These fuckers run with it and post it up on Twitter while saying that Webby's some sort of bigot for fucking making a joke. You're not woke, you're just sensitive and quick to provoke. So I'd like to invite you to suck my dick till you choke. Deep throat, pow pow, got your bitch in my scope. Everyone that I'm seeing is looking pussy as fuck. Go and cry about shit without even looking it up. So I'd like to thank my bullies all for making me tough, because it's looking like y'all ain't get bullied enough. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm aura. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Because I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm aura. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Easy does it, Webby, try to keep that temper in check. I'm going off like Terminator in the metal detector. Hit him with the blur like my memory gets from blowing benzos while I'm drinking. Yeah, I tend to forget, a devil's reject. Ever since a kid I've been a loser, but I dealt with it. It's called developing a sense of humor. Learn to laugh a little bit, this shit is good for your health. If you can't take a joke, you need to take a look at yourself. Shit, if I didn't have the haters, then I would probably withdraw. Shit, dog, honestly, I would probably miss y'all. Haters, really please, promise me you'll never quit, y'all. Here, I'll make fun of me with y'all. Here's my impression of Webby, no one's doper than me. I got the hairline of someone that's 10 years older than me. Sitting dissing politicians like I'm fucking sport fishing. Say I fucked their wives and daughters when I obviously didn't. And I'm pale year round, summertime or deep winter. And I chew with my mouth open when I eat dinner. My liver has put up with plenty of cheap liquor and more drugs in a lifetime than Keith Richards. I used to work out, shit, I really was buff. Then I stopped working out, now I'm skinny as fuck. Like so skinny, when the wind blows hard, I lose balance. So skinny, looking like I won a tapeworm challenge. It ain't that hard to laugh a bit at your own expense. Fucking just relax and shit. Smoke a joint, eat a Xanax, you bitch. This uptight bullshit's what I've had it with. If you're still mad after what you've listened to, then that's just a bitch in you. Suck a dick or two, ain't no fixing you. Fake woke can't take a gay joke. People that I'm spitting to, I am here to trigger you.
Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm aura. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong.
Fucking pussy.
Trigger.
I did that little rap, I said something, y'all ain't making up noise. I said, hold on, I said I'm poetic from grave diggers. Rest in peace to that brother. I said I'm ODB. I'm headquarters. You gotta know that shit, man. He was down with me and the Gangstar Foundation. Headquarters was shot there 3 days after Jam Master J. I said I'm Paul C. Some of you know. Check it out. All right, let's take it back to 1990. So I'm so tired of this record, but we're gonna do it. Yeah, come on. Boom, boom. Feel that bassline, cap. Boom, boom. Feel that bassline, cap. This raucous record, Stanley Kubrick, 1997 or some shit. Come on. ride with us. Dead broke white people, ride with us. Dead broke black people. Wait, pause that shit, rewind it. It's a simple hook, it's one of the 90s ass shit's like ride with us. So let's do it, ready? Drop that. Ride with us, come on, yeah, ride with us, come on, ride with us, come on, ride with us. Dead broke black people, ride with us. Dead broke white people, ride with us. All the starving artists, ride with us. If you broke, motherfucker, ride with us. Yo, dress bouncy, nobody get more rowdy than Suffolk County. Piece the crackhead Crowley, Honky Thomas, Kevin McLaughlin, the whole crew, Caparada. What you going through, we roll through, fuck that. We earth the midget face droppers, bring them to the port, Jeff House, stay on top. Nobody move this, I don't give a fuck, we untouched. Strictly bust the paper and the lip like the boss notes for God killers. Let's be realistic, we probably gonna be punished. Fucking bitches by the hundreds. Why me? Wanna fight me? Try me. Why these people don't know me? Don't like me? Society. Wanna see me dead? I stick out. You see me in the public. Probably pull my dick out. Smack the fuck out of women. See me knock your bitch out. Do something tough, guy. Who the fuck wanna die? Clash to the Titan. Broken bottles. Bar fighting. Want to battle? I'm a freestyle. You can start writing. I can do that. Tip the bounces. Make sure we get up yet in the clubs in case of action. Everybody want it. Try to take my title. Let's see, let your chest messy. Test me, Stanley Kubrick. Don't stress me. Already Rugged Man. Remember the name, Rugged Man. Ride with us. Dead broke black people. Ride with us. Dead broke white people. Ride with us. Latinos. Ride with us. Dead broke white people. Ride with us. Brooklyn motherfuckers. Ride with us. BX motherfuckers. Ride with us. Long Island motherfuckers. Ride with us. Yo, and yo, the R2, the A2, the rugged.
Wait.
I got a piss. Yeah. Back in the studio. Yeah. Yo, this is no experiment, the building of a pyramid, a revolution for the dead and odds of the spiritless. I am not a hero with a heroine, I am merely buried in the fearlessness and swimming in adrenaline. You don't understand where my head has been. I was staring at a television, drooling from my medicine, falling in a rock bottom hole that would never end. Now I'm banging on the fucking door, screaming, let us in. Fuck it, let's pick up the pace. I got some yang, liquor to taste, and enough girls to stick up the place. He got a rhythm, vision in him, and a burning the tough, so I'm earning a buck. Don't stop, determined as fuck. I hunger for blood, sleep deep in a dungeon of drugs. I'm like a dope fiend who does dirt and runs in the mud. I had an uncle who's a junkie and my cousin's a thug. Violence is like AIDS, it runs in the blood. I live in a world with no sun, where everybody's high and we all pack guns. Till the day we die, we fucking stack funds. Cause we live in a world with no sky. This is my world, I'm living and dying in it. People always used to tell me that the sky's the limit, but I live in a world with no sky. Yeah, I live in a world with no sky. Scraping from the rock bottom, turn me to a hustler. Now I got the product that I'm pushing to a customer. Powerful narcotic product crush to give a rush to ya. Anger and aggression, I'ma fucking bag it up for ya. People wanna know where my head is at. I've been beating on a kick when I was down till my head is cracked. Driven by a rage and they never could get rid of that. So I took my motherfucking spot, try and get it back. I'm too on top of my speed, I got a pocket of greed. I never sleep, my eye sockets to bleed. Before I ever let you creep up on me, that shit's just not gonna be. There'll be a future that you're not gonna see. My team is a squad, a derelicts of demons and gods. So when my back's against the wall, I can even the odds. We fight for the cause, even if the reason is wrong. The winter is freezing where I live, the season is long. I live in a world with no sun, where everybody's high and we all pack guns. Till the day we die, we fucking stack funds. Cause we live in a world with no sky. This is my world, I'm living and dying in it. People always used to tell me that the sky's the limit, but I live in a world with no sky. Yeah, I live in a world with no sky. Old English 40 bottles, brown paper bagging, sticking like a fresh bag of weed, been sagging. Had a vision back then like you can't imagine. No exaggeration, I ain't what you can't fathom. I'm a phantom. They doubted me and told me that I can't. All they did is teach me how to fight. Now I can't run, can't walk straight. It ain't even odd. I'm heading back to this hell. I don't believe in God at all, at all, at all. I live in a world with no sun, where everybody's high and we all pack guns. Till the day we die, we fucking stack funds. Cause we live in a world with no sky. This is my world, I'm living and dying in it. People always used to tell me that the sky's the limit, but I live in a world with no sky. Yeah, I live in a world with no sky.
I know what they want. I know what they want. I know what they
catch me on the island, weekend getaway. Plus a shorty that knows how to make it stay. All these jewels on me, I stay iced out. Keep it chilly during summer when I ride out.
Please, don't forget to tip your waitress.